Good morning, everyone. This is James Burke. Fabio, you can go ahead and stop the music now. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the 2021 Lunar Development Conference. My name is James Burke, and I'm the Vice President of the Moon Society. And here is our host for today, Michael Lane. Michael, good morning. You're on mute. Michael, you're on mute if you're talking. There you go. It's been a long pandemic, hasn't it?
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. All right. So yeah, it's terrific to be here. Thank you very much, y'all. Let's get this thing started. Yesterday was a terrific day. So recap for anybody who missed it. We had a bunch of really interesting conversations about the past and the present to kind of give us a foundation for where we're going today, where we talk a lot about the future. This morning we're gonna start with is Michael Mealing on the participant side?
He
I
is.
do not see him.
So is Ben.
Okay, good. All right. So we're gonna start with Ben and James and Michael. We're gonna just do an introduction and start off the day. And then we're going to move into moon-based competition for a couple hours. That's going to be terrific. And then as we move through the rest of the day, we're going to talk about hardware, just all the different kinds of technologies that go into developing lunar development. We'll talk a bit about business and the finances behind all this. Michelle Hanlon is going to come in with a terrific presentation on her moon registry, which I find that idea really fascinating. And we'll finish it off with a little bit of policy and some vision stuff. So take it away, James, if you want to introduce yourself and then bring on Ben and Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, so James Burke, I'm the Vice President of the Moon Society. Very proud and happy that we're doing Lunar Development Conference again this year. This is our second year doing this event, and really happy about how it turned out. We've had a great set of speakers this year. And just a reminder, all of this will be on YouTube. All of this is being streamed right now on all of our social media channels as well with instant archives, so you can go back and if you missed anything. And if you're going to talk about us on social media, please use the hashtag LunarDevCon, LunarDevCon. Also, we have a Slack channel at the Moon Society, and that's how we do most of our work with the organization. And everyone's welcome to join. It's a great place to network for the conference. And so let me just pull up that URL for everyone. Share my slide here. So it's going to be bit.ly Moon Society Slack. And also there's our hashtag again there. So I'm going to do a brief discussion about our mission, vision, and values, and then I'll bring on Michael and Ben. I want to have a little bit of discussion with them. We've been talking a lot lately about what we want the Moon Society to be. And so we could talk about that a little bit before we bring on our first speakers with the Moon-Based Design Contest. So let me flip over to that set of slides. So the Moon Society, we've been around for 21 years now. And we were founded in a conference in the year 2000 in Las Vegas, and I was there. I was in the room when we started up the organization and we started writing our bylaws. And some of the things we put in our original bylaws were that we were a community that wanted to establish a spacefaring civilization, no less goal than that. And almost communities on the moon was a little bit secondary in that first sentence. But certainly we wanted to make sure that the moon and the rest of the solar system were settled as soon as possible, with private enterprise leading the way. A lot of the folks that started the Moon Society were focused on helping commercial development, and it grew out of an effort. The Moon Society itself grew out of an effort called the Artemis Project in the mid-90s. That was the first commercial lunar base design. I talked about that a little bit yesterday. But we wanted to promote large-scale industrialization of the solar system and private enterprise on the moon. We also wanted to bring together persons from government, industry, educational institutions, the press, and other walks of life for the exchange of information about the moon, something we're doing right here with the Lunar Development Conference. All those disciplines are represented at our conference. And also informing the public at large on matters related to the moon. And so for the first 15 or so years of the Moon Society, we did a lot of that. We did a lot of informing the public at large. We were very prolific in publishing materials about the moon. We had the Moon Miner Manifesto newsletter that was published by Peter Koch since 1986. We also had several other projects. We had a blog in the mid 2000s. We were early on the blogging phenomenon. We were early on social media. And then in the recent times, in the last couple of years, we've also published several books, including the work of Peter Koch with the Pioneer's Guide to Living on the Moon. Our current leadership, what we've come up with for our mission and vision is the following. Our mission is to enable permanent lunar settlement by creating a community based on mutually beneficial partnerships. So it's all about partners, and then it being inclusive of all things lunar, including technology research, economic development, and public education. So kind of, condensing down a little bit what you saw in the bylaws on the first slide, trying to focus us on permanent lunar settlements and having that be what we're all about. Our vision is a hopeful and exciting future where multiple permanent civilian settlements on the moon contribute to a robust cislunar economy by using local resources to improve the quality of life for all humanity on Earth and beyond. So I've picked out and highlighted a few phrases in there to just highlight what we're all about. Again, we're positive about the future. We're not a dystopian mindset. We believe that the human future in space is going to be a very positive and exciting future. We want to see multiple permanent settlements on the moon, as well as there's enough room on the moon for everyone, for governments and for civilian settlements. We want to see a robust cislunar economy. We want to see economic development happening in Earth orbit and in between the Earth and moon on the Lagrange points, around the moon, space stations around the moon, and then finally on the surface. We believe in using local resources, making use of what's on the moon already, the water ice that we're now aware of, that Pete Worden and his mission Clementine discovered back in 1994, and really proved with the L-Cross mission. He talked a lot about that yesterday at our conference. And finally, we want to improve the quality of life for Earth as well. I mean, Earth is our home planet. There's nothing else like it in the universe. And we need to do everything we can to protect it, to make sure it doesn't get polluted. And exploring space is our way to understand the Earth better by comparative planetology. At the Moon Society, we are kind of at a crossroads. We're trying to understand what we want to be. Here's sort of my proposal for values for the Moon Society. Innovation in all endeavors, making sure that we're innovating and doing new methods and new things with whatever we're attempting to do. Technical and engineering prowess, business acumen, very important. We want to be an inclusive organization, not only inclusive of all kinds of people, but also inclusive of ideas. And obviously we want to be a global organization. We need to be global in this day and age. That's what all the other space advocacy organizations are doing. Michael Mealing talked yesterday about that a little bit, how the National Space Society, which was a US focused organization, now has an India chapter that's very robust, for example. We want to bring people of all, from all nations into the Moon Society. And diversity is very important as well as part of that. Again, diverse, not just diversity of people, but diversity of views. And then being mission and goal driven, because that's what, you know, having getting things done is all about, being mission and goal driven. We want to have a pioneer spirit and a can-do attitude. So I'd like to now invite on my colleagues, Michael Mealing and Ben Smith, and I'd love to hear them say a few words about what I've just talked about, and kind of get their take on what they would like the Moon Society to be. So guys, if you can come on and turn your video on.
Yeah, apparently my video is stopped.
I will fix that. Try it now. There you go.
There we go.
One of those wacky Zoom settings that we forgot about this morning.
Yep, no problem.
Well, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I'll take a stab. So yeah, one of the things that I've been doing over the past several months is running several rooms on Clubhouse. And the unique thing about Clubhouse is it's like this, but anyone gets to join and we get to talk these things through. And sometimes these rooms go until late at night and we're discussing a lot of things about space in general. And what happens a lot is there's a significant discussion about motivations and a concern by people not in the industry that the industry isn't inclusive. And this comes from a perception outside that apparently across the industry that we don't seem to communicate very well, that the rest of the world still thinks that we're stuck in the 1960s, where the only people that get to go are former Air Force military pilots, the steely-eyed missile men of the 1960s. And unless you fit that exact mold, not only you're not allowed, you're not even allowed to think that you're allowed. And so I come back to what you were saying about it's not just the society is inclusive, but the moon itself is inclusive. I mean, it says it in the beginnings of the Outer Space Treaty, that space is for everyone. And I think that's one of the interesting missions that I think not just the Moon Society, but every space organization should be saying as loudly as we can that no, the 1960s are gone. We're never doing any of that ever again. This going forward is every person on the planet, if you can figure out a way to pay for it or be involved or have something to offer or want to figure out how to have something to offer, come on in. This is not your grandfather's space program. And that's something that whenever I hear that on any forum, you've been seeing a lot of that on Twitter lately. Apparently space is only for billionaires. Nope. That is something that is a challenge for our industry, not least of which is a branding problem for what we're trying to do. But also we need all those people in the industry. Across the board, every single company that's in this business trying to build the things that we're talking about, they're having real problems finding employees. There are not enough people in our sector to fill the jobs that we have to be able to build what we want to build, to build what our customers want us to build. And that goes to not just engineers, but lawyers, project managers, HR reps, just every single thing that a company needs, we all need people. So yeah, as a society, the Moon Society, and as I said kind of yesterday, a challenge to all of our organizations. There is beginning to be the case where if a space advocacy organization is not regularly doing some very structured revisiting of its mission and how it's going about doing that, you are going to be quickly left behind by the pace at which the industry is moving underneath you. And I think we've seen that really just in the past year. So I think what we're all doing right now within the society is really doing the same thing that a lot of people in the industry are doing right now. Is my assumptions that I had for where my career was going to go, where the industry was going to go, have really changed a lot just in the past really year and a half. At the beginning of the pandemic, it was a different world, and I think we all have to respond to it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, as you said yesterday as well, Michael, that the space community is just innovating quickly. Things are happening very fast, and I think we also need to pay that in mind as we discuss what we want the Moon Society to be, and we need to be very future focused, or else we're not gonna be relevant.
But I think one of the challenges that we have, and I've run across this a lot lately, is if we are successful, we have a large number of people coming into our organizations, into our companies, who don't have the collective or the history of where we've been, the discussions we've already had, and we all need to be a little patient with our new colleagues coming into the industry, because there's a lot of history that we all have in our collective minds that not everybody shares. So a little bit of patience is also good.
Ben, what do you think about all this?
Well, one of the things we talked about yesterday that got me excited was we talked about writing up a new position paper for the Moon Society on the why of going to the moon. And I think that could be really important. And James and I talked about it a little bit, but I like the idea of having lots of whys and having lots of people write each why. So we have a multitude of voices in a multitude of styles to show that we're not a monolithic organization, that we value diversity and inclusion, and that there's not a single why to go to the moon. Everybody who wants to go to the moon has their own particular why. It may be very similar, but are all a little bit different flavors. So I'm pretty interested in getting that started for the Moon Society, and then being able to, instead of just shove it out as here's our why, we can send it out in pieces. Well, here's one why, and then a little later we can send out another one. Here's another why, and then so we can keep the conversation going for a much longer time. Because a lot of times, these organizations, they put out a position paper or something, and people read it and they're like, oh, that's cool, and then it's forgotten. Right. So we can stay in the conversation longer, I think, that way.
Yeah, that was the great advice we got from Nami Goswami yesterday. She's always out there on mainstream media getting asked about why are we going back to the moon, and she asked us, being able to point to a position paper that the Moon Society puts out telling the why very well would be a very useful tool for her, and also we could be sort of the authority in that conversation. Mm-hmm. And I love that idea of having that be a diversity of voices answering it. We do have a position paper back that was written in 2004, but obviously things have changed since then, and we need to dust it off. And I think the approach that you mentioned, Ben, is a great idea, to just highlight that there's so many reasons why you should go back to the moon, and let us talk about that intelligently.
Right. And doing that, I think, will help the society as a whole define, okay, so what do we want the society to do to support these whys? How can we do that? Sorry, Michael, go on.
But I think that what Ben was just alluding to at the very beginning, and even James said it, I think it's really important for the public and those of us not in the society or any other space advocacy organization, is to make it very, very, very clear at the beginning, is these whys for going to the moon, we want all of them to occur. We want all of them to be satisfied. Even if they seem mutually exclusive to certain people, let's figure out how to make it so that everybody gets to go for whatever reason they want to go, and we represent every single one of them. And I think that's one of the things that gets lost in a lot of these conversations, when and apologies for anyone from the press on the call. A lot of times it's very difficult in the limited column space you have to represent that, all of those whys, and the perception that comes across is this is the only why that is being investigated, and people feel excluded. Or people feel that someone is going to beat them there and prevent them from being able to do what they want. And I think that's one of the things that, the first part of our name is Moon, but we're also a society. And as a society, we have multiple different interest groups within it, all wanting to do different things, unified by the fact that we're all wanting to do them on one big round gray ball. And I think that's the thing that, going back to whether it, we call it exclusivity or diversity of purpose, that's one of the things that I think, as an organization, in that paper and everything we talk about, is to be very, very clear that, it does not matter what your reason that you want to go to the moon is. The only thing we ask is that you be, you not tell someone else that they can't.
Yeah, good point.
That is the one unifying aspect of the Moon Society, is everybody gets to go. Nobody gets to tell somebody else they can't.
What do you guys think is the role of chapters moving forward in the Moon Society? Or is that an outdated concept?
Actually, when you said, going back to your original position paper in 2004, I was like, man, that feels like 1,000 freaking years ago. If you asked me about, February of 2020, even feels like 1,000 years ago, or really one really long April. I think that chapters, having tried to run an NSS chapter in Georgia, it's getting a little difficult. One of the things that I've always been interested in the NSS does a little bit of this, and some of the others do, is chapters also focused around particular communities or projects or technical, groupings of people that have a similar focus. And whether you call them chapters or focus groups, that's something that I think a lot of the other organizations would do well to take a look at as well. But no, I think they're yes, especially coming out of the pandemic. I think people are going to treasure their face-to-face meetings when they can have them a little bit more than they have in the past. So, but I think the challenge all advocacy organizations have is we have a mixture of people who are professionals in the industry, and we have a fair number of people who are not. They're from the outside. They may not have technical backgrounds. So when you have a chapter, how do you give people the satisfaction of being involved in something rather than going to a meeting, sitting in a chair and listening to someone, slap their gums at them once a quarter? I think that's one of the challenges to creating cohesion and participation in a chapter. And I know all of our organizations struggle with that.
Yeah, I think I don't want to write off physical chapters completely yet. Michael's right. They're definitely more difficult to start and to sustain. I like one of the things he touched on, though, is maybe we should start thinking about having virtual chapters for specific interests. Maybe not quite at the project level where the group is working on a particular project, but if people are really just interested in talking about lunar geology, we can think about having a chapter if enough people want to meet up. We've got the virtual chapter that we're starting, which is for everybody, all members. I've had a couple of people in other countries reach out to me and say they might be interested in starting their own virtual chapter, or at least a version of Mare Cognitum. So, we could get chapters in different time zones, and that'd be great. And then, maybe we just keep rolling with the virtual thing. I mean, we got the Zoom license. We can keep using that. We've already paid for it. Yeah, physical chapters are tough. I'm not sure if that's the way to go anymore.
It is hard. I've also run a chapter here in Seattle for the Mars Society, and it's very hard to get, obviously, even before COVID, in-person meetings going that are regular. You usually want to have sort of a core group of people, but it all really comes down to what projects you're going to work on together. I think the most successful space chapters are ones that are cohesive because they're working together on a project.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes for organizations too. I mean, what do you guys think are some projects that we should be working on other than the Lunar Development Conference as an organization that you think are worthwhile?
Well, I think the virtual chapter we're starting up, I think that could be a good, gluing type function. Get people involved, get them a sense of community. Like I said, I think maybe starting up other virtual events for specific topics could be another way to get people involved. It's hard to do a lot of physical projects when you're all doing it virtually. That's one good thing about a physical chapter. Everybody gets together and bends some metal. That is something that's hard to do virtually. So, I think we need to rethink a lot of our project as to what can people do remotely, and reimagine these projects.
Ben, I think that's and going to Manny Pimenta's comment to the panelists, active participation is key. People should feel like they have the opportunity to contribute. And I think that's where, and some of the other organizations have done this, figured it out a little bit better than we have, is when, to your point of bending metal, not everybody can bend metal. Mm-hmm. And we have a fair number of people who, especially, younger people that, having a mechanical engineering degree, but we also have lawyers. We have people that are non-engineering oriented. So how do we create things that are not physical or engineering or science related, that require significant amounts of training for them to be able to participate? The default among most organizations is some type of political action. But there's also other things that you can do where it's almost like lobbying, but you're not lobbying a politician, you're lobbying the public. Public outreach to locally or even nationally or internationally. There's other things, and I think all of our organizations, NSS is a little bit better because of their phone trees and their actions they can get people to take, both politically and non-politically, just responding to particular articles, supporting things, social media. That is something that our members and future members that may not feel comfortable going and talking to their House or Senate representative, or may not feel comfortable participating in a technically oriented project, finding things that engage them and give them purpose and give them satisfaction that they are able to contribute. That's an interesting challenge. I think that's one of the places that we might have fallen down as an organization in the past.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're absolutely right. And I think we have an opportunity with the whole virtual environment to maybe flip the script on that. There is absolutely no reason we can't rethink projects. Projects don't have to be specifically, we're going to build something, or like you mentioned, lawyers. People have a passion for law. Let's start up a virtual group for solving some legal problems for settling the moon. They're legion. People like cooking. Hey, we got to figure out how we're going to cook on the moon. So, we can start up interest groups that actually do some real good in moving the dial on this, but you don't have to be technical or have a degree for any of that. I mean, there's so many things that need to be figured out before we're actually going to live on the moon. And most of them just aren't sexy enough to get any real funding from government or businesses.
Yeah.
So we can actually help fill some of those gaps, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's a lot of things that that we could do just in terms of virtual stuff, and I think our Slack is a great tool to facilitate that. Although I think it's not the final answer of how we should all collaborate. I definitely think that you know, our culture as an organization right now is a lot of text-based discussion, which goes back to the beginning. I mean, we had the ASI Moo when the organization was founded, and that was the main way that people collaborated then. But having things like our annual meeting next month, I think is going to be a great, if we can do that as a Zoom call instead of a text chat, I'm definitely in favor of that. But also having other working sessions that are Zoom based, or using other tools. There's a lot of other video based collaboration tools out there too that we could use, and have it be getting real work done in a virtual setting, I think is something we can really innovate on.
You are absolutely right, James. I mean, Slack is great for, I think Slack really works good for casual conversations, or if you're just keeping a dialogue going over time. But I think if you really want to get some work done, Zoom or a different platform is the way to go. Text is just way too slow and inefficient to get some real work done.
And one of the things that I've discovered over the years is there are people that find text conversations like that to be either tedious or hard to keep up with, especially when they're flowing fast, especially if you're not a fast typist.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of the conversations that we've had on Clubhouse, whether it's, you know, Lordy, space policy and law conversations going to like 1:30 in the morning with people from, you know, 8 different countries around the world in you know, every time zone that we have, they can be productive. And so yeah, I definitely think that Clubhouse might have a role, depending on whether or not that thing, all of those types of things survive coming out of the pandemic. One of the things I am happy to see across our industry is, hopefully, and I'm looking, you know, giving some side eye to Space Symposium, Satellite, some of the other bigger conferences with very large price tags. And I know Space Symposium has said they're not doing a virtual anymore. And I'm like, then I wasn't going to go before because it's too expensive, and I'm not going to go now because, you know, there are better ways to do this than trying to get everyone in one giant ballroom in the middle of nowhere. So sorry, that was a rant. That was
No, you're absolutely right. And I think that's something we definitely need to keep in mind go forward for, you know, future LDCs. I mean, I like the idea that it's virtual. I like the idea that anybody in the world can jump on and participate. You know, because, you know, these physical conferences, they're really expensive. It's not just the price tag to get in, it's the travel too, and the lodging and everything else. And that's just really blocks a lot of people from joining our community. So yeah, I totally agree with that. With the Clubhouse thing, Michael, is that open to everybody? And if so, could you throw the link to that or something so people know when to get on and how?
Yeah, they released the Android version of it about a month ago. I'll drop the URL.
The one thing I don't like about Clubhouse is you're not allowed to record it. So
yeah, you sort of can. Some people do, as long as you tell people you're doing it and you're very clear in the description. But yeah, they frown on that. But a lot of people ignore it when they have a good reason to.
Right. I mean, and that's one of the conversations we should have is, you know, what technology we're going to use to facilitate this. What's the best one? James is right. Being able to record our meetings, even if it's just, you know, not just the virtual chapter meetings, but I mean, don't necessarily want to, you know, record like Moon Society business meetings to get those public. But if we're having like, you know, a cooking chapter meeting, those are great things to record, put on the YouTube and let people watch and decide if they want to join in. So yeah, let's.
I think the viewership numbers for our internal meetings, if we publish them, would be quite low.
Yeah, I don't think that would help our cause any.
No.
Let's see. Any last comments or questions from the audience? I do see one from Manny. One idea he's thought of is something any school kid can do: small scale crop growth experiments to determine optimum crops to grow in an off-world colony.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, agriculture experiments are pretty easy to do. And you know, we could definitely brainstorm a couple of just very simple experiments, put them up on the web and get people involved, and actually like collect real data and actually move everything a little bit forward. So yeah, we got all kinds of ideas for projects, but like I said yesterday, the bottleneck is people to implement. And you know, we need all kinds of volunteers, but we really need our leaders, people that can pick up a project and run with it till completion. We get a lot of people that pick up projects and then disappear or put them down for whatever reason. And we really need to increase our bench strength on volunteers and leaders.
Yep. So this means if you're listening to us, if you want to join us at the Moon Society, it's $35 a year, and you can be a leader at the Moon Society.
Yep.
It's a great thing to put on your resume. It's a great opportunity for building new skills, and we'd love to have you. Yeah.
One of the things that came out of yesterday is I'm going to be contacting Melissa Roth to see if we can figure out a way to get a low-cost version of Lunar Simulant, and possibly put together some projects for K through 12 going, here is some simulated lunar regolith. How would you figure out the best way to be able to grow a particular crop in that kind of soil, as a way to start getting at least some data, but also in getting some engagement by, you know, putting some actually simulated lunar soil in the hands of kids. So just some ways like that. Maybe not their top of the line product coming out from off-planet research, because that stuff's quite expensive, but
Right.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're just talking, you know, something that's got a similar chemical composition there, that's fairly easy. You know, you get something that has agglutinates in it and stuff, that's hard to make.
Right.
So yeah. One of the things I thought that we could do is we should have like a teacher's aid section where we have experiments, we have flyers, we have lesson plans that they can just pull off the website and use in their class. I mean, I've known several teachers and they're pretty hungry for stuff like that.
Especially if it's set up to be specific to their testing and curricular requirements.
Yeah.
So if there's any educators out there that want to help us do that, please join us in Slack. Well, thank you, Michael and Ben. This was a nice discussion to kick us off today.
Thanks, guys.
I hope you guys enjoy the conference today.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm still reviewing the YouTube stuff from yesterday. So because yesterday is completely online, for those that couldn't make it yesterday, take a look on YouTube and you can watch the entire conference from yesterday.
Yep. Awesome. All right, guys, thanks a lot. We're going to now move into our moon-based design contest entrance. So the Society held a moon-based design contest last year. We got 18 high quality entries in, and we awarded 3 different, sorry, Victor, we're not, I'm gonna turn your video off. So we awarded 3 prizes to the entrants, and the winning prize was to the Space Generation Advisory Council, and their moon base was called Domini Inter Astra. And I'd like to bring on the 3 presenters for that now, James Z, Nietzsche, and Sajal. You guys can turn your video on. All right, nice to see you guys. Welcome to the Lunar Development Conference. We'd love to have you guys present your winning design for the Moon-Based Design Contest.
Yes, one second, let me just share my screen. All right, should we just get started?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Good morning, everyone. We are Nitya and Sejal from a team of 18 students and young professionals who are part of SJAC's moon-based design team. And our lunar habitat is Tommy Inter Astra, a home among the stars. So without further ado, let's dive into the specifics of our design before opening for questions. The first area we'll be covering is engineering. And the first question we should ask is, where will we be building our settlement? We decided to locate our base close to the Shackleton crater. Point C marks the habitat location in a flat region, and point D is the landing site about 1 kilometer away to provide a sufficiently safe zone. What are points A and B? Where the solar panels are located. Our power system consists of solar panels with backup batteries, and points A and B were specifically chosen because collectively they are lit almost 94% of the time. This helps minimize battery needs. Two satellites are selected for communication, and they relay information directly to the deep space network. And we also have rovers to use for construction and exploration. And now we've seen where it's located, but what exactly is at point C? Let's take a look. So these toroid shapes are what the modules of our settlement look like. As seen in the picture, this helps us to maximize the usable area and improve the efficiency of transferring vibrational loads to the ground. The steel structures internally act to support the regolith in case of depressurization, and to minimize the regolith required, we will collect the regolith from the bottom of the site and pile it on top, and the toroid itself will be buried till the entrance. And we'll be covering each module with around 3 meters of regolith for radiation shielding. The top and bottom spaces are used for storage, wiring, etc. And we have aluminum I-beams to help hold the structure in place from inside. Now let's take a look at how all of these modules are connected together. This image here shows the technical layout of the base. Equipment is installed in the ceilings and floors and concentrated above and below walkways, and critical life support systems are present in every module. We also have LAN to allow communication between all the various modules. This layout was driven by the types of hazards and the accessibility for maintenance, and minimizing the storage required while maximizing the habitable space to make it more comfortable for all the crew and the tourists. Now, there's some important factors to living on the moon, and those are food, water, and air. So let's take a look at how those work. This image here shows the air and water systems, and the flow rates are estimated from ISS and NEAR. Clearly, our air-water system utilizes the ISS model with some upgrades, and sufficient air is always on hand in case of any emergency. Food and the human waste recycling is an integral part of the space, and greenhouses and fungi culture are maintained in a phased approach so that eventually the base can provide itself with fresh food. Plants support closing the life support loop by recycling human waste. The thermal systems also use an ISS-like system to reject heat from the settlement, and the regolith also provides sufficient insulation. So far, we've seen the modules, how they come together, and what systems drive them. But how are we actually going to implement all this? This is the execution timeline for our base. As you can see, it's divided into 3 phases, utilizing 4 rovers. The design phase is able to begin immediately as critical technologies are flight proven and new technologies are already in development. A phased approach for expanding into the final configuration allows the gradual growth of crew size, capability, and exploration into the Shackleton crater for ISRO operations. The exact timeline the exact dates for the timeline are not estimated, as the entire process is labor driven. So now we will move on to architecture. And the architecture is an integration of systems drawing inspiration from Earth. This is the main floor plan of our base. There are 5 modules, like I've talked about before, and I'm going to be delving into each of this in the subsequent slides. The first module is a greenhouse, guest amenities, medicine, and environmental control module. This is the primary entrance to our lunar settlements, and guests and new crew upon arrival are greeted by one of the largest greenhouses, which will provide a familiar sight to help guests relax and acclimatize. We've taken into consider tiny details for the well-being of the crew on the base. The furniture is designed to use lightweight composites that are foldable, portable, and modular to allow easy repair. Wood prints also provide a warm atmosphere to help connect the crew to Earth. Here, in the next few slides, we'll be looking at few of the renders that we created for our base. While they don't fully reflect, we hope to convey how our base looks like through these renders. This render here talks about the social module, and this is the central module where all the fun happens, and crew members and tourists can socialize together, relax, and recharge. We also have a little cupola in the third module looking out into space. Viewing the Earth, the lunar landscape, and the night sky is one of the main tourist attractions. The fourth module is the crew bedrooms and a private social space. As seen in the image, crew quarters are personal spaces for the crew to relax, and guests and crew bedrooms are split to minimize disruptions and provide more personal space. The lighting is dimmer and encourages sleep. They also have their own storage space, and there's Velcro on the wall to allow them to decorate it as they wish. The final render we have is of the workspace. Crew time is clearly prioritized towards activities that can only be done on the moon. The airlock is also located in this module to allow crew to bring in larger equipment that cannot fit inside the rovers. Now I've talked about engineering and architecture aspects of our report, and now I'm going to hand it over to Sejal to continue.
Thank you, Nitya, for handing it over. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sejal, and I'll be talking about the economic section. Next slide, please. To make this slide and the settlement economically feasible, the project needed to be as low cost as possible and have as much revenue generation capacity. Here we have in the total life cycle cost, we've considered the maintenance cost, the total investment cost, the operating cost, as well as the sustaining capital. Here on the cost side, we tried to minimize the initial capital by minimizing the launch mass and the launch volumes. Getting public support to rapidly construct the settlement and begin operations will also drive down the cost. Once operating, our focus was on minimizing resupply costs. When many technologies are simplified on the moon, we have added as many new systems as possible so that the capital to sustain the settlement may be higher. Now that we've discussed the settlement cost, let's move to the revenue generation. Our revenue generation is unique in the fact that it does not focus on just capital, but also on gaining public support. There are many revenue streams that were identified with the goal to have a diverse portfolio of sources that could begin as early as possible in the project life cycle. While some of the streams are dedicated to generate monetary funds, such as the right shares, the payload and infrastructure sharing, as well as the crew allocation and services, there are some dedicated to gaining and maintaining the public support, such as the branding and naming rights, tourism, education, and outreach. A moon settlement also opens opportunities for new industries to develop and compete in the Earth markets, which is what we hope to contribute to. Next slide, please. Since we've actively looked at the economics, let's now move on to the management and the politics of the base itself. Our goal here was to establish and provide a chance for non-spacefaring countries and civilizations to gain expertise on the lunar base, which is why we went with the polycentric model, which was one of the best ways to achieve collective action. As you can see here in our polycentric governance, we have the main investors, observers, advisors, and the settlement crew, which are not limited just to the crew, but also open to tourists, which I will be delving on to further. And we have the home institutions, which delve into operations as well. Our primary policymakers are the bodies that invested in the settlements, private service providers, and states that are not actively invested, but are involved in the operations of the settlement will allow their own spheres of influence. Next slide, please. We delve into the overall governance at the macroscopic level. Now, moving on to the microscopic level, we have the cruise schedule. The crews are split into 3 shifts that ensure constant settlement and monitoring, improving the crew and the Earth relationship and to maximize the utilization. What we've tried to highlight is the importance of maintaining schedules while actively ensuring leisure activities are conducted for the crew and the tourists as well. Next slide, please. As we move to society and culture, which is personally one of my favorite bits, is because it represents the international collaboration that DIA officially represents. Next slide, please. As you see from our logo, Domi Inter Astra, DIA stands for all humanity. We believe in safety, collaboration, exploration, curiosity, and equality. And these beliefs are highlighted in our laws and the ideal culture of DIA itself. We have space for conversations and sharing of cultures. Visitors can come from any nations as tourists or crews. English will be the main operating language, and we have no set faith or religion. This promotes this STEAM segment that we highlight and focus on. Next slide, please. I have spoken about tourism earlier as well, and spoken about how we believe in international collaboration. How we would want to make it possible is through the tourists visiting the settlement, to be shadows of the crew, to view the research and the development activities, as well as be actively contributing to the revenue generation, the tourism, and the outreach of the base itself. They would get to experience life in another world and potentially participate in groundbreaking studies. And I hope to see all of you there someday. Next slide, please. The tourist selection will be managed by the institution for training the tourists itself. However, to make it as authentic as possible, a lottery system will be used to distribute the cost with more frequent draws as these costs decrease. Next slide, please. Now that we've talked about the tourist selection, we hope to make this base a reality. And going forward, our project is continuing in various forms from individuals all across the world. A discussion of the gaps and roadmaps towards addressing them will be presented in the International Astronautical Congress in 2021. And currently, a book is under development, which expands further on the design report to look at space exploration through STEAM lenses. Thank you, everyone, for taking out the time for listening to us. And we would love to hear any questions.
Okay, thank you, Team DIA. Any questions from the audience? I have one question. Can you talk a little bit more about how you would fund the base and how the base may generate revenue after it's built?
I can hop in on that one. So hello, my name is James. In terms of funding the base, right now, as it is, it seems like for such an expensive project, it would need to be partially government funded or entirely government funded. But we do find that there's a lot of opportunities to involve private industry as well. So I don't know if Nitya, if you can flip back to the revenue generation slide. What we have in mind is primarily public-private partnerships to develop key technologies and deliver on specific scopes of the project. And then as we construct different parts of the settlement, we try to prioritize building entire scopes at early on so that we can start using parts of our settlement for various purposes while we continue building the rest. So it would start generating revenue as early as possible using whatever we have built, so any small infrastructure. And then as we continue to expand the scope to the full settlement design, we would continue to generate more revenue by selling more services.
And obviously tourism is going to be a component of that, as I see on this slide. How would you market your base to tourists?
If you can flip to the tourism slide, yeah. So that was definitely more of a challenge, especially early on, especially with safety. For marketing to tourists, I think out of the group here, if someone told me that you could go visit the moon at a reasonable price, that would be definitely something that I would want to participate in. And so the biggest barrier that we see is that it's just going to be too expensive for the average person to go visit the moon. So you have sort of two buckets. You've got the ultra rich, the Jeff Bezos of the world, who can just go if they want to. And then you have the rest of the people around that have some capital, but not quite to take a vacation to the moon. That's what drove us towards this lottery system. And so we would try to distribute the cost as much as we can and offer this similar to sort of if in Canada, if you got the Lotto Max, etc., where people would enter, pay a small fee to have the chance to go to the moon, and that collectively would fund tourism trips. And once you're there, we all have seen sort of images of the moon landing, and as the base gets built, you can see what a space settlement can look like. And so those two aspects we feel would be very enticing to have people visit and physically take a step on the moon.
But like if they have the option to go, like say they win the lottery and they get a ticket to the moon, but there's more than one base they can go to. Yours is just one of many.
Right.
How would you market your base to that tourist? Like what are the appealing things about your base over potentially others?
I don't know, Sejal, if you want to add some stuff from the society and culture side, because I think that would really help with the marketing end. But just in general, from early on, our base is intended to be quite diverse. And so we wanted to really embody international collaboration and try to involve as many different countries as we can. And so having someone visit can see the sort of collaborative nature and also the type of work that we're trying to do. And so we try to prioritize as many different scopes of interest at our base, having greenhouses as well. And so the thought of having multiple bases on the moon, what we try to do is try to say, hey, if you want to go to the moon and make a good settlement, come join our cause and build a settlement there. But in terms of the culture there, I think I'll turn over to Sejal to talk about that.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, James. So what I want to highlight here is that usually when you market a particular product, or in our case, a base to a particular person, it's how they can contribute to it and what they can, what their incentives would be to actually be a part of it. Here we offer people from all across the world to get a chance. Now, usually in the space industry, as we see today, it is quite restrictive and not open to all the nations very actively. So what we hope to do is, first of all, market that we have space for conversations and sharing of cultures. We also have the opportunity for the people and the tourists coming on board to shadow the crew, that is to actually see what research activities take part and also to be a part of those groundbreaking studies. Now, this may be really inciting to like some professors, students, young professionals. But if you're looking at it from like even a tourism point of view, not only do you get to go on the moon, be a part of the WASE and meet people from all across the world, but you also get to contribute to like research studies. And these aren't, again, as I spoke about, these aren't limited to just science and technology. What we hope to do is utilize STEAM. So we also have the arts coming in. And later on, when we develop, we want to, involve and call upon artists to have renderings on the moon bases or paintings or potentially even a museum or artifacts. And I think that's how we make it all inclusive and promote the idea that space is for everyone.
If you have a thriving culture in your base and there's lots of people there, have you thought through how to govern them, how to ensure they have a voice in how the settlement is run?
Yeah, if you can flip over to the polycentric model slide. So this was sort of a governance scheme that shows from a high level from between Earth and the settlement. But our picture here is that starting off, we would want something centralized. We don't know how to operate on the moon. And so having a central authority will really help with understanding the policies and develop the operating schemes that we want. But as we get more comfortable with our settlement and various parts of the government scheme become more autonomous, what we want to do is open it up as a polycentric scheme, which is shown here, where different aspects of life on the moon, from sort of the maintenance and operations side to the work streams and then tourism, would each have their own governance system based on whatever organization makes most amount of sense. Either it's one government takes it on, a private company takes that on, or an amalgamation that wants to co-govern take that on. But each kind of aspect of life would have their own major players there. And then this actually opens up the opportunity to integrate new members. So let's say we start tomorrow we have the space superpowers in the world right now who can probably fund this and would likely want a controlling interest in governing the settlement. But as we start operating and we open up more opportunities to be involved, we can then introduce other spacefaring companies or spacefaring nations in who have their niches that they want to help operate. And so in terms of governance there, we want to start opening up that and getting things as autonomous as we can. On the settlement itself with the crew, our thought is for the crew itself, we would still keep a very strict governance system. So you can kind of see here in the crew schedule. And that's because with the crew working there, the time that you have on the moon is quite valuable. You're going to be there for only a limited amount of time. You have so much work to do. And so keeping the more strict hierarchy so that the crew are able to complete their work without having to sacrifice too much of their leisure time feels that it feels like that's still necessary to do.
It's good that you scheduled the time for them to eat. That's, you know, sometimes people get so busy they forget to eat. And I think having meals together as a crew, you know, in this case, maybe a shift, is really important to maintain that community. Awesome. Don't see any other questions. So I'm going to say thank you to you guys for presenting today. This was a great design, and you know, congratulations again for winning our contest. And thank you a lot for participating today in the Lunar Development Conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So let's see. Next, I think we're going to bring on Victor Tenorio. Victor, are you online?
Yes, I am.
So Victor, your entry was Selene X1, a pioneering moon mining camp. So take it away.
Very good. Okay. Let me share my first to see. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy and very proud to be in part of this presentation. And just please let me know if you are seeing my screen properly.
Yes, we see the screen. Yep.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'll try to be brief, but happy to be in this presentation. For the purpose of today's presentation, I improved slightly what we have presented. So now it's called Selene X2. But anyway, we are on the far side of the spectrum. I mean, we're one of the participants, but I want to congratulate the creators of Domi Inter Astra. It's a wonderful place. I wish I could go there and win the lottery to be there. Anyway, this is a presentation, a very conceptual presentation. We know that we have skipped several of the elements that are required for being winners. However, we wanted to be here and to have a proposal for this. This has been done with a team of university students that will be presented at the end, the Wildcat Moon Miners, all from the University of Arizona. And we are going to see a little bit of this concept and how the layout, how is the layout of this infrastructure and how it fits with the future operations on the moon. We have to start saying that we are mining engineers, most of us, and also we have a student from aerospace and mechanical engineering. And even though we are going to open this for all types of business and all type of activities, mining engineers have an experience on the earth, on remote places, remote locations, and the camps have some particular characteristics. Basically, well, living there, resting, some leisure for sure, and then continue working. Not terribly far from operations, and but it still needs to be a place for for restoring. So this is some of the locations for this particular presentation. We chose the permanent shadow region areas on the South Pole, where the Shackleton crater is the closest to the South Pole, but there's a few others. Some of them are mentioned here. This is not made for a specific crater, but one of these areas for working. So the important thing is that we have to provide the proper sheltering to the operators, and later for a more permanent settlement, we can have visitors of different types, scientists, support, and for sure tourists, and we'll be happy to have them there. Another important thing is that we can have a better view of the firmament, the stars, and astral objects as well. Our name comes from the Titan goddess of the moon, Selene, as a slight modification, and it's a term where we use for anything related to the moon, as the Selenites from H.G. Wells' novel, and so on. Well, the deposits on the moon may be in the bottom of the craters. Some of them as huge as Shackleton or other craters. This is a very simple rendering of that, but also could be in flat areas around the craters. For this purpose, I have presented one for one crater. There's no specific definition of the crater, and the shadows have been removed to show how it will look whenever we start operations. In this case, if the water, or in this case the regolith or the icy regolith that contains the water, it's deposited at the bottom of the crater. And perhaps the first portion, the first 20 centimeters, will be a crust of no water, and then we'll have 1 meter of 4% water, and then 3.5 meters or so of 10% water, icy regolith. In any case, this material needs to be extracted and moved up to the outer to the rim of the crater, and that's the purpose of it. So with this, you see, that's one of the rockets that has left already. And we have this is a proposal for the mining camp. The operations will happen, as I mentioned, at the bottom of the crater, not on the surface, but a few feet or meters below the surface to avoid exposure to radiation. And it may have at least two components. The first one is a ramp that has to have around 6 to 10% of gradient for the equipment to arrive there. If we are using razors or similar type of equipment for extracting the material, or a sort of a continuous surface miner, or something that could work a few feet under, they can be held captive for the life of operations, and we can subdivide this surface in several sections, so we can extract them all, and then use a sort of conveyor system. We have one, our favorite is a railveyor. It's a sort of a series of U-shaped boats in where we can help up, move up the material. It works very good in snow, in ice, in soft material. So I think it will be very proper for extracting the material from the bottom of the crater and put it at the rim of the site. Here is a presentation of the site. We have a landing platform for the rocket. It's already gone, and the equipment that is going to help us for this. And here are several elements that were very simply displayed as a mechanical shop, warehouse, beneficiation plant. At the beginning, they could be also inflatable structures that could be later replaced for more stable settlements. And the home, the place for the quarters for living are represented here in a sort of a pyramid style constructions, and with the greenhouses, not too far from operations, but sufficiently away from any disturbance, perhaps with a nice panoramic view of the crater or some other place with greenhouses and so on. We are including a monorail of some sort, so it would be like a mini Epcot Center. But the purpose is to bring comfortably the people from the headquarters, from the rooms to the working areas. This is a view that has been done by the students using SolidWorks of a rendering of each one of these pyramids. And the blue part is the one that goes to the surface, whereas the others are down below. The segments that are around are tunnels or tunnels, and also declines to access to the lower parts of the building. Yes, we omitted some of the perhaps the structural sound of the building, and we need to improve that. Our idea is to build this based on 3D printing using the same regolith, perhaps the regolith that has all the water has been extracted, and also the crust that has no water at all. This is a section of one of the pyramids. Perhaps they may not have necessarily the same size, and depends on the amount of people, but basically the top part is we have to use the observation deck and communications and so on. And there are the portals and the access to the access ramps, and the portion that is below may have places like the dorms, gym, recreation, and so on. And the lobby, and then the basement for services, including some auxiliary equipment maintenance, and also all the systems for energy, water, recycling, and oxygen, and so on. Of course, the greenhouses, and we're bringing these from the university's experience on the biosphere too, and the capability of creating these spaces for generating our own vegetables and places to stay. This is a kind of a plan view of the layout of the pyramids, how they are connected among them, and the greenhouses in the front, and the monorail ready to take people out. Very simplified, but at the same time try to be functional and useful. And this is kind of those conceptual views of the windows, and how I don't know if this is exactly an accurate view of how do we see the Earth from the South Pole, but more or less wants to bring comfort and a view, a second home, as we mentioned. And we have also a special room, a big room in the lobby, or some place called One World. And we want to welcome all countries, all nations, all cultures, and all the diversity possible, and feel that we can be here all in harmony and working for the benefit of all humankind. Our logo also has in this case, the rim of the crater, and the pyramids, and some shadows that are showing the long shadows of the South Pole, North Pole, and so on. These are the Wildcat Moon miners. I'm proud to present them. All are undergraduate students, very passionate on moon mining. and we expect to do more and perhaps improve this to higher versions, Selene X3 or higher, and include all the things that we wish a project like this would bring. I want to thank you, everybody, for the opportunity, and these are our this is our address, or my address, in case you want to communicate with the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Your slides are a little blurry. Maybe you can send me those through email and I can fix them for the permanent archive.
Oh, okay, okay.
But no, this was great. I'm going to ask, see if there's any questions from the audience. Please, if you guys can use the Q&A panel to ask any questions you have, and I'll ask a few myself as well here. My first question, Victor, is how would you make this? I know the focus of this space is not tourism, it's mining. But if there were lots of tourists on the moon, how would you make this space appealing for tourists?
I think that the most important thing is that there's a fascination from people to be in places like this. Kind of, they would be perhaps attracted by the landscape, the craters, the view, perhaps a view of the Earth. That would be perhaps one of the most captivating feelings, to see the Earth from a distance, and also perhaps enjoy to some extent the cycle of light and darkness. If people is not too afraid from darkness, they could have also a view of the craters, the permanent shadow in the permanent shadow regions, and perhaps that would be kind of interesting for people to be enjoying perhaps the low gravity,
We may have lost Victor. He's frozen now. I'm just sharing the previous version of his presentation.
rovers and the fact that
Victor, you were cutting out there a second ago.
Okay.
Can you just repeat what you said the last like 20 seconds?
Yes, okay. And perhaps it's fascinating the opportunity to see the change from brightness to darkness, and have a panoramic view of the crater or the craters, and especially the Earth. I think that would be an attraction for people. Just saying, oh, I went to the moon and I was able to see these things and feel comfortable, feel safe, feel that it's a great place, a workplace to see the moon itself and the Earth. And later, something that is possible to see, and the second is to create a platform for telescopes. Of course, you can see the results of this on different media, but being there and watching this observatory by itself could be another fascinating destination.
Yeah, I'm just showing some of the slides that you guys originally submitted right now. Yeah, I love the idea of a monorail. I remember riding the monorail at Disney World, and that was a lot of fun.
It's one of the best, huh?
Absolutely, and it's just perfect for the moon too. It'd be great to have a monorail on the moon.
Yeah.
How would you govern the settlement? How would you allow people to have a voice in what, the policies of the settlement?
I would start first to give priority, perhaps as a mining engineer, to the mining operations and the purpose of it. However, the settlement, the buildings may have a little bit more general, a more open space for people. I want this concept. I like this concept of the one world, and that people. That's a good question. For people to feel that they are in a common place, in a place of comfort, friendship and collaboration, and that this place is not competition and one against the other, but everybody working in a common place. I may do an association with perhaps Antarctica, and I might fall short in that we have a common place in where everybody has opportunities to develop their work, the investigation, but promoting tourism, promoting science open to everybody for education also will be great places to create bonds and create motivation for the people to work. Now, it has to have a sort of an administration, the buildings themselves, like a sort of organizers or administration of these settlements for living purposes, like a sort of a lodging and catering type of organization where everybody is feels welcome and knows that they're doing their work. It's like a kind of hotel infrastructure or services that are associated to mining operations. They welcome everybody, but later they can provide whatever is required for operators, for vendors, for visitors, for scientists, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Question from Sean Moss. How far away are the landing pads? Because a huge amount of dust will be thrown up during landing, and it travels far in lunar gravity. Correct.
I agree with the problem. The concern of dust, I think, is one of the biggest ones. I think we better have a study of how dust settles on the moon. Meanwhile, I will have a prudent distance. We were considering from an exercise we did previously, at least 1 kilometer or perhaps 2. I don't want to have it that far because the extensions would not be practical, and at the same time also being able to monitor or watching the landing of the moon of the rockets would be also appealing to the observers there. But I would say that, and I'm passing the monorail close to it, so at some point things, objects, and people that are coming there would easily go to their quarters. And so that would be my first attempt, 1 to 2 kilometers, but it needs to be a little bit more needs a little bit more of study. But yes, we have to know that if the headquarters are for resting, we can have a view of operations, but not too close to it. I mean, and vibrations and other disturbances also may happen. The position of the sun also may be considered as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm showing right now your mine camp general layout. So you're saying the launch pad here would probably be 1 to 2 kilometers from the rest of the base. Would it be connected by that monorail too? Would you have like that be part of the design?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we need it. We need it because it perhaps will be the main one of the main uses of this infrastructure, bringing people and especially equipment. Much of this, the deployment of this equipment or packages or so could be done not by humans, but by automated robotic arms or continuous conveyor belts of some sort. However, eventually there will be also humans for supervision and people who is coming and going, and they may need to have a proper stop for it.
Okay. Next question from Manny Pimenta. Have you considered the energy needs? That's one kind of part of his question. The energy needs of the facilities and also the production rate of the mining facility.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. There are some preliminary plans to extract between 10,000 kilograms to 30,000 kilograms of water per year. Our preliminary plan and that we did for another project design is considering 1 Earth year, and this could be the goal. And this is based on the capacity of the extraction equipment. We are considering, for the moment, our favorite is the Razor, and the Razors can carry approximately 90 kilos of regolith. And even though we are not presenting here an actual layout of operations, we are considering that we can have cycles that would be more appealing to humans, like, for example, 8 hours or so. And then, but if some of this equipment is autonomous, they could go and work sort of unsupervised, and they could perform and extract this all this material, and that's perhaps one of the things. The other is the energy, and for energy we may need and there will be several sources, but one would be an energy plant located strategically not far from where we are working. Technologies could be many. Perhaps even it may sound kind of odd, but we can have a sort of a nuclear type of generation of energy to some extent. We might need energy for processes of the water extraction and some of the infrastructure that would require the conveyor belt and charging the equipment that works there, like sort of the Razors and others. However, we may use extensively, if possible, solar panels. They may work, of course, if these are permanent shallow regions, perhaps we can be limited to that. However, for sure, as we can capture as much of solar energy if we can. The building themselves will have smart capabilities to conserve energy, to recycle, and we may use also other elements. I don't know if the greenhouses may have sufficiently material for, say, biofuel or so on. We can recycle some of the materials that we have produced, like waste or others. So that would be some of these sources.
I see. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Victor. I've got your slide up there with your contact info. If anyone would like to contact Victor, there's his email address, and congratulations to you and the team for working on this. And thank you for presenting today at the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James. And thank you to all the Moon Society for the opportunity.
Awesome. Okay, our next presenter is Carl Greenbaum. Carl, are you ready to go? Carl? There you are. Okay. So Carl, you were our second place on the contest, and we'd love to hear what you have to say about your moon-based design. You're on mute right now. Hold on a second. You are on mute. Let me try to unmute you there. There you go.
I really love the name of that winning design, and hang on a second while I get
Are you looking for the share button? This should be the bright green one.
Yeah, no, I got it. I'm just hadn't done this before, so I have to fight through my Macintosh's security system.
Oh, I see.
About that.
Yes.
But anyway, my design is referred to as Hermes lunar base, kind of in keeping with the tradition of naming crewed missions after Greek and Roman gods and goddesses. I have and Hermes, of course, is the Greek god of commerce, wealth, and travel, which seemed apropos of this program.
What are you seeing right now on your screen, Carl? Is it an error on your Mac? Might be able to talk you through it. I am an IT guy, so I can help you solve IT problems.
Yeah, I just got, I expected a screen that showed me my desktop.
Yeah, usually when you click share screen, there's a bunch of tiles. If you just pick the left one, it usually works.
Yeah, it keeps wanting to send me to system preferences.
If you want, you can send me your slides and I can present for you.
They are, if I put them in the speaker portal.
Okay,
I've
let me pull
uploaded
that up
the-
real quick. Sorry, everybody, for this dead air. Let's see.
Well, I can begin, they're just pictures, right? In addition to selecting the name of Hermes, it occurred to me that a lot of people think that the moon's going to be the next gold rush. And when I thought about all the gold rushes in the past, it wasn't really the miners who made most of the money, it was the outfitters. And in a similar fashion, even before that, beavers, the trappers getting beavers in North America, that was the gold. And the Hudson's Bay Company created this network of outposts across the continent, and they became the standard place to go for supplies and equipment and provisions. And so I envision this Hermes lunar base as thank you, James, as the Hudson's Bay Company of the 21st century. So if you can I've just talked through the first couple of slides. So if you can advance. It was the outfitters who made the money. And go ahead, next slide. Hudson's Bay Company. So the notion is, next slide, that the Hermes base will in fact be the Hudson's Bay Company of the 21st century. And, we have a name, we have a theme, and we're well on our way. Next slide, please. Where do we go? Next slide. Most people, many people have decided that the South Pole is the place to go. The L-Cross mission found what appeared to be large amounts of water there. Water is important to drink and to provide breathing oxygen, but most importantly, perhaps, it is also a source of rocket propellant. Next slide, please. So if we're going to go to the South Polar region, I looked at a topo map, and here is this giant massif, Leibniz 2. Next slide. It is over 6,000 meters above lunar datum. I figured this has got to be one of those peaks of perpetual light, and this was going to be the place. Unfortunately, the important dimension on this chart isn't the vertical axis, it's the horizontal axis. Leibniz is over 100 kilometers from the South Pole, and even though the moon has a low inclination, Leibniz is in darkness much of the time. Next slide, please. So plan B was a little plateau, which you may recognize from previous presentations. Next slide. There's a mesa that's only about 11 kilometers from the rim of Shackleton crater, and the actual South Pole is on the northwest corner of the Shackleton crater. And that plateau is about 2.7 kilometers long and about 3/4 of a kilometer wide, just about the right size for our lunar base. Next slide. So how do we get there? Many of these rockets, at least the ones that are still extant, could under some circumstances get you to the moon, but one of the main challenges is getting from there onto the lunar surface. Next slide. NASA's human landing system. Now I picked SpaceX before NASA did, and I don't have congressmen whispering in my ear now. So the SpaceX Starship was my vehicle of choice for getting to and down on the surface of the moon. Next slide. And in case anybody else wants to do this, there is already a Starship user's guide, version 1 available. You can learn all about it. Next slide. So we get down to the lunar surface. We need to live someplace, and let's talk about that for a while. Next. The basic habitat configuration is 4 inflatable modules, 1 each for what I call the operations, that's crew and base ops. Then there's 1 for hydroponics, we call that the garden, 1 for the aquaculture, call that the fish farm. And the 4th is very much like the first one, it's housing and workspace for visitors, visiting scientists, tourists, whatever. Decided I wanted all the modules to be the same size. The garden needs the most space at about 1,200 square meters. And so the common size for all of these modules is 30 by 40 meters. And they need to be covered by at least 1.5 meters of regolith for radiation and micrometeorite protection. Next slide, please. So covering an existing structure with regolith struck me as a real challenge. And so I found this construction technique NASA did a lunar habitability study back in, I think it was 2009. And this was one of the candidates. You excavate about 1 meter to 2 meter deep trench area, depending on the density of the regolith. And then you smooth it out, and then you sinter it to provide a nice smooth base for the bladder. I'll talk about sintering a little later on. Spread the bladder, and then at ground level, you can cover it with however much regolith you believe the radiation environment requires, and then you inflate the bladder and smooth out the regolith. One of the important restrictions, of course, is that this has to be a low angle arch. You have to keep the side angles below the angle of repose, otherwise all the regolith falls off. Next slide. Moving all that regolith is not a job for a shovel. It represents about 10,000 cubic meters of regolith, but NASA has a solution to that. They've built and operated a prototype rover they call Chariot, and somebody at NASA even developed a small lightweight bulldozer blade, which is called Lance. It's a really tortured NASA acronym, and it doesn't matter what it stands for, but that's the bulldozer blade. Next slide. Okay, so now we're going to quickly go through each of the habitats. Most of them have a very common floor plan. the angles on the edges of the habitat are very low, so it's only usable for storage and some environmental control equipment. There's room for the 24 individual rooms for 24 crew members. And just as you'd expect, there's some lavatory space, recreation, exercise, feeding area, and common area. The operations habitat also has a 4-bed medical clinic, if you will, to serve the medical needs of the crew and visitors. Next slide. Each room looks something like this. It's kind of like a cruise ship room. I decided on queen beds because some of the participants, some of the crew members may in fact be couples. And also we have 2 different habitats that are going to be housing people. If one of them suffered a critical failure and became uninhabitable, folks could double up. The other thing you notice is that there's a fish tank and a garden wall as a separator between the adjacent rooms. There's a lot of psychological benefit to plants, and they're not pets. It's going to be in the food chain, but there'll be a fish tank and the garden wall in each room. Next slide, please. So this is a hotel. It's very much like the ops habitat, except for in the lower right-hand corner, you see there's research lab space in lieu of the medical facility. The other obvious difference, since it's blue, is the reserve water tank. I struggled when I realized how much reserve water we would need as a safety precaution. I despaired where I might put it, and then I decided that we'll just make it a swimming pool in the hotel. And so there it is. Next slide. The garden is just that. There's row upon row of vertically stacked hydroponic trays for growing all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Next slide, please. There's a wide range of things that can be grown, typical salad components, lettuces and stuff like that. And also we can grow fruits like strawberries and blueberries, and we can also grow fruits that we usually call vegetables like tomatoes and cucumbers. Next slide. The last of the 4 modules is the fish farm. 2 large grow out tanks, fingerling tanks to raise the small fry from hatched eggs. And this is the most different from the other facilities, but still has an airlock at each end and typical things. The finishing tank is intended as a place to put the fish just before you harvest them, and you don't feed them for a week so that they're nice and fresh and taste better, apparently. Next slide. Golden tilapia seems to be the fish of choice. These tilapia grow very quickly, like up to 1/2 to 3/4 of a kilogram in less than 8 months. They're very hardy. They're disease resistant, and so that's the fish of choice. Now you notice at the bottom there's another fast-growing critter. These are tiger prawns. The only problem with them is that most commercial growers get them post-larval. Their growth cycle is rather more complicated and difficult, but some diversity, some diet diversity, that might be worth checking into. Next slide. So the 4 modules are arranged in a big square configuration with interconnecting tunnels. I've planned a large rotating heliostat above the junction there with splitter mirrors to direct light through clerestory windows in the fronts of each of the habitats. And with a reasonable sized heliostat, I believe we can get, when the sun is out, we can get 5 to 800 lux throughout the area. Only the garden will require supplemental lighting for the most part. Next slide. So we're going to have this base. We're going to have to earn our keep. And many people have talked about, well, we got this water on the moon, we'll just make rocket propellant. And it really sounded great. Back in 2016, ULA offered to buy hydrolox for 3,000 a kilogram in LEO or 500 on the lunar surface. And that engaged a lot of people. And I've read a couple of studies that were based on, can we mine enough water on the lunar surface to make a go of that? Well, it turns out that those numbers are really an artifact of expendable launch vehicle technology. If ULA would really do that, I'd be on the phone with Gwen Shotwell tomorrow to order up a Falcon Heavy for $90 million that would carry 64 metric tons to LEO, and I earn $102 million profit. But that's not going to happen. So the Hermes base needs more than just hydrolox as a profit to be successful. Next slide, please. So my apologies that this slide is a bit of an eye test, but that's part of the message. There's lots of things that you can do to earn money on the lunar surface, we hope. Obviously, rocket propellant, both hydrolox and methalox, I'll get to that later. We'll be able to create nitrogen from the ammonia that's one of the volatiles on the lunar surface for habitat and spacecraft atmospheres. We can use it, and I believe we'll be able to sell it to other lunar bases in the area. We're going to be growing fruits, vegetables, and fish, and we can provide food to other lunar operations. Victor's mining operation could probably use some fresh produce, as well as possibly even as a rest and recreation site for other lunar bases, because some of them may be rather austere. You'd have housing for visiting scientists, NSA, NASA, NSF, and NIH could fund them. And so we'd housing and support for lunar vacationers. It would be expensive, but I don't think, the guy who put up $28 million to go to space with Jeff Bezos next week, could probably afford one of these too. Advertising revenue from social media productions. This would be a great story. And I believe there's a lot of money to be made if, now, not enough to fund, Mars One, but there's money to be made. And also, the far side of the moon is a great place for a radio telescope. And there's other advantages of having optical telescopes on the moon. We could provide site surveys and other support to those activities. And when on-orbit construction gets in gear, we could sell construction materials, either the processed aluminum, iron, and silicon that these operations will need, or if they want to process it themselves, we can just build them a mass driver and just launch that stuff off the lunar surface. And if the mass driver would only have to be a few kilometers long. And if you wonder whether this is a good opportunity or not, I highly recommend reading High Frontier and doing the math. I think that's a big opportunity. Next slide, please. So most of those products, other than the hospitality-oriented ones, involve mining the lunar regolith. And so let's talk about that now. Next slide, please. Most of you have seen the LCROSS results of the sublimates, the volatiles that they measured. Almost half of it was water, but there was lots of other interesting things, sources of carbon and nitrogen, et cetera. Next slide. So a lot of lunar mining concepts involve bulldozers and payloaders. And given how severe the dust problem will be on the lunar surface, I don't think that's the right way to go. In the mid 2000s, Dr. Taylor at NASA put 80 grams of actual lunar regolith in a microwave oven and nuked it, and he got heating rates of about 1,000 degrees C per minute. He described it as the stuff melted faster than you could boil your tea water. And that was at 2.45 gigahertz, the typical frequency of a microwave oven. It turns out that some simulation studies have indicated that at a lower frequency, you get better regolith penetration. That's the upper left plot there. And so an antenna array, these are 10 dB horns. You put 100 watts in, you get a kilowatt out, seemingly free. And you create an array of these, the width of your rover, and creep along the lunar surface, heating it up. Next slide, please. And we create a capture tent around the rover and a cold trap trailer so that the microwave, the radiant energy heats up the regolith, sublimates the volatiles, they collect in the tent, and they migrate to the cold trap, which is still cold, and they refreeze, and then the rover kind of creeps along, collecting the volatiles. Next slide, please. And then we take it to the gas processing plant, where we can separate the volatiles into their component parts. The processes to get the products we want are common, well understood industrial processes on Earth, including things like electrolysis, the Sabatier process to create methane, and the Klaus process to extract sulfur. And so, next slide. No, leave it on this slide for a minute, James. So, with 1 day's rover operation, we believe we can harvest over 3,000 kilograms of water, have about 400 kilograms of hydrogen in excess of the water, have about 600 kilograms of methane, which is important because the Starship is fueled with liquid oxygen and methane, and about 120 kilograms of nitrogen to use as a diluent in the spacecraft and habitat atmospheres, and about almost 900 kilograms of sulfur. And at first, when I submitted the paper, I thought, I don't know what we're going to do with, almost a metric ton of sulfur. It turns out I found a study where people who were studying sintering blocks of regolith to make basically building blocks for structures. The sintered regolith tends to be crumbly and doesn't have a really great compressive strength. But they found if they soaked it in molten sulfur for some period of time, I don't recall exactly how long it was, they got an order of magnitude improvement in the compressive strength of these sintered regolith blocks. So now we have a use for at least some of the sulfur. Next slide, please. So I envision a crew of 24, kind of the usual things. We got someone, conducting the orchestra, doctor and a nurse, and I would insist that some of the other crew members are qualified wilderness paramedics. People, keeping the habitat going, people growing the fruits and vegetables and tending to the fish. And social media, just the kind of things you'd expect. Total of 24 people. Next slide. So my only question is, when do we leave? And next slide. Do you folks have any questions? James, thank you very, very much for flipping the slides. I can't hear you, James. Can they?
Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. I have a question for you, Carl. What is your background?
My first job when I graduated from college was working on the Apollo lunar module program, and I've been a space geek ever since. And this design contest kind of gave me a chance to kind of reconnect with some of the technical details. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and your work is very impressive to me. So thank you for everything you've done. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see any yet. I would ask, how would you govern the settlement? You have about 24 people, you said. Obviously, there's a manager and an assistant manager, but would you have some type of way for people to decide on the rules and the policies of the settlement?
Well, I think that in one sense, because this is a fairly high risk operation, that this has to be run, as I characterized the paper, at least initially, it's kind of a military basis. There has to be a chain of command. People have to do what they're expected to do. As time goes on, as safety protocols are established, then I would imagine it evolving towards a more democratic, collaborative kind of governance style.
And then how would you make, if we assume that there's lots of tourists on the moon and they're looking for places to visit, how would you make this facility appealing to them?
Well, I've got a swimming pool.
That's true.
Well, I thought of, the first thing I think of when I think of going to the moon is I would like to see the Apollo 11 landing site. That's a long way from the South Pole. And so it's not likely that that would be off, on offer. I think that at least initially, people are going to want to go kind of because it's there, to reuse a famous quote. Just being on the lunar surface will have one of the other components that NASA was evaluating for that Chariot rover is an enclosed cabin version that you could use to take people around. I just think that not for a long time, but a week, I would just being there would be enough. And example, one of the things I didn't show when I tried to cost out the program, one of the things that people are going to go there, and the way I laid it out is, in addition to the crew of 24, there'd be a construction crew of 20 people who would accompany the operations crew initially to get this thing built out in a timely manner. And I thought, what would we have to pay these people? And I picked the most dangerous job on Earth, and that's being a saturation diver. They have an occupational death rate 40 times the average. And these folks make $2,000 a day. And so I thought, well, $2,000 a day, I could recruit 20 people. And then it occurred to me that if we put an ad in the paper, kind of a Shackleton type ad, men wanted, or men and women wanted more appropriately, that we'd have to beat people off with a stick to, come spend 4 months on the moon and help build a lunar base. I think that people, I'm sure the fascination will wear off and they'll want to go someplace where the ground is red. But for now, I think it would be a draw unto itself.
Your design features a rotating heliostat in the middle of the 4-module configuration. Can you explain a little bit what that is? That sounds really interesting.
Well, it's a concave mirror. I think it was 20 square meters, something like that. That is angled downward so that it, collects the sunlight, focuses it straight down, and at the base of the heliostat, there's a 4-way splitter mirror. They're stationary, and so that will direct the beam, split it up, and send it into the 4 cabins through these windows. There'll be a window above basically a window above the door, where the light can shine in and get redistributed with other mirrors if possible. Sun's pretty bright, and I was surprised when I said I wanted 500 to 800 lux, which is kind of like office level illumination. And when I figured out how big this heliostat would have to be, it was manageable size, certainly smaller than the solar panels that I envision using. But having 1/6 gravity and no wind makes those things easier.
And how would you fund the base? I think on one of your appendix slides, there's a cost estimate of about $858 million. How would you raise those funds for the base?
Yeah, it's obviously a very top level cost estimate, but it
Sure.
still comes out to less than the cost of one SLS launch, which I thought was interesting. But
Yes.
like most enterprises like this, there would be some investors. If it's a bill, some of the other estimates for some of these programs, and they're much more comprehensive than mine, are in the $60 billion range. And that's in a whole different league. $1 billion, I think you could raise pretty readily. I forecast that within a couple of years, it could be, cash flow positive, and that my sense of how it would evolve is that the crew and the people as part of the organization, that obviously be some earth-based support, they would be able to have a growing stake in the business. And in other words, the venture capitalists would take their money and be done, and the people who were doing the work, who were on the lunar surface, would ultimately be able to have more autonomy and more independence.
Okay. And then just because I'm a project manager, I have to show your schedule slide, because I was just very impressed that you have a Gantt chart type slide on your presentation deck in the appendix. Yeah, so about 23 weeks of build for that end to end.
Yeah, well,
Although
that's,
go ahead.
yes, that's the schedule. And it turns out that the site preparation rover, which is that chariot rover with the bulldozer blade, is kind of on the critical path, because you got to, you clear the areas and then I thank you for reminding me. I said I'd talk about sintering, and then I didn't. If you could go back to the slide, the beginning of the mining section, there's two different plots along with the antennas.
Sure.
Yeah, back one.
This one.
There you go. Right. So the upper one of those plots is 0.5 gigahertz, and you get a lot of regolith penetration, a lot of regolith heating. At 10 gigahertz, there's very little penetration, and all the radiant energy stays in the top few centimeters of the regolith. Well, that's exactly what you want if you want to melt it and get it to resolidify solid and smooth. And so it would require a different antenna array, different RF system, because the very different frequency range. But we would have a system that would bolt onto that chariot rover, that would sinter the area under the habitats, and we could also sinter pathways that are going to be traversed typically by the crews and by the other rovers, as well as sintering landing pads and things like that for arriving spacecraft. But in terms of
No, go ahead, Carl.
and that it turns out that the RF cost is the RF equipment cost is not a significant player in the mining thing. So as far as the schedule is concerned, maybe want to add another rover to speed up the site preparation and some of the other work that needs to be done. Having the extra 20 people, I think, makes a difference in getting this done. Another thing that didn't make it, well, it didn't make it on schedule because I thought of it after I had created the schedule. There's a significant radiation hazard prior to completion of those habitats. The Starship cabin will be protected, the habitats will be protected, but until the habitats are built, we've got crews working out on the lunar surface that, if we get notice of a solar particle event, we got to get those people into some kind of safe situation. As you may have noticed, the Starship has a little elevator going down the side, and getting 44 people off the lunar surface is going to be a challenge. So I included the immediate construction of a smaller radiation habitat to get the crews out of harm's way in the event that they're notified about a solar particle event. And so we do that first. And until that was built, we would restrict the number of people out on the lunar surface to the number of people that could be recovered through that 4-person elevator within the warning time of the particle events.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Carl. This was a great presentation. And thank you so much. And congratulations again. You won 2nd place in our contest. Very good job. And thank you for participating in our conference today.
Well, thank you, James, and thank you for the rest of the society.
Awesome. Okay, so before we bring our next speaker on, real quick, I'm just going to show the schedule for today. So here's the schedule, updated schedule. We are going to have a panel after the next speaker. So we're right down here at 9:45 Eastern, featured competitors. We are going to have a panel of all the contestants for the moon-based design contest after this, and then here's the rest of the day. So we've had a couple of schedule changes come in as we've been doing the event. All right, so our next speaker is Kent Nebergall. So Kent, welcome. Good to see you. And
Good to see you. I'm gonna try and move my windows around so I can actually look straight at you instead of off to the side, but we'll see how this goes.
So
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear, sir.
Okay.
So Kent, you've got the Insight lunar-based design to present today. So take it away.
All right, just a moment. And come on. All right. So this is the Insight lunar-based design. You'll notice it's rather large. That's a lunar starship next to it.
Kent, we're seeing your we're not seeing the full screen PowerPoint right now.
Okay. Let me switch this around.
Yeah,
then.
wrong monitor.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Just a moment. Try this. You got it now?
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. Now I am going to have to look off to the side, but that's okay. So you'll notice it's rather large. This is Lunar Starship next to it, which for a 30-person base seems a bit extravagant, but there's a reason for that. Some years ago, I came up with this grid of all the challenges of space settlement. And one of the themes of the conference seems to be the concept of a starship singularity of once we break this edge of this gigantic brick of the space settlement challenges ahead, that suddenly the whole structure will collapse. But nothing happens on its own. And any one of these issues could become a showstopper. And that's kind of what, as somebody who's been advocating space settlement for 15 years at least, kind of keeps you up at night. So some years ago, I came up with this idea of cranking all the difficulty levels on that up to 11, basically saying everything that any critic has ever said about space settlement, let's just assume it's absolutely true. Can you still do it? And the answer was yes, you can still do it, including the economics. So this was my entry in a different competition actually 2 years ago. And I'm pleased to say that this is part of a book which was presented by Zubrin to Elon Musk. So maybe someday he'll read it, who knows. But there was one part of that challenge set, which was orbital debris and some of the refueling logistics, which I came up with this solution called Starport, which is essentially a heavily shielded orbital refueling depot, which can also be a O'Neill style ring colony in deep space with a population of around 1,000 people. And when I presented this last year, I said you could slice a section out of this and make it a surface base. And then along came this competition. And so I took a slice out of that and we made it a surface base. So it's rather large for those purposes, but here it is. So bottom line is exploration requires ships, but settlement requires ports. And these are entirely different problems. When you're exploring, you want to be minimalist. You want to carry the smallest cargo possible to reduce the cost of the mission. When you're doing an outpost, you want to carry the largest thing as possible for also reducing the cost of the mission, because you want economies of scale going back and forth. You want things to be expandable. You want to use indigenous resources and so forth. So because we've been solving the wrong problem for so many years, we need to rethink the whole thing from top to bottom, which Starship does a lot along those lines. One of the things you need is actually a rather boring concept is, if you're going to build a city, you need a standard brick. You need a standard set of pipes that you're still going to be able to, you build a house and 50 years later, you need to change something in the plumbing. Those fittings have got to fit what was in the plumbing 50 years ago. So these are really mundane, workaday things. But if you want to settle space, you have to have these routine things come up, like standard sizes for machinery and so forth like that. So we want to keep the part count to a minimum. We want, because we have less to develop then, and we want to simplify the design so that we can do things on the surface with local resources, not have to import them forever. So one of the geometries of this was this 22-meter baseline. We can fit 7 starships, fewer if the wings are still attached, within the same geometry as a hangar or enclosure or whatever. But if Elon Musk alluded to an 18-meter starship at some point in the future, you can still fit 3 of those in the same shape. So it's an ideal form factor for that sort of thing, to give it a modular geometry rather than this cylindrical geometry. So we end up with this habitat here. The walls are up to 4 meters thick. They can be thinner, thicker, whatever. It depends on the circumstances, but they can be thickened over time. But they're all using a common essentially take a pillow with a fringe around it, like on a decorator pillow, and a framework, and then take that fringe and nail it into the walls of the framework. This is a hyper simplified version of it. Fill that pillow with moon dust and center it with microwaves. And once it's settled into place, and that's essentially what this construction method looks like, if you want to picture it in your mind. At the top, we have this solar array. It can be photovoltaic, it can be fiber optic to run it down to the greenhouses. It really doesn't matter. We can figure that out at the time. And then one of the nasty things about this is there's no windows to look at the surface. So we want to give everybody the best view. We set up a periscope essentially up here. And the idea there is that cosmic rays can't go down the periscope, only light can. So you have a full view with absolute radio protection from the highest vantage point. Essentially, everybody gets a penthouse view no matter where they are in the habitat. Because the habitat was limited to 30 people, I just took 4 of the lunar starships, which are mostly unmodified from the current design. There's one slight modification to them. And then the rest, this is for using the local construction techniques, because we want to, as I said, move from explorers to settlers. We want to have local methods used to create habitats and enclosures. Maybe the current methods only allow 10% of sea level atmosphere, maybe 20, maybe the 100. We'll find out once we have a chance to experiment. And the nice thing about this is you just walk straight outside the door and you've got this regulated space. And then on the sides, we can have garages for the various vehicles and so forth, where they can be readily accessed as well. And that also adds to your radiation protection, because everything's one big enclosure like this. Come on, there you go. So this will come up later. This is the highly modified version, but in the initial Lunar Starship version, all we're really doing is we're having a bulkhead door, like a service hatch, between the living hab and the fuel tank, and the fuel tank and the oxygen tank, between these 2 sections. So basically, you can access this in much the same way that Skylab was originally designed, as either a wet lab or a dry lab version. And they went with the dry lab, where they just pre-built all the habitat enclosure inside the 3rd stage and then just launched it as is. This would be, you would take all the equipment for a hydroponics garden, put it in the top part, open the hatches when you landed, take all that stuff down, set up your hydroponics down here. That gives you another roughly 1,000 cubic meters of space for a fiber optic or LED lit hydroponic garden space. Down below, obviously you wouldn't have any patches on the bottom and so forth. But later on, we'll get into this concept of the star car, which is essentially a modular rail car for centrifuges. The spaceport uses the same geometry. We would have this sort of elevator system on top, which was analogous to the landing scene on the moon in 2001, A Space Odyssey, but there is a practical reason for it. And then we have hangar space around the outside for up to 6 additional starships, which can be used for servicing or caching propellant to use to refuel one on the ascent. The beauty of this system is you can send an unmodified starship to the lunar surface without worrying about the regolith being kicked up with the engines, because there's no path between the engine and the surface material that is less than 100 meters. And in a vacuum, that's going to dissipate dramatically with distance. So the force will not be launching rocks into orbit. The other thing is you would have grabbed a lot of the soil around the base of this facility just to build it in the first place. So it's going to be pretty well scraped down to the bedrock in every direction as well. So it's a relatively safe way to do these sorts of things. And then we would also have sort of a Tesla valve, open topped Tesla valve structure etched into the sides of these flanges here. Basically, the idea there being that the exhaust plume would come down and be redirected against itself in such a way that it would further change the angle of incidence against the surface in basically to minimize that blast effect on the lunar regolith. The power plant, I'm sorry, this isn't as exciting a slide, but it's a fairly basic system. Low enriched uranium, it's much cheaper, it lasts much longer, it's low maintenance, it's university grade, so there's not much of a toxin level issue or nuclear proliferation issue. And you could eventually go to thorium or whatever, but a box truck sized thing that's 3 by 6 meters is small enough to carry on Starship and is already being developed for terrestrial modular nuclear power applications. So a relatively low cost option. Radiators here are 19 by 6 meters. This is the same dimensions as those new solar arrays on the International Space Station, and that's by design. The idea there being that in daylight, you're going to potentially pick up sunlight, decreasing the effectiveness of those radiators as opposed to at night. It may just be secondary light off the surface, but it's not going to be as effective in the daytime as nighttime. But if you shade them with solar arrays, then you can plug that gap in the solar output and sort of level the output. So the idea here is that we have 12 megawatts per plant, 24 in total. That's way plenty or something like this. So budgeting this out for the LED gardens, that's actually the vast majority of the power requirement. But you can shut down one plant entirely and still have 400 kilowatts constant power on reserve, and you have this huge reserve for industrial applications and so forth. Crew make up in rotations. With only 30 people, we would have essentially a base commander who's the equivalent to a pilot in command or the captain of a ship, where they have absolute authority, but they also have absolute responsibility. So that's worked for hundreds of years on Earth. We can simply adopt that model. Each tower has an engineer who's responsible for the well-being of that tower, both greenhouse and the living facilities. Engineers can overrule the base commander on issues of safety or facility maintenance. We would also have doctors, of course, but those would be kind of lumped in with regular crew. Regular crew, it's similar to MDRS, Mars Desert Research Station. You would have the ability to you'd have your own projects that you would bring to the moon. You'd have the sponsors projects. You would have those coming in from outside locations, and you would divide your time up between your personal work, assisting your other crewmates on their work, and so forth. So it becomes a fairly egalitarian system for that sort of thing. And then if you are a tourist, you would actually be a guest researcher. If there are only 30 people on the entire planet, they are not going to be serving you pina coladas. This is not going to be a luxury cruise. This is going to be a working vacation, essentially. So that would we can do that later on, but in the short term, I think it's going to be a more productive thing. And there's also another aspect of this that would be interesting is it costs roughly $3,000 to get a private pilot's license, but it costs $300. The ground school, which teaches you everything mentally to be a private pilot, even if you aren't physically in the aircraft. We could have a similar setup here where you would go to essentially an adult space camp, could be like a 1-year college or whatever, to learn everything you would learn if you were going to the moon, and essentially give you the mental skills that you would need for that sort of thing. And that's a heck of a resume bullet, but it opens it up to people who are too young or too old or have health issues where they could not pass the flight physical, essentially, to go to the moon. So it democratizes that a dramatic amount, and it makes it a more participatory experience for the world. Speaking of economics, this is a highly simplified version, but we only have a few minutes. Sponsorship wave would be a canned example of that would be, you sponsored 1 week's worth of coffee for one scientist on the moon, and in exchange for that, you get a certificate to hang on the wall. And here's the bag that the coffee was shipped to the moon in, and it's a space flown artifact, and it's certified and so forth. And you can show that off going forward to your kids and grandkids that you were part of that whole effort. Collectible wave is of course, idea of selling moon rocks. In general, the first moon rock might be $1 million, but the millionth moon rock might be $1. So each of these things has their own peak and trough of the diffusion of innovations curve, essentially. So it starts out very novel and shoots up, but eventually it becomes mundane. So the idea is that each wave would feed the next wave, but it would be taken over by the next wave. We're building all that into the system from day one, essentially, that each of the hype cycles will, as the hype for one thing dissipates, the hype for the next thing fuels the spending on it. So MoonSpec is essentially, it's like MilSpec or Underwriters Laboratories that UL listed on all your appliances. UL is actually a private company. It is not a government agency or a regulatory agency. Manufacturers send their stuff there, tested, they get their certification that basically says this will not burn your house down. Now, if you are Porsche and 80% of the parts in your vehicle are moon rated, you have a competitive advantage over another manufacturer that has maybe 20 or 30%. So as manufacturing technology becomes more commoditized, you need other differentiators on the market for luxury goods. And around the time that this asymptotic progress happens in engineering is around the time that this MoonSpec thing would be a thing. So it becomes a way to skate to the puck in terms of the problems of industry and the solutions of a lunar base. And then the last thing is epigenetics, which we'll get into shortly. So at Earth, let's just say we're a value of 1 for radiation protection from cosmic rays and 1 gravity. The surface of the moon would be down here. You have some radiation protection because the moon's behind you, but you have much lower gravity. Mars is about here. And you can make centrifuge habitats that can basically plug this entire gap in between. So within Earth, we have an entire industry built around taking plants and stressing them a bit to see what their silent genes will say under different stresses. There may have been some ability a plant evolved 12 million years ago that it just hasn't used lately because there hasn't been that sort of climate stress or whatever. Space stresses are an entirely different animal, and we don't know necessarily what those silent genes will do. So this would be a way to open up that whole thing without going into full genetic modification. We're using the genes that are already there and expressing them to show a broader view of the palette of the colors that we can paint with when it comes to selective breeding of crops and so forth to make them more resistant to climate stress or feed more of the world's population or be a better fuel or a better manufacturer of pharmaceuticals. That entire thing is a massive industry because it affects how we eat, how we medicate, how we construct everything. So different species are going to have different ranges when it comes to what kind of stress they can handle. So this also tells us which species we can use for space settlement and what levels of gravity and radiation those things will withstand. So next to the outpost, we would eventually build the centrifuge track. This is kind of the, begin with the end in mind. We would build around this concept. And this is essentially a cross section of that track turned sideways again. For one gravity of Earth, we would have a 74-degree angle, but we're not actually going to do that in this case. This is a section of the Mars one that I designed a while back. We would have essentially, James, you said you like monorails. Well, I got 7 of them for you right here. We've got all these magnetic train cars that essentially run in this track around the side. This is the rough layout of how big they would be when converted from a starship. And we could have a population of 1,200 people in just one ring, and that's with one car just being used to go up to ring speed and down to surface speed, and all these locked together, going in the same direction. We would have the ability to transfer between cars. These might just be fused together and not have all this sort of arrangement between. And within this 3,000 meter arrangement, we would get up to about 3/4 of Earth gravity, or 3.7 times lunar gravity. 64 miles an hour is a safe enough speed. 50-degree angle, not too extreme, and 2 RPM almost exactly. It's within 1/1000th of that. And that's based on this D-ring core. And this is all calibrated to not make you dizzy, so it could go a little faster if need be, if under proper conditions. So our collective logistic system is we have this in Earth orbit to refuel starships to get out to an L5 point for caching before the next launch window to Mars. And then on top of that, we have this InSight lunar base, which can be used for extracting resources to assist in building these, as well as its own domestic operations. And in conclusion, this modular system can be scaled all the way from 10 people for a small Skylab style outpost to 10,000 people for a large outpost. So it deals with that, what's called the underpants gnome problem, since I think Jeff Gleason originally used that metaphor. But, we start out with Starship, and on the other end, we have space settlements, and in between, we have this big question mark. This closes that question mark by taking what we have on the front and moving it all the way to the back with as little drama as possible, and designed to deal with as many of the calibrations of the problems that we will face in the future cranked up as high as possible. If it turns out to be easier than that, then it's a bonus. That's just gravy on top of everything else. So thank you very much. Any questions?
All right, any questions for Kent from the audience? I have a question. First of all, I love the multiple monorails in a track there. That's great. Although it'd be hard to see out, I think. One of the features of the monorail is you get to look out the window.
Yeah, there's a in the original design, I think I had basically a fiber optic arrangement that would allow you to project views into it. So you basically have a big window down one side. Because you need a magnet on the outside, but on the inside you can open that up to essentially a periscope window. Mm-hmm. So it is feasible.
How would you govern this settlement? I don't know if you went into that very much. How would you give people a voice?
Yeah, essentially it's with 30 people, you would have a bit of a direct democracy as well as a top-down structure. So most of the routine operations, would be the pilot and command model. We might want to also have essentially a city manager model when you go to a larger group, because the beauty of a city manager in some cities like Peoria have this model is it takes all the politics out of governance. The mayor in a city like that is just the chief salesman. So he basically goes out and does all the drama stuff. And the city manager is actually making sure that all the books balance without a lot of the worrying about being elected or whatever. So we may have a system similar to that where you run it almost like a business. You don't have all that sort of drama. I like the idea of the engineers in each tower being responsible for their little domain and being able to potentially outvote the commander if they have some dramatic, it's like, hey, let's go build a telescope on the other side of the moon, and the people say basically, oh, you could do that, but then our base will, lack resources in 10 years and we'll all starve, that sort of thing. So you need to be able to cover those things. You need to have a solid foundation from which to build out. the project management system of you bring your own project or whatever, or you're sponsored, that allows you to have something like a space telescope. There are the organization sponsoring that effort, whether it's a government or a university or whatever, would have their own crews come out, do their work within that facility. And then when the project is done, it's done. The power structure around it does not become a self-flicking ice cream cone.
And what is your background, Kent? I don't know if you went into that.
Yeah, I wrote up the intro and we skipped it because of time. But basically, I'm a business analyst as my day job, but I've been interested in space ever since I was 7 years old and watched Apollo Soyuz, and I was peppering my dad with questions about it, and he was able to answer all of them because, unbeknownst to me, he was a test pilot back in the 50s. So that kind of got me on this train, and I've always been fascinated with space ever since. And I've done about a month's worth of rotations at Mars Desert Research Station, one rotation as commander, and I'm the steering committee chair of the Mars Society. So I've been doing presentations like this for about 15, 16 years now. Oh God, 17. Oh well, anyway, time gets away from you. I'm not a founding member like you, but I'm grandfathered in.
Well, we're happy to have you here at the Moon Society today. Let's see, about your base, how would you make it appealing to tourists if there were a lot of tourists that could choose where they wanted to go on the moon?
One of the beauties of a tourist is that if you are a career astronaut, you have to seriously worry about your lifetime radiation exposure. If you're a tourist and this is your one and done, trophy on the wall sort of thing, you want to go out and be, the Neil Armstrong in the spacesuit, that works to everybody's advantage because you can basically, part of your tour will be going out on EVA a lot more than the local staff. So you would be trained on going out and building things on the moon, and then you've got lifetime bragging rights that you help build that facility on the moon for the rest of your life and probably the lives of your children and grandchildren. So because at that point it's a historic artifact, so it's probably not going to be torn down anytime soon. So there's that's a heck of an appeal to anybody to have made a permanent mark on something. I once took a relatively low-paying job at a major corporation because there are pieces in all 14,500 McDonald's in the US that I helped engineer. So there's leaving your thumbprint on an American icon has a certain appeal to it with beyond finances.
That's an interesting story. Yeah, I also have a piece of all the Microsoft stores because I worked on a project for that. Let's see. Any other questions from the audience? I don't think we have any. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Kent. This was great. Thank you for presenting, and thank you for attending the conference today.
You're welcome. You said there's a panel coming up next?
Yeah,
or?
so I'm gonna bring everyone on in a moment. So first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go through some of the other lunar-based designs that we're not able to present today. Again, we held this contest last year, and there were quite a few really excellent presentations submissions for the contest. If you go to our website and you go down to this lower area and have it scroll over, it says Moon-Based Design Contest, and click Read More. You'll see all of the winners as well as all of the other presentations that were submitted, all the other designs that were submitted. So we have already heard from DIA today. This was their winning design. Lots of great renderings from that. And we also already heard from Carl Greenbaum today, who at the Hermes moon base. Our third place winner was Argo Base, and this was from the Futurist Foundation, Naeem England and the team there. So they had a really interesting design. Let me kind of scroll through some of the different elements of it. You can see they're kind of using a lander similar to the Dynetics lander on this rendering. And they had a pretty detailed design of processing through all of the aspects of the base into this system here. Hydroponics was a huge part of their base. So you can see the hydroponics lab. There's an overhead view of the hydroponics lab. It's kind of showing you how big it is. It's filling up one whole dome on the base. And then here's another view. Those are the Dynetic style landers getting unloaded by astronauts. One's taken off. It's a view of some of the operations outside. Building the base. So that was the third place winner, Argo Base. And again, all of their actual submissions you can read. So the whole entire PDF, each contestant team sent in a 10-page research paper, as well as renderings if they wanted to. And so you could read all of those on our website. I also want to highlight our honorable mention, which was Ellie's moon base. Ellie was a young lady that actually did a physical model of her moon base made out of marshmallows and little wooden sticks. So very cool. We awarded her a free membership in the Moon Society as part of entering that base in our contest. One of the other finalists was the Zors moon base by the InSpace team. Now they were very narrowly number 4. It was really close between them and the number 3 winner. So I definitely want to highlight their design as well. So that, as that loads up. And they had some pretty awesome renderings as well. But they're, like a lot of the bases we saw, their base was located near Shackleton Crater. Seems like that's a very popular area to locate a moon base, as we all know, because of the water that is there. And their base was spread over a couple of phases, preparatory mission and main mission. They would make use of the SpaceX Starship, like a lot of others would, because it can deliver over 100 tons. And they made a little redesign of the cargo bay of the Starship to ensure that they could fit in all the gear they needed. And their base was sort of a long design like that, kind of used traditional Bigelow modules, inflatable modules as the main element of the base. Those provide radiation shielding. Also because they've been well tested in space. They've been, there's one docked to the International Space Station right now, as a matter of fact. They would also make use of some 3D printing to glue some of the portions of the base together. And so here's some more renderings. See, they have, this is inside one of the Bigelow modules. They have some plant growth happening. I love all the poses they did with their flight suits on. And they could really expand the space because the modules are repeatable. It's essentially a standard way to use a Bigelow style module. So they did a great job. I just want to highlight Zor's team. They did really well with this. Very narrow, very hard decision to judge this. Nexus Aurora, which is an online community of space enthusiasts and advocates. They're doing a lot of great research on multiple fronts for both Moon and Mars. They had an entry called Prosperity Lunar Station. And it was essentially a 3-dome design. They actually had that was for one of the 2 bases. They actually had 2 bases. They had a base at the equator of the moon, Lunar Hab 1, and then they had a base near Shackleton, that's Lunar Hab 2. So this is like kind of a dual base system. And the thought there was that they would use each location's respective advantages. So Lunar Hab 1 on the equator would be the primary base and the first base constructed. It's easier to get to. And then Lunar Base 2, Lunar Hab 2 would be smaller, and it would be more of a research center with 8 astronauts. Lunar Hab 1 would be more of the tourist destination. Lunar Hab 2 is more of the research destination. They also made use of lava tubes, which is really interesting. So you know, they would make use of some lava tubes as part of their overall site plan. So Prosperity Base, that was a great design. We heard from Kent, that's his base in sight. Now this one was really interesting, okay? This one is called Moonstonehenge by Dr. Samir El Sayari. And you can see, like, this is a very unique base design. He essentially made a bunch of towers, and these are all constructed out of lunar materials. So let's dig into this one a little bit. Also, his presentation paper was very well designed too. Like I said, it was hard to judge this competition because everything we received was so high quality. So this facility is built around Shackleton crater, literally around it. And they wanted to unite the world through architecture by making a community-centered design. So Dr. Osari, his thought was modifying the lunar landscape in different ways and have it be sort of based on different types of architectures that evoke famous earth structures. So the Notre Dame Cathedral, a traditional Chinese and Japanese tower, the Roman Colosseum, and desert tents, the Arabian desert, so the way Bedouins live. So very interesting stuff. I mean, this was quite an interesting base design. You know, had a few deficiencies in terms of what we scored them on, all the contestants, but yeah, this one really, you know, for me was highly interesting because of its uniqueness. So check that out for sure. And then a couple other ones. Project Shackleton was kind of more of a traditional, let's build a dome over Shackleton crater. Could really mine it that way. Fakaris was using a kind of a honeycomb structure for their base. Almost looks like a couple slinkies sitting there. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight those. A lot of really great lunar-based designs we got, and check those out. So what I'd like to do now is bring on everyone that's presented this morning. So if you guys would like to come on and turn your video on. It looks like we have Carl and Kent and Victor still here. I guess bring the DIA folks back in too. Let's see. So Carl and Victor, would you guys like to come on board here, and Kent as well?
Mine says you cannot start the video because there we go.
There
Okay.
you go.
All right.
Kunal, are any of your team members still available to participate in this? You're on mute. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and get started. If they can join, Kunal, if you can get them online, that'd be great. So they can participate in this. But let's just go ahead and get started. So thank you guys all for participating in this panel. I guess the first question I have, you're all veteran moon-based designers now, right? So what is your advice if someone was going to go do the work you did, if someone was going to create a moon base, how do they get started? It's kind of a unique task, right? How would you do that? Anyone could chime in.
Well, I think, James, that we saw a remarkable diversity of approaches. Some very, I had a lot of technical details. Other people had a lot of, had a real sense of what kind of community you could create, things like that, which was also very important. So it, in a sense, how you start depends on where you want to end up. I think that if I had it to do over again, I think I'd probably spend more time dealing with, getting a better cost estimate and getting a deeper sense of reality. I mean, all of these were wonderful, but it's hard to know. I'm still skeptical of the way ahead, and so trying to design a base to do what.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one right way to do this. I think we gave you guys criteria about, we want this to be an engineering focused design. We want it to be realistic. We want it to use current technology. But like when someone goes to build a moon base for real, that may not always be the case. There may be some ulterior motive they have or some specific task they're trying to accomplish with the base. So any other thoughts folks have? Any advice for a new moon base designer?
There's really two aspects to this, and my first involvement with the Mars Society was I won the Kepler Prize back in 2004, and I went from being at the time a tech writer, walking around thinking, gee, is this within my range or not? Because I used to design things when I was a kid, but I wasn't really an engineer or anything. And after a while, I realized my inner Calvin and Hobbes would never forgive me if I didn't at least try. So in the process of designing that, I realized that with space construction, you are crossing a line that no architect or artist has crossed in the history of humanity up until the last 50 years, which is that gravity is suddenly a variable. So things that you have taken for granted in design are no longer, it's like suddenly, it's like everybody has been walking around like this for 5,000 years, and then suddenly you're the one who can take the eye off and go, oh, now I can see things from a different perspective. And once you do that, you can never go back. So the first thing you need to architect is yourself, is to be the one who can see things that way, which is why I'm still playing with this sort of thing after all these years, because it's just such a beautiful mental exercise. Now, we are going from the Da Vinci's Notebook, everything is a toy phase, to actually wanting to do the real thing on the moon. That's going to require people to understand the aspects of the history of technology and so forth, and how one becomes a startup and how one gets ideas adopted and so forth, and surround themselves with talented people whose talents are not in your zone. So for example, like I said, some is artistic, some is more engineering, some of it is more project management, some of it is more holistic. You need all of those things, because my reactors are napkin sketches, but my other aspects of my things are more mature. Other people, they would do an elaborate reactor or an elaborate artistic approach. All those things are needed to make a workable, compelling, and beautiful design that humanity can be proud of.
Any thoughts, Victor or Kunal?
Yes. I think we can learn a lot from the remote outposts that we have developed for mines in the Andes, in the highlands, or in the Arctic. All of them have the common element of being practical, being modular, being perhaps modest in the architecture, but practical. We need shelter, we need comfort, we need heating or conditioned environment, and we need a good catering. So we need all these spaces for starting operations working and resting enough until we develop a settlement that will become a small city or something where everybody will be living and exchanging time or leisure time or discussions and so on. But the most important thing is that we are limited in the capacity of the rockets and what we are bringing to the moon. So later we have to deal with things like 3D printing and other ways, other means of producing our own construction elements. And later we will find out that gradually these constructions, and that's why it's important for them to be modular, will become from temporary or pioneering to more permanent. And later also we will welcome visitors, have panoramic windows, platforms for rockets, and also for telescopes, as it was mentioned. And I think I like the idea of the two bases. One is the equator, which would be more touristic and perhaps more the one that faces the Earth, and the other, the South Pole, where the mining operations appear. So I think the suggestions are very good. But also to round up, I like the idea of evoke the cultural elements from from civilization that could be brought up to the moon as leaving some milestones of humankind culture and history.
Thank you so much. And welcome, Rishal. We just added Rishal to the panel as well from the DIA team, our winning moon-based design. The question is, what advice would you guys have for someone that's going to design a moon base now that you've designed your own? Any thoughts?
When we discussed about things, most important concern was the sustainability of its base once we have things set up, because we will be heavily dependent for resources on Earth, and as opposed to the ISS, resupply missions to the moon will be very expensive and also much more challenging compared to just sending it on ISS. So I think we need to think more also about how do you sustain the base, because now if you can see, we are at a stage where getting to the moon is no more a critical challenge. We are sure that we will reach the surface, but then once you do, how do you sustain it for a long time? Because if we say a long-term base, if you want to get into anything like production of propellants, or even if you want to start prospecting the lunar surface, we need a long-term solution for resources. And I think that is a major point of concern right now in terms of moon, because we can get there.
Do you have anything to add, Rishal? We can't hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So one more concern with the lunar settlement that we thought about was radiation. We know long-term radiation can affect, and we only have a data of around astronauts staying in space for an year on ISS. So if you are thinking of putting man and making him stay for, say, more than 1 year, say like 5 years or something, we can slow down the radiation for sure using the regolith layers or some some insulating things that can slow down, but still they will be facing heavy doses of radiation, and during EVS, because that could be one more factor. So we are trying to mitigate that problem currently.
Thank you. Question for everyone. Was there something you saw in someone else's design that you thought was really interesting?
I'm really like the heliostat for bringing in the light. I think it will be very nice, because having natural light is also important for sustaining long-term base anywhere. So I think that was a pretty good idea.
there was a lot of just beautiful, both engineering and artistic work across the board. And the thing about these competitions, I've been watching it from both as a participant and as a judge on occasion over the last 15 years. And just the quality of work has just gone through the roof because you'll have these university teams with 20 people or whatever, all with the latest cutting edge tools and 3D printers and so forth. And guys like me can't compete like they used to, but it does mean that no disrespect to the engineers on the call, but who did amazing work and placed better than I did. But it's getting to the point where it's becoming democratized and it's becoming taken seriously. So I think a lot of these designs just have, I could not enumerate every little thing I found amazing in this competition and this is a much smaller competition than some of the others. So it's not amateur hour like it used to be.
Yeah, well said. This was not amateur hour by any means. Any other thoughts you guys had for a design feature in someone else's design that you thought was really interesting?
I was thinking on the tilapia fish tanks. I mean, that's a very, very good idea, and it's one of my favorite dishes. And that's the only source. But food would be one of the main concerns. So anything with greenhouses and self-grown plants and other type of food, living animals that we can have will do great and will bring this sort of comfort that people needs. The psychological part of the camps is important because people will be in cycles in where they may miss the earth and their families or so if they don't bring anyone, or in any case also going back to normal gravity. So cycles of perhaps no longer than 2 months for every person will be kind of acceptable as it happens in the Andes or perhaps in the Arctic. Yes.
Yeah, I really enjoyed and appreciated the design element of the magnetic track that would allow you to adjust gravity to higher levels than exist on the moon. That remains one of the human challenges of living. We understand people can live for, people have been up in the ISS for 20 years, not the same person, but and yet there are non-trivial biological changes that happen. And so long-term habitation on the lunar surface at 1.6G is not a slam dunk. When I was doing I did a piece for a different conference. I did a poster on just the aquaponics. And one of the knowledge gaps that I cited was, how will the fish thrive in 1/6 gravity? Will they be able to reproduce? And the same applies to people.
Yeah, going back to the food thing, and oh, by the way, if you are raising tilapia or cooking them, slice a banana and put it on top. It's delicious. But I grew up on a farm in the Midwest, and my girlfriend is Filipina, and she grew up on a farm in Philippines. And it's interesting what is common and what is different between the two, because with her it was coconuts and things like that. So one thing I would love to have is, and the nice thing about having 4 greenhouses in my design is 4 completely different climates for diversity of taste in food. And then this goes right back to the epigenetic studies of what works, what doesn't work. And what we'll probably have in the long run is this odd little hybrid of biological and consequently food choices going forward, including local adaptations that were not possible on Earth, and that will eventually be an export industry probably from space. Is, hey, coffee grown at 1.6G is completely different. Try it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people like Hawaiian coffee because of the volcanic soil. I can imagine, you know, I can't imagine what space coffee is going to be like, for example. Yeah, and Sean Moss has a comment, you know, controlled environment agriculture. Like that's a real huge topic that we have to go figure out. I'm curious, what would you guys add to your design if you were able to redo it? Or what would you, you know, change or subtract from your design if you're able to redo it now?
Think for us, we will also try and focus more on the governance and management system, because technologically, yes, it's important and we would be there, but then having a sustained international collaboration for a lunar base is also very important, because without that, nothing's happening. Not just like economic, but also like the technological, I would say, transfer of knowledge between like across the countries to help each other. So again, that I think James mentioned in the design, like during the presentation, about a polycentric system that will come up, but that will come into the picture once there is a base setup and there are different departments. But before that, sustaining through changing government is important, because the governments will keep changing everywhere in different countries. It will not be, obviously the project will start by a major space agency, but then eventually it will be a collaboration of multiple agencies. So sustaining it through around like 10 years, say for example, to set it up completely will take a lot of time and effort, and sustained collaboration would be very important for that to keep happening.
Any other thoughts? What would you add or subtract or change with your design?
James, go ahead, Victor.
Thank you. Yeah, I would focus more on the energy generation and saving and recycling of everything that we produce or generate. And I think that is an important thing that we could find ways of utilizing or maximizing the utilization of for resources for that. And the other is the way we grow, the modularity that could be external or internal in the sections of the infrastructure, such as like a space station or something. How do we grow, in what direction, and for what purpose? Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah, I started working on some more details of the thermal mining system, including specific designs for the RF system. And then I discovered NASA's Break the Ice Lunar Challenge. And so that was a lot more work. But I did manage to put together a submittal for that went in about a month ago. It's, you know, the notion of being able to sublimate volatiles out of the lunar regolith without having to move the dirt around is very compelling. And the real challenge is that, based on the few samples of lunar regolith we've got back, they vary enormously in terms of nanophase iron content and things like that, which have a strong control over how much penetration you get, how much heating you get. And so, you know, maybe the Viper mission will come back with some answers which help, but it's still not a slam dunk.
Yes, I'm looking very much forward to the science results of Viper to see what's going on with a lot of things on the volatile side. Kent, any thoughts for you?
Yeah, just one minor thing. I going back to Carl's point, I deeply appreciate all the work you put in on the sintering process, because for a lot of it, a lot of us just read an article about it and go, oh, that's cool, and we just throw it in our designs and move on. But you've done enough of a deep dive on it that you're getting serious about it. So if I can if I can just put on James' hat for just a moment and say, please do a deep dive on that, and give him information to put on the Lunarpedia web part of the website, because that is a really important thing to understand for not just your design, but all designs going forward. That is really critical work to leave your fingerprint on the future.
Well, thank you. Right now I'm at about 4 days per kilometer. So there's room for improvement, but yeah, well, I'll talk to James offline and see about what we can do about that.
Yeah, Lunarpedia is our wiki-based encyclopedia. Anyone can edit it, and we're trying to build that out to be a great resource for lunar settlement. Question from Ben Smith. What dust mitigation strategies would your design employ, especially if it involves disturbing large amounts of regolith? It's a great question for the health of the astronauts.
Well, in my research, I found I took the slide out in the interest of time, but I found a paper by a NASA researcher which just blew my mind. You know, that the regolith, very fine, glassy powder, electrostatically charged, sticks to everything. And this researcher created a series of coils embedded in a piece of plastic, and he energized it with alternating currents. I don't remember the frequencies or whatever, but the test result, and there's a matter of fact, there's a plot in my paper. He took a 10 by 10 centimeter photo solar panel and had it cooking, was going, and over that was this panel with all these coils in it. He sprinkled regolith simulant on it. This is in vacuum. They sprinkled regolith simulant on it until the solar panel output dropped to about 20% of its initial level. And then he turned on the power to these coils, and in less than 2 seconds, it was back up to, I think it was like 98% of the original solar panel thing. Boy, Opportunity could have really used one of those. It was just, it was just one experiment. It's obviously, a small scale, but the potential for electrodiaphoresis, just, energizing these particles and getting to fly away is, sounds like it has a lot of potential.
Yeah, a lot of it is just a matter of if you're using the lunar dust as part of this, sintering bag process, you're scrubbing it like a construction site. So so within a kilometer of my base, it would probably be scrubbed down to the bedrock. So you could do routine operations outside without so much dust and so forth. But beyond that, when it comes to, getting into other territories for exploration and so forth, then processes like Carl described would be more accurate.
Any other ideas or thoughts on dust mitigation?
Another aspect, like obviously we are also like into looking towards the like activities which need less requirement, less like excavation. So specifically like the microwave sintering and everything, but some processes, for example, the landing itself is going to cause a lot of dust to be there in the atmosphere, and you can't do much about it. So I think it would be a optimized distance. The landing and launch site should be at an optimized distance from the base. So it's not far enough. It's close enough so that you can get all the payload to the base, but it's not too far that you have to carry too much, or like the distance shouldn't be too much for you to carry, but it should be far enough that it's safe. And like also from a safety perspective, because landing and it's still a sensitive point, and that's I think the most critical part of the phase, like the soft landing on the lunar surface. But so yeah, and we can't do much about it as of now, considering any near-term technology of landing without having lots of lunar dust in space. But so the distance, so that's how we also looked at it in our design, the map. So the launch site is located, I think, around 1 or 2 kilometers from the base, and then there will be unmanned rovers or different robotics to carry all the payload. For example, if it's Starship, we have 100 tons of payload to carry. So that needs to be considered as well. But then it shouldn't be too far that we need huge rovers itself to have it. So I think there is a sweet compromise that needs to be made there. But yeah, lunar dust is still also like radiation and lunar dust are, I think, good challenges to take care of at this point.
James, I also want to mention that submittal I made to the Break the Ice Challenge was titled Subdex. It stands for sublimate, don't excavate.
As you guys were thinking through your design, was there a particular aha moment for you that something just crystallized for you and you're able to put it into your design?
Since I'll give everybody else room to think here, I was trying to figure out how to do my roof design. So I ended up doing a geomag arrangement, and I spent probably an hour tinkering with this before I came up with something that was workable. So if aspects of my thing look like toys, that's because they were fabricated on them.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Victor.
I think the aha moment in our concept was our vantage point for appreciating the work that we're doing. Perhaps the fascination or the awe that we can have seeing a huge crater in permanent darkness, or see the moon rising from one side or the other. If it's on the South Pole, would be kind of more I don't know, surrealistic, but in any case may look more or less like living in Alaska or other extreme places. And the other is being able to appreciate or kind of visualize what we can see, and later, of course, watching the stars or with telescopes or just with the naked eye, I think would be a special thing, very appealing and attractive for the visitor.
I think the aha moment for me was when I discovered this inflatable habitat concept where you could basically bulldoze the regolith over the bladder before you inflated it, which would greatly simplify the construction. And it was in a paper. It was in a 1996 lunar construction paper that I was flipping through, and just one little sketch, and a small paragraph, and I thought, yeah, that'll work.
I think the goofiest moment I had was I was looking up the numbers for the radiators for that nuclear reactor, and I thought, well, these are for deep space. What's it going to do on the moon when you've got the ambient heat of the moon and everything, and full daylight, and you can't escape it with shade? And then I was like, if it's full daylight, put a damn solar panel on it, and then use that to mitigate the difference. So it was just that was probably it wasn't an aha moment so much as a duh moment, but yeah.
About DIA team, any aha moments from you guys?
Yeah, I would say for us, there were two aha moments kind of. So one was while we were structuring the modules of our of the base, we were planning like how we can make it safe. Say for example, if there is an emergency evacuation, people should be able to get out of the base or that particular module immediately, and that's how we came up with this modular arrangement. So each module or each room of that base is kind of independent of each other and can be, in case of emergency, that particular module which is facing the problem can be shut down from the rest of the other base and won't be affected in terms of power or anything else. And also people for every module there is an exit point, like people can directly step out outside the entire base structure onto the lunar surface. So that was kind of a aha moment that I mean, we were happy that we have some safety plans. And second part was we are having a kind of cupola structure. So we, because there are no windows inside for our base, we were kind of missing that beautiful lunar view and also viewing the Earth. So one of our team members came up with this idea that we have an observing window on board ISS. Same way, we can have some similar gallery or viewing port outside our base, wherein people can stay for a few moments. It will be shielded by thick glass to slow down the radiation, and also people can take a good look and have an overview effect. So yeah, we were pretty happy for having that cupola structure.
Thank you.
Another one,
Go ahead.
if
Go ahead,
I may,
please.
though it was when during the architectural planning of the base, because so we came up with the toroidal structure like from a very engineering perspective and everything else. But while developing the technical floor plans, we had our aha moment where the finally everything lined up properly, and we could decide the base itself. The technical floor plan was made in a way which was also aligned with our construction timeline. So it was not as if like we had to change anything for that. And when everything just lined up, it was like that was our moment, like everything is okay and aligned and this works and we can proceed with that. Because that technical floor plan was a pain for us to come up with solutions without problems. Like every floor plan had some problem. Oh no, we can't do this, we can't place it here. There's a problem, we can't have the crew sleeping here, we can't have the community models here. So that lining that up was also a major task.
I see. Okay, let's move away from the hardware for a second. If we assume that your base is built, okay, and it's operating on the moon's surface, how would you talk to the people back on Earth about governing and legal aspects? I mean, I'm sure you guys are aware that there's really no legal framework for commercial bases on the moon at this moment. We're all governed by the Outer Space Treaty, and there are some things floating around like the Artemis Accords, but do you have any thoughts about how you would lobby Earth to make sure that there was a proper legal framework for things like property rights for mining and things like that?
I think one aspect would be to essentially detach the entity, because we're getting to the point where regulators are getting into a mercantilist attitude where they see people as not independent entities, but as property of the state. And so if like you're American and you move to another country, you may still be taxed in the United States. That's that's kind of an interesting, one of the founding principles of the US was that we were not property in terms of the state as a whole. Whereas in other cultures that, if you bought 100 acres of land and there was an indigenous village there, they became part of the property of the state. So I would like to set up an organization where you have either an NGO or a corporation or something that is within the regulatory structure of whatever nation, whether it's US or Luxembourg or whatever, that does all that work, that works in conventional fiat currencies and so forth. But when it comes to the base itself, that is done on a separate channel. It's almost like a glove box where you reach into the thing, and you can touch things, but you're not physically coming in contact with that entity. It becomes separate, so that if there is a regulatory change on Earth, if there's a shift in government or so forth, you don't destroy the infrastructure going up to a space settlement. You can simply change whoever's reaching in the glove box, but you're not pulling it into that magisteria of the government entities. Because if space is for everybody, then it should not be for any one entity, including the United Nations, to be in charge of that thing. I think we need to not assume that the entire universe is under our control.
Yeah, I have just an idea. I think I agree with what has been said, and that it has to be like a new entity that welcomes all the countries in equal manner, the same way, and that this is a common or a new space where a new place where production industry, manufacturing, science, studies, and leisure could live together, and that people will feel welcome. It could be a separate entity. I mean, I don't know if United Nations could be something similar. Perhaps not exactly like that, but some new identity. And I'll go one step beyond and say, what will happen if children start to be born on the moon, and they will create their own identity? And there's really nice stories of people born on the moon or born in Mars that also will have their own perception of the Earth as like a remote place, and that will create also new rights and new feelings of I mean, this is my uh, hometown, and and they will have a different perception of that. So they would like to welcome people from the Earth and have them in a kind of a, again, the concept of Epcot Center may arise, like a sort of all nations and one world or something, or a second world, or second Earth, or a home away from home. All these cliches may work very well for feeling, making people feeling comfortable in this new environment.
Any other thoughts?
I'll just like to add that I mean, what we were thinking is we kind of have a structure which will be there on the Earth as well as on the lunar settlement to look after the activities, all the management stuff. So most of the regulatory decisions will be taken by the management that is there, going to be there on Earth. And if there are certain problems that would be arising on the base, either the base can directly contact to the ground control, or there will be also a kind of uh, a manager or a leader who will look after the activities, day-to-day activities, and of course the polycentric government sort of thing. And another thing would be we were thinking about not having a sovereign nation, like a sovereignty, or declaring the Moon Society as a completely different set and having its own flag, because that can become an area of conflict. There are certain international space policies and lunar agreements that are done, and it says that no one can own the land and something like that. So we were thinking like the moon base can have its own society and have its own different culture, but it can't just declare its own sovereign nation or can have its flag. So they will still be called Earth people, unless they are not going to stay there lifelong, like they will be on the mission. But yeah, of course, I mean, they will be standing out from the people as that of Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. We're out of time. Thank you so much for participating in our panel today and for presenting today at our conference. We really appreciate it. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. All right.
Thank you so much, James.
Absolutely. I'm going to now throw it to Michael Lane.
Hey, y'all. That was fascinating. You know, I liked all of the presentations, but I particularly liked the aha moments, right? What did you learn in the process of doing that? You know, because this has never been done before, not really. And so there's always going to be these kind of revelatory aha moments. And so we learn from you. So thank you for sharing that. We're going to shift gears now and focus on, you know, we're still sticking with hardware. There's a lot of hardware today, so it's probably my favorite part of the program, actually. We're going to bring on Ben Smith. If you can pull up your video, sir. We did have some minor modifications to the schedule that's on the screen right now, but I think that we're back on track, so pretty happy about that. Ben is, first of all, he put this at the bottom of his bio, but I want to point out that Ben is on the board of directors of the Moon Society. He is the membership coordinator and is running for treasurer. He is actively involved in most Moon Society activities. And in my very short tenure working with the Moon Society, Ben, Michael, and James have been really terrific to work with.
Thank you.
That's not me sucking up. Like, I actually like you guys. So his bio, here we go. Ben is an independent lunar settlement scientist and owner of Lunar Homestead. Lunar Homestead operates from the viewpoint that governments and corporations are not going to settle the lunar frontier, that groups of motivated individuals will. Ben and other Lunar Homestead crew members are working on developing the technology and techniques that lunar homesteaders will need to thrive. His current primary project is shielded pressurized oxygen resource extraction, codenamed SPORE. SPORE combines resource extraction with habitable space creation, while avoiding or minimizing the hazards of lunar surface operations. To facilitate SPORE research, Ben is also working on lunar cast iron habitat pressure hulls and the manual universal power system called MUPS. Other projects include extracting oxygen and iron from lunar basalt, using lunar basalt to create pressure hulls, and creating videos and books explaining the lunar homestead concept and lunar science. Ben, it's terrific having you. Looking forward to this. Thank you very much, sir. It's all yours.
Thank you. All right, is my thing up?
But it's not full screen. It's yep, perfect.
Okay,
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yep, no problem. Hi, everyone. I'm Ben Smith. I own Lunar Homestead, and we're researching the tech needed for sustainable, small-scale lunar settlements. And you can help, but we'll get to that in a bit. All right, this was going to be a purely technical presentation, but I've been asked to give you a brief introduction to the lunar homestead concept and how this project fits into it. Okay, so what I'm going to say will be a little controversial, and you already heard it in the bio. So please hold the fruit and vegetable throwing for the end. The core of the lunar homestead concept is that governments and businesses are not going to be the first to settle the moon, Mars, or the rest of the solar system. There are a number of reasons why, and I detail them on the website. Today, however, I'm going to just mention the one. They are the wrong tools for the job because being the first to settle anywhere entails substantial risk. Now, risk was covered yesterday by people far more knowledgeable than I am about it. However, here's my 30-second amateur observation. Politicians would be risking their current job and any future political gains if they publicly pushed a government-funded lunar settlement. And the reason is that the overwhelming majority of voters in the US, and I assume around the world, don't care or even think about lunar settlement. And they would be almost certainly vocally opposed to their government spending their money on something they think is frivolous, especially when there are so many other obvious problems to deal with here on Earth. And businesses would be risking more than just potential financial losses. They risk becoming vulnerable to competitors or collapsing completely. And the people in charge of these businesses risk their personal finances, their reputations, and their careers. And finally, both politicians, businesses, and business leaders would be at extreme risk if their settlement effort should suffer a disaster or fail completely. The public outcry would be enormous, and so would the backlash, especially if there was significant loss of life. And let's be real, people. Settlers are going to die trying to civilize the lunar frontier. Frontiers are dangerous, and people die. All right, so who is going to settle the moon? I think it'll be small groups of people equipped with the appropriate frontier-enabling technology that establish our initial settlements. See, we've been trying to do this all backwards. The correct sequence for any settlement is people create places from the empty wilderness. Once those places have enough people, governments and businesses create the transportation infrastructure to link those places to existing markets. There are very few historical examples of governments or businesses pushing transportation infrastructures into pure wilderness to create civilization. Now, those places aren't frontiers anymore, and the risk for governments and businesses is substantially reduced, and everybody can conduct their businesses as they like. In the lunar homestead concept, the risk is assumed by the group and their backers. The public, politicians, Wall Street, and everyone else are just spectators. Now, I'm a technical guy, not a finance or policy guy, so feel free to tell me why I'm wrong. I'm always willing to adjust my ideas based on new data. Anyway, that's the general idea. There's lots more information on my website if you're interested. All right, so let's move on to the meat of the presentation. Frontier enabling technology is the key to any off-Earth settlement. And honestly, much of what's being pushed out now is very high-tech and probably not really appropriate for frontier settlements. Lunar cast iron habitat pressure hulls could be a piece of this technology. The most critical component of any space settlement is the pressurized habitat. Sure, a functioning settlement needs lots of other technology, but no habitat equals no people. And you can't have a settlement without people. Besides, we need a cool container to put all the other nifty gadgets we're going to make into it. And sustainable is the key word here. Any reliance on Earth for habitat construction materials and equipment is a dangerous vulnerability for lunar settlements. Long and complicated supply lines are the foundation for a disaster. Plus, settlements need to expand at their own pace. Tying habitat construction to Earth will just slow them down. So we're going to focus on habitat pressure hulls that are made from locally available materials using equipment that is also built from locally available materials. Fortunately, lunar homesteaders will have a relatively easy access to significant amounts of iron in the form of Mare basalt. Additionally, the technology required to extract the iron and form it into pressure hulls should be simple enough to be manufactured locally. This project builds on my shielded pressurized oxygen resource extraction, or SPORE project. I presented on SPORE at the last LDC. You can check out my website to get more information on this project to put it in context. All right, so why iron? Iron is a common element on the moon. There's iron oxides, nanophase iron, small iron particles in the Mare regolith. However, if we're smart, we're going to avoid the regolith altogether. I'm presenting on why mining the mega regolith is a much better option than the regolith at our first Moon Society virtual chapter meeting next week on July 15th. You can find out more information about the chapter on the Moon Society website, and we'd love to see you there. Okay, so fortunately, there's also iron below the regolith. The lunar mega regolith is a layer of large-scale ejecta that lies beneath the regolith. We think the mega regolith is primarily made up of broken blocks of volcanic basalt and has the same chemical composition as the regolith above it. I've selected the Apollo 12 site as the Lunar Homestead reference site because of the wide variability between sample sites. It's much easier to design stuff if you eliminate much of that variation. All right, so you can see here, there's 3 types of basalt that make up the majority of the Apollo 12 sample material that we've covered. There's ilmenite, which is the most abundant oxide in lunar rocks. There's olivine and pigeonite. As you can see, they're all made up of a lot of oxygen. All right, sorry, a lot of iron. So one of the first industrial activities any settlement will do will be the extraction of oxygen. And we get oxygen and iron from basalt iron oxides by using a simple hydrogen reduction process. Other metals, such as aluminum and titanium, are more complicated. I looked and I couldn't find any information on extracting iron oxygen from pigeonite using a hydrogen reduction process. And I also looked and couldn't find any information on extracting aluminum from basalt that didn't use acids or other exotic materials. And we can get titanium oxide from reducing ilmenite, but then we need more energy and equipment to make that into actual titanium metal. So it sounds like a lot more research is needed. So let's do a little exercise. I don't have the time to get into all the math, but imagine a habitat hull 8 meters by 8 meters by 10 meters and 4 centimeters thick. We excavate and process enough Mare megaregolith basalt to house this habitat. In the end, we end up with enough iron to build the next habitat, plus a lot of extra iron to build anything else we might want, equipment, whatever. The takeaway is that the moon has plenty of iron to build habitats, especially since basaltic Mare deposits occupy 17% of the lunar surface and are thought to be up to several kilometers thick, which is a lot thicker than the regolith. That's enough iron for many generations of lunar homesteaders. All right, lunar cast iron is going to be a different animal than the standard cast iron on Earth. Typical cast iron has a high carbon content along with other elements. Instead, this research is focused on using pure iron instead of an iron carbon alloy. I want to see if we can use the iron we extract from basalt without any modifications. And yes, carbon makes iron stronger, it makes steel, but carbon is also pretty rare on the moon, and we're going to want to reserve it for other processes besides bulk construction. And the same goes for other resources, energy inputs, equipment, and processes. Less is better in this case. Anyway, here's a small comparison between typical high carbon cast iron, a common low carbon steel, and pure cast iron. The data on the pure cast iron is kind of iffy because I only found one old paper on the topic, but that's okay because I plan to research it anyway in the future. Notice that the lunar cast iron properties are equivalent to or better than the cast iron and low carbon steel. I know there are other important properties to compare, but this is a small slide in a short presentation. There are a lot of parameters to consider when comparing habitat construction material and techniques. I only have time to cover 3 today. So let's see how lunar cast iron stacks up against some of the more popular habitat ideas. The first parameter is the level of ISRU. By the way, in situ resource utilization, or ISRU, is just a fancy way of saying use the resources that are locally available. Maximizing ISRU is critical because it reduces the settlement's dependence on Earth. History has shown us that long and fragile supply lines invariably lead to tragedy. Okay, so cast lunar iron scores pretty high because there's lots of iron, it's probably a decent building material, and it should be a relatively straightforward process to extract it. Pre-assembled and inflatable habitats don't have much ISRU potential. Everything is built and shipped from Earth. 3D printing scores a bit higher because it uses regolith as the primary construction material. Unfortunately, most of the ideas I've seen also need some kind of binder material that has to come from Earth. I did read about one idea that uses extruded melted regolith, which does not sound either easy to build or to use. And sintered regolith is kind of similar to 3D printing. Only instead of using a binder, the regolith is fused together using microwaves or focused solar energy. The good news is that no other resources are needed. The bad news is that sintered material is rather weak, and I'm not sure I'd trust it enough to live inside of. You'll notice that using regolith is in red. That's deliberate because I think that disturbing the regolith on a large scale is a bad idea. Many designs rely on regolith to provide radiation shielding, even if they don't use it as a building material. This is a form of ISRU. Ideas span from bricks to sandbags to just piling loose regolith on top. I don't have the time to get into it here, but the lunar regolith has a lot of dust, and this dust is bad news. Any plan that includes messing with the regolith is going to be automatically more complex, more difficult, and more dangerous. A lot of lunar habitat construction schemes require some pretty high-tech equipment to pull it off. Now, don't get me wrong, I love tech just as much as the next space nerd, but I wouldn't want to rely on it when the closest repair shop or parts depot is nearly 400,000 kilometers away. So humans have been building stuff with iron for a very long time. We know it pretty well. Nothing I've seen dictates any particularly high-tech or exotic equipment. In fact, we might be able to make it so low-tech that settlers can build more construction equipment on their own. This would increase their independence and safety while letting them expand at their own pace. Pre-assembled and inflatable habitats by their nature, have to be very high tech. Any mass savings is a direct transportation cost savings, and mass savings requires some technology. Plus, they're deployed on the lunar surface. More on that in a second. 3D printed and sintered habitats have two major problems. First, they're using regolith, a material we don't have any real experience with, especially in its native environment. The second problem, which is the second problem? Both of these concepts require advanced robots to operate reliably for long periods of time in an extremely difficult environment. That's like the definition of high tech. I've highlighted the word surface because the lunar surface is a bad place to be. Not only does it have lots of regolith dust, it also has high levels of radiation and a bunch of other hazards. Did I mention the dust? Working and living on the surface mandates using high technology. And finally, I want to talk briefly about how close we are to actually seeing this stuff on the moon. The sad fact is that most of this equipment and technology still needs significant research. Lunar cast iron habitat pressure hulls still need a lot of research. The slide after next goes into a little more detail. However, we could build a lunar outpost pretty quickly using pre-assembled habitats. A lot of people like to use starships for that. Note I said outpost and not settlement. Those are two very different things. The inhabitants of outposts will put up with a lot more danger and inconvenience than settlers will. And pressurized cans sitting on the lunar surface will be a very dangerous place to work. Using pre-assembled habitats to build settlements is another thing entirely. We would have to solve for all the environmental challenges being on the surface presents. Inflatables are in an even worse position because they have all the problems of pre-assembled habitats, plus all the unknowns of a very immature technology. Only a couple of inflatable habitats have been deployed in orbit. None have been deployed on the lunar surface. We don't have much information at all on how they're going to react with indirect contact with regolith. There is a lot of research and testing between now and seeing safe inflatable habitats on the moon. 3D printing and sintering are at the bottom of the readiness pile. They not only have to research, design, build, and prove their hull material, they also have to research, design, build, and prove the robots that will build the hull material. We've been working on these problems for decades, and lunar settlements still seem very far away. Perhaps it's time to try something new. So let's quickly go through the entire process. Chunks of basalt are mined from the Mare regolith using my spore concept. Mining underground is the safest place to be on the moon. These chunks are reduced to a fine powder. This is a simple drawing of my manual universal power supply idea that's on the website. The powder may or may not need to be sorted to maximize the iron oxide content. Iron and oxygen are extracted from the basalt powder, probably using a hydrogen reduction process. The hydrogen would probably be brought from Earth, but that's okay because it isn't consumed in the process. We would simply electrolyze the water produced back into hydrogen and oxygen. Iron powder is melted and poured into hull component casts. One of the lunar homestead rules is we should do as much as possible inside the habitat. That way we don't have to design complex equipment to deal with the lunar surface environment. We will probably have to beef up the cooling system, however. The hull components are assembled and sealed. I'm using spore for this part as well. There's still a lot of details to work out, however. And now you got a new empty habitat that you're ready to fill up with life support and everything else you need. All right, you're probably thinking that there's a lot of research needed to get from step 1 to step 6, and you are correct. Here's a list of some of the research we're going to need for this project. I couldn't fit everything in one slide, but there is a ton more. Lunar Homestead is currently working on a couple of these, but the end goal of everything is to have blueprints, prototypes, detailed instructions on how to transform lunar Mare basalt into a pressurized hull ready to be outfitted as habitats and make it open source and available to everybody. And that way, you give people the appropriate frontier enabling technology to go out and actually do it. And as you can see, we got a long way to go, but this could be the beginning of a space iron age. All right, here are some of the sources I use to make this presentation. It's being recorded. You can go back and check those out later. All right, you can help. You can be an active participant in this research. You can learn more about it at Lunar Homestead, but basically, you don't have to have a PhD or a fancy lab to conduct research. Basic research such as searching the internet, databases, papers, journals, we got information scattered all over the place, and you can help us put it all in one spot. And I'd like to mention the Moon Society's Lunarpedia as the spot to put everything. So if that interests you, anybody can do research. You can get involved in Lunar Homestead projects if they inspire you or interest you. And finally, if you have ideas that aren't being addressed that you would like to research, contact me. Let's figure out, maybe I can help you get those started. There is so much we don't know that is not being addressed. And we've got to solve these problems before people actually settle. And you can be a part of it. Everybody can be a part of it. So thank you for your time, and I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
Terrific, Ben. Thank you very much. I'm curious if you could expand on the idea of a lunar iron age. I mean, I just think that's an evocative and powerful sentence. What do you think that means? What do you think that means?
Well, I think there's two parts to that. One, there's a lot of iron, like I said. It's going to be an easily
right? Yep.
Material. It's a lot easier to extract iron than it is to extract aluminum or titanium, because those require more energy, more equipment, more processes. So iron is going to be something we get, and we get a lot of, especially if we're using basalt, Mare basalt, to extract oxygen. So it's going to be a common material, so we might as well use it for as much as we can. And then the second thing is that this technique and a lot of the other stuff I'm working on is pretty easily modified for Mars. And Mars has got a lot of iron as well. Right. I mean, it's iron oxide on the surface.
Right. Yep.
So it wouldn't take a lot of tweaking to do the same stuff on Mars. And, iron's everywhere in the solar system. So you could use it on a lot of different places. And even if you land somewhere that doesn't have a lot of iron, if you're still making your pressure hulls out of some locally available material, all you're doing is adding some complexity, equipment, and steps, and hopefully not too much extra material, exotic material that have to be brought in. But the point is that if we're actually going to move out into the solar system, we need to have foundational technology that is simple, reliable, and usable in a lot of places. And that's kind of what I'm working on.
Nice. Very interesting. I've not ever done any iron smithing. I don't really know the chemistry or engineering behind it. Can you describe, if you know, what those earliest experiments would look like and what kind of results you want to get out of those?
Yeah, well, there's several. Ideally, what I'd like to do is take some basalt and follow the steps that I outlined in the.
Yeah, could you pull up that slide? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, right. So ideally, I'm working from the most basic stuff. So I want to figure out the ISRU habitat problem first, and then start filling in the gaps. Like the next thing will be energy, and then air, and then water, and then, go sequentially down the line. So ideally, what I want to be able to do is take raw basalt, which I have in the garage, it's basalt gravel, grind it up into powder, which is what my MUPS I'm working on is a manual system to do it, because I want to see how low tech we can get away with. I believe that any strong civilization has to have low tech fail safes to fall back on when the high tech stuff fails, because everything breaks at some point, usually at the worst possible time.
Right.
So I want to see, can we grind up basalt into a powder using manual processes? It's not ideal, but hey, what are you going to do during the long lunar night when you don't have the energy to actually grind up basalt? You need a little exercise anyway, right? So combine the two things. And then, there's other things with that project, but so you grind up the basalt into a powder. We got to figure out, do we need to separate the powder out to make it more high grade? That's part of the problem. But then it gets fed into a black box at the moment where you put hydrogen in, you put energy in, the whole thing churns and it kicks out water and it drops out sponge iron and then titanium oxide. And unfortunately, the iron's embedded in the titanium oxide, so you got to find a way to get that out. And then once that's done, then you've got this iron, you got to melt it, pour it into casts to make your habitat hull components. That may or may not be the best way to go, but that's where I'm going from. It seems simplest, and if that doesn't work, then we go for another thing. And then once you got the components together, you assemble them, you seal them, and then you're done, theoretically. And then you fill it all up with all the life support and all that other stuff you need to do. And so using my spore concept, it's basically a shielded tunnel. It's a tunneling shield. So as you're moving forward, you're mining, refining, and then you're using the iron components that you've just casted to build the hull as you move forward. So it's a cyclical process.
We only have 2 more minutes. I just want to share a couple of quick comments. First, somebody from one of the attendees responded, finally, exclamation, a pragmatist, which that's near and dear to my heart. So
thank you. I appreciate
that. There's a couple of questions about environmental impact studies, which I'd like to talk about, but the following speaker in just a moment is, he says, great to see underground facilities. I have a chart on that. So I also think that's really interesting. So going into Madhu's question, I've lost it. Hold on. Oh, here we go. We do hard things so they become easy later. We'll need to do a serious environmental impact study before we homestead Luna. What kind of impact are you thinking you're going to have? Let's just take a super small single site, not a multi, tens or 20s or 50 people at a place. What kind of impact do you think you're going to have with a small family in one of your homesteads?
Minimal. Because one of the key concepts is avoid the regolith. So you sink a vertical shaft down, 10 meters, whatever it takes to get beyond the regolith into the mega regolith. Because we think, and everything, you got to remember, everything we know about the moon is we think. We've got less than a dozen sample sites. We've only got, core samples that go down less than 3 meters. So we really don't know much, but we think that particle size increases with depth. So the further down you go, the less dust you deal with. And that makes sense because the dust is a process of impact gardening, and that only happens on the very surface. So you sink a shaft down and you do all your building underground. The only thing on the surface that you need is solar power collection, communications, and transportation. And I've got ideas about putting that subsurface too. So from a visual impact, you're not going to have a lot, even if you got thousands of homesteads everywhere, because we're not touching the regolith because the stuff is just awful to deal with. As for an environmental impact study, I guess I'm different than most other people. I say give people the technology and turn them loose. Let it be the Wild West. Yeah, it's going to be messy. It's going to be chaotic. I'm sure
people will die.
Violence.
People will die.
Just because it's space doesn't mean humans aren't going to be humans. So all the stuff we deal with on Earth, just move it up to the moon. I really oppose this idea of we need to hyper-regulate the whole thing and only select entities get to be the gatekeepers on who gets to go settle space.
Right.
Well, one, it slows everything down to, I would say, a crawl, but a crawl is moving fast. And really, I mean, who gets to make those decisions? I would rather just turn it loose, let everybody go who wants to go, and just see how it all turns out and just deal with the chaos, because that would be the best way to get us out into the solar system, in my opinion.
Fascinating. Like, I love the idea of a lunar Iron Age. I think that's going to stick with me long after this event. All right, Ben, thank you very much. We're going to bring on our next speaker. Grant, can you turn on your screen, please? All righty. Grant Anderson is co-founded Paragon back in 1993. From the time of the company's inception until the fall of 2014, he was VP of Engineering and Chief Engineer. He was responsible for the design and implementation of not only many of Paragon's technical achievements, but also its processes of engineering innovation in a stepped approach of requirements, design, build, test, and delivery. This process has been cited by many customers as unique, disciplined, and highly productive. As his background includes not only technical, but financial and managerial training as well, he has held diverse positions at Paragon, including Treasurer Secretary, Chief Financial Officer, VP of Operations, Chief Operating Officer, and Director of Manufacturing. He's recognized as a leader in the life support and extreme environments field. Mr. Anderson has led systems and conceptual designs of multiple spacecraft under contract to Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Sierra Nevada, SpaceX, NASA, and Inspiration Mars, and many others. He holds 2 degrees from Stanford in the mechanical engineering and aerospace engineering, and is a registered professional engineer in the state of California. He doesn't mention it in here, but he is one of the old guard of International Space University, and I've been following his work for at least 10-ish years, maybe more than that. So I consider him to be one of the very most interesting environmental controls and life support people out there. So great to have you here, Grant. Really looking forward to this conversation, sir.
Great. I mean, you can hear me just fine?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and share and then start the presentation and try to figure out what screen I'm on and all that at the same time. So let me see if you tell me, you have my full screen or the half screen?
Full screen, exactly right.
Great, fantastic. Yeah, you know, 15 months of practicing Zoom and we're finally getting it down.
I still haven't gotten the mute button to work like when I want to, so good luck. All right, okay. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go dark.
Great. Okay, and thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to time. Actually, one thing, Michael, could you just give me a time check? I do have. What's the time do I have today? There was a little bit of discussion about that earlier on.
Yeah, you've got about 40 minutes from now. We're gonna swap over on my clock. I think you're on the same clock. 10:45.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I definitely want to leave some time for question and answer. So first off, again, thank you everybody here. And I really appreciate going after Ben. And I was the one who wrote the thing about saying, hey, it's good to see some underground stuff. I do have a slide on that that's maybe a little controversial. I also gave a talk at Mars University and also consulted to the design, the Museum of Design in London about how pretty much all habitats on the surface of either the moon or Mars are wrong, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So first of all, where am I going with this little presentation? One, a little bit of brief background, not about me, that bio was generous and long, but a little bit about where I've been and why I speak about this stuff. I'm going to do a little bit of a definition of what we call ECLS, which is environmental control and life support, and what that means to get everybody framed on that. And then a little bit of one short chart on what's the state of long duration life support. And in this case, I'm talking about space long duration life support. And then I'll talk about 4 specific challenges we have on the moon. And most of them have been touched on this morning and stuff: dust, power, the radiation environments, and stuff of that nature, with a lot of diving into dust, because I say that the world is divided into two types of people: those who think dust can be handled, and the other ones who think dust is the equivalent of Chicken Little and the sky is falling. And I'll admit I kind of tend towards the Chicken Little side, and I'll explain why. And then I've actually got a little special topic that has some history to it, which is all about growing plants on the moon, which it actually is. It's in the history of Paragon for a long time. So first of all, what's Paragon? In our history, we have been involved in every single human spaceflight program since 1999. The architecture for both the Dragon vehicle and the CST-100 Boeing vehicle are both Paragon's environmental control architecture. We provided hardware to the CST-100 that's going to be flying on July 30th, as well as we essentially helped Elon found SpaceX and did the architectural design for the Dragon vehicle, and I'll talk a little bit about more of that in the future. Up in the upper left there, I do want to say one thing about my history. That picture of the space station there. I worked at Lockheed right before I started Paragon. Paragon started in 1993, and I was actually the what they called the design project lead, which is essentially the head design engineer for the solar arrays for space station. And again, we've been working on everything from inflatables, and again, I'll get a little bit more into that technology. So a little bit to give you a sort of the background of where I'm coming from, because one of the things that Paragon does is full environmental control systems. So we have to think about everything. How much power do we take? What type of resources we need? What are we going to use? What are we going to throw away? What are we going to recycle? And all that's very important for what we're talking about today. So this is my first chart. Some of you, if you see me talk other places, I do use this chart a lot. I call ECLSS, Environmental Control and Life Support, the forgotten subsystem. Why is that? Well, it's because rockets and smoke and fire are really, really exciting. But in the human spaceflight world, the payload is what's important. And so I often start with this and say, hey, is this a human payload? And I ask for forgiveness for a male-centric thing here, but it is a fairly iconic picture from Leonardo da Vinci, the Versus Man. But in reality, this is not the human payload. I get up in front of even NASA people and say, is this the payload? They say, yes. And I say, no, because this is really the human payload. It's a human surrounded by an environmental control system. You will never, ever launch a human into space without an environmental control system around them. It's really bad publicity and a short and ugly mission. So very often, you got to think about the fact that everything that's been human specific design for space has this involved in it. And if you want to see some people at Marshall Space Flight Center turn a little green, tell them that in the human spaceflight world, NASA is actually a biology organization with a little bit of rocket technology thrown in. That gets usually a few winces from people at NASA, but in reality, that's true. The Saturn V, the shuttle, anything that was purposely designed and not a derivative from an ICBM or something, has had limitations put on it by the human payload, either acceleration or deceleration when you're coming back and everything else. And you got to take that in kind. But it's also why Paragon exists. We love designing around humans and biology. It really makes things interesting. I could have designed spacecraft, the communication spacecraft and stuff my whole life. To me, that's a robot, and it's a robot in a really cool place, but it's still just a robot. And really what makes the engineering exciting for me is having to design around humans. And then I put this one in here because this is kind of a summary. It's a little bit overblown and has a lot of things imploding for one thing, but this is, of course, from The Martian. We're talking about the moon here, but it still applies about what happens if your life support system goes south. And that's very, very important. And while the moon is a lot closer to Earth and you can escape to Earth in most scenarios, it's a 2 or 3 day journey. In reality, it's still a problem. It's got to be reliable, it's got to be maintainable, and it's got to work all the time. There is very little lead time between when your life support system fails and when you need to really do something about it. In the life support world, we have what's called the rule of threes: 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 3 days, and 3 weeks. And what that is 3 seconds is about how long you can last when you lose pressure, or otherwise you embolize and essentially drown in your own lungs from the burst blood vessels and stuff. in 3 minutes is about how long you can last without oxygen. It's how long you can hold your breath. 3 days is about how long you can last without water, and 3 weeks is about how long you can last without food. And we always keep that in mind when we're looking at the maintainability. How fast can you fix something, as well as the other risks and effects of a life support system. So now getting into a little more detail to get everybody oriented about what is a life support system. In general, in the US, we define it as in the 6 different areas. I emphasize the US because some space agencies, Russia and stuff, have a little bit of a different mix in what they include in life support. But really what it comes down to is these 6 human accommodations. So the clothing, one of the things that's really interesting, clothing is a real problem. When you're sitting at a moon base for 6 months, how often do you change your underwear is sort of the very crude way of thinking about it. But how often do you get it clean? Do you clean it? Do you just throw it away? But other accommodations too, such as the hygiene. How do you wash? How often do you wash? What type of exercise equipment you need? I know somebody mentioned a little while ago about the fact that 1,6G, we don't know if we even reproduce. Paragon actually was the first company to ever have an animal reproduce through multiple generations in microgravity back in 1996. We did some experiments on the shuttle and then Mir. But so we know it can be done, but there are some very pertinent issues to that. Water management. Water is a big thing. Again, that's that you can go without water for about 3 days. That involves everything from making water and then collecting water from waste, either urine and actually if your feces has a fair amount of water in it, to the hygiene, the cleaning, what we call gray water. How do you refine that, reprocess it, make it drinkable for the humans on board, and keep that recycling going? Or you can always just bring tanks of clean water from Earth. But even with the plunging or lowering of the launch cost, that's still considered somewhat impractical if you can have a device that will clean the water and doesn't weigh too much to get off the ground here. Air management. It's interesting. I really should say thermal management. Well, no, I'll say air management. I'll go with air management first. The air management is really keeping a breathable atmosphere. That includes full pressure. The underground systems that Ben said are one of the things they've got to be is fairly airtight. You can't leak to everywhere, but you got to maintain the pressure, of course. But also then once you're in the environment, you've got to supply the right amount of partial pressure of oxygen, which is depending on what's physiologist talking about, somewhere from 2.4, 2.8 PSI all the way up to 3.4 or so of oxygen. You got to provide that, but we also produce a lot of waste. We produce CO2, of course, when we're breathing, but we also put out a bunch of other chemicals, gases like methane and some hydrogen sulfides and stuff like that. And you can't let them build up. You've got to actually be able to clean them out. Some you have to clean out continuously. Some you can batch clean out every 3 days or 4 days and not get above what we call in our industry SMAC levels, which are the minimum levels that they want in order to not affect human physiology. Crew waste management is big. It's also the one that makes all of the kids giggle when I give presentations at schools. This is, of course, collecting the poop and the peep, as they say, or the feces and the urine in the more sophisticated world, and making sure that you handle those, whether you recycle them, again, maybe extract the water, definitely pre-treat them, hold them. If you're going to hold urine in a tank for any period of time, you probably have to sterilize it or put in a biocide. And that is a really complex thing. And in fact, I've seen some pictures, not necessarily at this conference, about the inside of the SpaceX vehicle. And one of the questions I always have for Elon is, where are the bathrooms? And they seem to not show up in a lot of the art. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. Food management is big too. Frankly, going to the moon and back, given the transportation and stuff, I think it's going to be the equivalent of power bars and Gatorade to some degree in the beginning. I get a lot of questions about, well, what about raising your food? What about growing your own food? Well, that works, except it takes a lot of weight. It doesn't matter if it's aeroponic or hydroponic or maybe even growing plants in soil. You've still got to have all the material there. When you grow a plant, only a certain amounts are edible and stuff like that. So I do see a lot of stuff having to do with just packaged food. But that's a problem. Packaging is waste. And what do you do with it? How do you deal with it? How do you minimize it over time? And then finally, thermal control. And the reason I kind of oscillated between air management and thermal control, really, you got to keep the air right. And then the next thing the astronauts worry about is, am I at the right temperature? Humans are really picky. We want to be 70 plus or minus 2 degrees. Usually there's a difference between people in their metabolism. Anybody who's has a spouse in the same house, then you keep fighting over the thermostat, you understand that. But in the world, especially of the moon, where you have a very harsh, hot environment during the day and a very cold environment at night, how do you get that stuff out? How do you get the waste out to the, sorry, I'm just got some windows popping up on the chats. How do you get that, how do you get that heat collected from the inside, where it's usually getting too warm because we produce heat? Humans are a bright light bulb. We put out about 100 to 120 watts when we're not exercising, but also all of your equipment, all your electronic equipment. How do you get that heat into something to transport it to the outside and get it rejected through usually a radiator? There are some ways to do it with waste products like a sublimator, but I'm not going to get into that right now. So there's your overview. You now know more about environmental control than probably 99% of the human population at this point, but I know that this crowd is much more sophisticated, so I hope I didn't bore you to tears. And then finally, what is the long duration of history in space? None of it's on the surface of anywhere. We don't have bases on the moon yet. We don't have bases on Mars. We've done all of our life support for long duration in vehicles, whether it's Skylab, Mir, ISS, Tiangong, and I forget, I'm sorry, this may be a little bit old. I think there's the new name of another system up there with the Chinese. There's some interesting things about that. They've all been designed for LEO. So they all, if they break down, you're essentially 30 minutes away from escaping and getting back to the ground if you have a severe issue. But not only that, if you have something breaking down like a pump or a fan or something like that, you can always call up for another one. And depending on manifests and time to build and stuff, you're 3 to 9 months away from getting a replacement. And of course, there are a few replacements on the vehicle themselves. The interesting thing is they're packaged in what are called ORUs, orbital replacement units. And the philosophy for orbital replacement units for LEO is pretty big. You can have 250-pound pump packages and stuff like that. That's not going to work when you're on the moon. You're not going to carry 3 extra 250-pound pumps with you and pump packages, which include controllers and everything else. You're going to want to repair at a smaller level. I won't get into that, but one of the bigger arguments going on in environmental control right now, and generally in general with long duration, is how much you're designing for reliability and maintainability, and how much is redundancy, and how do you balance that so you don't have to lift so much stuff and store and have the volume for so much stuff. So getting now into the lunar part of the world. What are the critical issues on lunar life support? And I have these 4. I'm sure everybody will come up with a few more, but it's really, I really do like The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert A. Heinlein, because it's a really harsh place to be. And the first one, of course, that everybody thinks about is lunar day-night cycle, the 2 weeks of sun and 2 weeks of dark, and how that works. The associated temperature swings associated with that from -200 Fahrenheit to +200 Fahrenheit. And I will say that's a very simplistic, that's what we call a flat plate steady state temperature. That means if you have a theoretical flat plate on the surface, what temperatures we get to, and it's like -20 to +200, -200 to +200. It actually is very much different from that. You can shade them, you can do other things, you can shade from the ground and all that. But that's one issue. The other one is, sorry, there we go. The other one is dust. And I will say unequivocally, there is nothing like it on Earth. And you get a lot of people that talk simulants and simulants for dust. None of them are close. The morphology, the amount of, I think Ben mentioned the stickiness and everything else about dust. Dust is something that's been exposed for 4 billion years at a 10 to the -12 torr or so. Sorry, that was supposed to be superscripted. It does not exist. And the dirty little secret about the samples coming back from the moon is all of them that were put in the sample boxes were essentially at Houston ambient pressure by the time they got to Houston. The seals leaked. Why? Because of the dust. There were some more hermetically sealed items, and I've talked to the curator. It was a little while ago, about a decade ago, I talked to a curator down at JSC. They were sitting at about 10 to the -6 torr. Well, that still sounds like a really good vacuum, but that's 6 orders of magnitude higher pressure than what they were at when they were collected. So you can't even take that, no matter how careful, and use that for tests, really. And this whole thing of being bombarded by meteorites and micrometeoroids and how it worked, Ben mentioned about, we think that the dust is thicker at the surface, and as you get lower, it will get different, the morphology, and you'll go to larger structures. The one true thing about it is we tried to mitigate dust on Apollo and nothing worked. And I'll talk more about that. Radiation is a big thing. There's really no protection for those on the surface. And there's really very little warning too. There's a few hours of warning if you do a radiation event in which you can scramble to a protective area. But when you're out there, you're still getting pretty decent amounts of dosage, much more than on the Mars, not because Mars is farther away, but also Mars has a sensible atmosphere that does do some shielding. And of course, we enjoy that here on Earth. And finally, the other thing that's a critical issue is the transport and resupply time. What do you want to bring with you, and what do you have to find? How do you live off the land with IRSU? So let's go into... let's see, there we go. There we go. So naturally, there we are. So let's talk about thermal control first a little bit. One of the things that's sort of untalked about a little bit is how cryogenic storage is very hard. The Apollo lunar module had hypergolics, which are essentially room temperature storage of fuels that they can rely on. The minute you mix them together, they combust and you end up with a rocket. You may note that most of the HLS, the Human Lander System candidates, and the one I show here on the lower left is the ostensible winner at SpaceX. They have cryogenic oxygen in them. How do you store cryogenic oxygen when the flat plate temperature is 200 Fahrenheit? How do you store it for any period of time? That's a big problem. So you're gonna see, and one of the things is it's not just absorbing direct from the sun, but the sun heats the surface, and the surface then re-radiates at very succinct wavelengths towards your vehicle. You're going to be cooking pretty hard, and I'll admit one of the issues with the HLS design is there on the lower left is exactly what is the thermal control component of that vehicle. And I'm very curious about that. I don't have enough insight into it at this point. The other thing about the long days and long nights and semi-thermal control related is that for 14 days, you don't have sun. And so really I see a lot of concepts with solar arrays. That means you also have to have 14 days worth of battery storage, or you go into some hibernation capability, which means you need less battery storage, but you still need enough power to get through the night. And frankly, I don't see a way we will have a viable human base on the moon or Mars until we plunk down a medium-sized nuclear reactor. And there's been some recent announcement in the last month or two about development of nuclear reactors, but I'm really surprised that we haven't been pushing on that really hard. We need a space transportable, landable nuclear reactor power supply, and it's probably one of the first things should land on the surface. And the moon, of course, you don't have to worry about dust storms like on Mars, but you do have to worry about 14 days of night. On the Mars, of course, you have dust storms that can last 2 months, and you will get no solar power out of that. It's actually a black sky at that point. So I really do not see any way to have a viable colony without a nuclear reactor in there. And then the other thing that's a little more technical is that Paragon builds radiators. We're building the radiators for the Dream Chaser vehicle, and it uses a special technology that we've registered as a trademark called XRAD. We've patented this, and really what it is an extruded radiator that we can build very cheap and consistently and very flexibly. We can get a design change a week and a half before a critical design review and still build the radiator on schedule. And so getting those radiators that are out on the surface somewhere where they can see deep space, see that 4 Kelvin background environment is really important. The other thing is they have to be micrometeoroid compatible. You know, you're going to have micrometeoroids hitting the surface. You can't puncture a tube in any way, shape, or form. And that's one thing also that is a feature of the X-Ride technology. And I put these ellipsoidal tank propellant tanks. We are doing this for NASA. We're building, we're designing and building these. These are cryo tanks that are actually inflatable, and they have a certain amount of insulative properties, which are really cool. That's, by the way, one of our solutions for cryo tanks. But again, to Ben's point, and somebody commented in the chat, it's really good to be able to find a lava tube, which I talk about later, and inflate a vehicle. We have another program, which I don't highlight here, called House, which actually is a ready-made inflatable module. It's mainly made for zero gravity because you can have multiple floors, but it's also very good for the moon. And being able to inflate and use that, it's, you know, collapsible, transportable, and everything else. So our solutions are the shielding, the shielded radiators that we talked about here. And I mentioned something called Celsius. EPT I talk about here. Celsius is a little more sensitive, but it's really another highly efficient multi-layer insulation to some degree that will allow cryo tanks to last weeks on the moon surface. And I can't show anything about that because it's too proprietary, but Celsius is a program. You can actually go look it up on the NASA websites because we've done some public domain work on that. So that's really thermal control. Dust. I could spend an hour and a half just talking about dust. You'll notice the picture I have there. I can't remember which astronaut this is on the moon, but I give a close up a little bit of that suit, and look how gray it is. That was a bright white suit with something called a beta cloth external layer, and that's after 2-3 days on the moon. And every single astronaut, I think, except one, fell down at some part. Well, except for the two. I don't think Neil and Buzz did. They fell down when they started doing real science on the moon and having to traverse and be there multiple days. And dust is really, really interesting on the moon. I've said before, there's no way to duplicate it on Earth. There's no way to bake out and get yourself down to where there's no interstitial gases between the layers of the dust, within the nooks and crannies of the dust. The morphology of the sharpness of the dust is really interesting. In fact, astronauts very often, and always when they came back from the moon, when they were there for multiple days, so they went in and got out of their suits and back in, ended up with dust embedded in their fingernails that didn't grow out for 2 or 3 months. And they also had dust embedded in their arms at where they bent. And that means that dust went through the external micrometeoroid, the beta layer, which is a thermal layer, the micrometeoroid shield, which is under that, and the air bladder, and into their skin. It's very sharp, very small. I will tell you right now, SEALs will fail. If you ask the astronauts, the Apollo, I know Harrison Schmitt said to me, it wasn't that we were going to run out of oxygen why we had to get off the lunar surface, is the suits were falling apart. The zippers, the cloth systems were highly affected by the dust. You may remember there's a picture of Harrison Schmitt throwing a hammer away. That hammer used to have a rubber handle on the outside, a rubber covering on the handle. It totally disappeared in 3 days. You can go down to Ace Hardware. You used to be able to buy a hammer with kind of a black rubber handle. It took 3 days for it to totally wipe that out. And then also the dust introduced in the spacecraft that's very, very important to life support, because we have to clean that dust out of the air. We have to be able to pull it out because we're not sure, but it could be toxic in decent quantities. Toxicity is always about dosage, not the toxicity per se. And then also it's probably at least harmful to the lungs. So you got to be able to pull it out. So we've done many studies here at Paragon of how to do HEPA filters, how to clean them, how to back clean them so that you can get the dust back out. But we're always suffering from the fact that we have to use a simulant here on the Earth. So what's the solution to this? It's really to test, and test some more on this. And what you see in the lower right there is a device that we designed, proposed to NASA to put on the lunar surface, that really you put regolith on the right side, you stir it up, and you have various, in this case, 10 shafts of different sealants and seals for rotating shafts, and try out these seals to see if they deteriorate over time. We really want to get this on the surface. And I will say that with the CLIPS program, the Commercial Lunar Payload System, where they're going to be landing uncrewed vehicles on the surface for experiments, if every single one doesn't have at least one dust experiment, I think we're probably barking up the wrong tree. We need to really go and test this, because there is nowhere else you can test this. We have these things called TRL levels, the technology readiness levels. And one of the things that's tested in the relevant environment, I think, is TRL 7. We can't get to 7 on Earth with lunar dust, period. It doesn't matter. You've got to go to the moon and test it. So we should be landing things on the moon and testing them out. I'm really concerned that we're going to plunk $1 billion, $1.5 billion with a habitat somehow on the moon, and it's going to be obsolete or at least non-functional within 6 months. So if I don't see SEAL tests and other wear tests associated with lunar regolith on every single CLIPS flight that goes, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. And by the way, this hasn't been accepted by NASA. We're trying to get it fly. If anybody is on this from NASA and says, hey, yeah, we really do need to fly this. We actually built this and ran it for a little bit. It wasn't flight worthy, it was a ground version, but it was kind of cool. You would do it, and each shaft was instrumented so you could see which ones were starting to get more wear and more resistance, more torque. And that would give you an idea of the seals. And you could test 10 different types of material, or you could test 5 of 2 different materials to compare them, or however you went. Finally, the second to last is radiation. Radiation, I put this thing up in the upper right with a big crosser on it. When you see, and my apologies to some of the habitat and presentations earlier this morning, but whenever I see a glass dome, I kind of sigh. You're not going to have a glass dome on the surface of the moon, period. there's at least within this case, with something growing in it, something in it. Will you have a protected dome, maybe inflated for certain experiments? Sure. But in this case, these implications are always, they're part of the habitat, especially if you see trees growing in them. In reality, the radiation is going to drive you underground, or you're going to bury yourself, a little bit like you kind of see on the left-hand side of that picture in the upper right. And how do you do that? Digging is one thing. The other one is there are a lot of ready-made things called lava tubes. We know they're on the moon. We've seen them. The picture on the left is a little bit of the rill system, which linear rills may be, as a matter of fact, collapsed lava tubes. But the one on the right is really cool. That's a picture from a satellite around the moon of what we call skylights. It's where the theory is that the ceiling of the lava tube has fallen in, and you ended up with this. So we really advocate finding these lava tubes, getting in, using Ben's system of some sort of iron and structural thing to make sure they don't collapse in on you and stuff, I think is a very good idea. We have gone down the way of doing inflatable habitats on that, as long as, of course, when you inflate, you don't pop the system. But you really need to get underground or bury yourself in a few meters of regolith in order to keep yourself away from the radiation problem. And then finally, the living off the land. What do you bring from Earth, and what do you have? I really liked, I can't remember who said it, but the fact that with ULA offering to buy propellant grade oxygen, hydrogen for $2,000 or $3,000 a kilogram, heck, just transport it from the surface of the Earth is maybe a way to do it. But Paragon's been working hard on how do you recover water in general. The upper right there is a picture of actually a device that's now on the space station called the brine processor assembly that recovers 98% of the water out of urine. But the problem is, how do you get the water in the first place? You can bring a certain amount from Earth, but as many scientific conclusions have come up, there's a lot of water on the surface. Some of it is in the permanently shadowed craters, but they're finding it's almost everywhere now. But having water like that and then having usable water is a very different thing. And Paragon is working actually on 2 different concepts. And I've got if you're wondering, if you're trying to read that lower left schematic, I've got a blow up on the next one to give you a little closer view of it all. So anyway, but so we're using something called IHOP, which is in situ hydrogen oxygen production, and it's a way to take the volatiles that come off with the water, clean out those volatiles from the water, purify the water, and make it at least breathable grade oxygen out of that, or in some cases hydrogen and oxygen propellants. And yeah, so then one of the aspects of our IHOP technology is a part called Icicle, which is in situ collector of ice in a cold lunar environment, which actually uses selective freezing now to be able to purify your water and make it again something you can use. And I think one thing I said about this going back is there's no chemical industry to refine products on the surface of the moon, and very often I see this as, why don't we just make something, make our solar cells on the moon or Mars or whatever. And it takes a huge train of billion-dollar industries to make the products to make those systems on Earth, let alone. So when you get up to the moon, you don't have those systems. I promised, and I'm going to conclude with this. Can you grow a plant on the moon? And the unequivocal goal is yes, you can, for a shorter period of time. The story behind this is that Paragon was asked by JPL to come up with a system for growing plants on Mars using Martian regolith. And I specifically kind of blurred the picture up above because it has a few proprietary things on it, but up in the upper left. But we really developed about something the size of a half a loaf of bread that could condition the soil, water the soil. We created a way to create seed cards, that you see that now. Actually, you can get a coaster that has seeds embedded in it, so you can go plant it in your garden, it'll grow. It was that concept. And we were looking at growing an Arabidopsis plant. Well, that was interesting because when Elon Musk sold his shares of PayPal, he wanted to go do something cool on Mars, and one of them was raising a plant. So he actually paid Paragon to start designing and building the plant system. And the lower left one there is actually the concept we came up with, which is a sort of a pedal thing that opens up. It's got solar power. It can selectively open and close the window into it. The window is actually made out of an aerogel. Just to say that this wasn't just pretty pictures and a PowerPoint design. The lower middle one actually shows the breadboard concept of actually something of doing this. Of course, all the mechanical stuff of cooling and air control and stuff is behind in the blue cabinet behind you, but it gives you the same idea. It was doable. And then we also did something called the Lunar Oasis program. And I had a picture of that, and I frankly just forgot to put it on this, I realized. But I can actually blow it up maybe. But this here is actually a picture of a real piece of hardware that we've very amateurishly stuck on something. But the idea is you could land it on the ground and do that. And then that's pretty much what I had to say, and I'm almost running out of time, so I'm going to hand it back to Michael, and I hope I have some time for a question. Sorry, I went a little longer than I thought.
Don't apologize. It's fascinating. I mean, it is your slide where it's kind of the forgotten subsystem. I don't know how people forget it, right? I mean, I'm not doing this to send more robots to the moon and Mars, right? I mean, I think there should be robots on the moon and Mars, but I'm doing this to get people there. And I think plants are a necessary precursor, just because we're going to kill them, so might as well kill something that's not going to fight back. No, I think it's fascinating. I think it's an underappreciated science. It is vastly harder than is usually perceived. And given the slide that you had that has, I don't know, 7, 8 different human-related missions earlier, I just feel it's really remarkable what y'all have accomplished and what you're continuing to do. Given that it's really, really hard, there's some comments about, could we grow things on the moon to inspire children? Given that it's really hard, what is the simplest thing that could go to the moon the soonest? And I'm going to guess it's plants, but if you've got something else, if it's microbes, if it's something even similar, what's the simplest thing that could happen that we could show?
Well, I mean, what we could do is duplicate. Paragon put the first commercial payload on space station. So we were the first ones ever to buy time to go actually up to space station. We did it through the Russian side because NASA wouldn't play ball at the time. Right. And we actually put up an aquatic biological system. It was about about this big, if you can see my hand. Yeah. And we put that up on the Russian module, and it was actually Velcroed under a light because it needed light to live. And the fun thing about that is it was an educational project. We actually built simulators of that and distributed them to Russian schools. And then after we launched, I actually went down to the route to the Russian schools and explained the experiment, and they could talk to the Russian astronauts and grow something in theirs and compare it to what was going on there. So, that we have readily made. Paragon has done 3, and actually our longest biological mission that lasted was 18 months on the space station. Wow. And that actually did not die or end. It was they decided they wanted the space, so they put it in a progress vehicle and burned it up. And okay. There's a whole nother story behind that I can't get into. But
fair enough. Manny's asking, are there really no ideas on mitigating lunar dust? I had never heard the stories you just told us a minute ago about disintegrating hammers and disintegrating spacesuits. I mean, that would have been a bad headline. Mm-hmm. So, are there solutions to this?
Well, kind of as I pointed out, there are candidate solutions. However, we don't know if they work. And in fact, Paragon has an existing contract we're executing. We just won it last month with NASA for how to clean dust off of radiators. But another little dirty little secret about Apollo is they got on and they tried to hammer the first few core testers into the surface, and they didn't go anywhere in as far as they would. And it was because they kind of tested them in a sandbox on Earth. And the, again, morphology of lunar dust, of the dust on the ground, but there's a lot of interstitial gases, and it's kind of greasy, so to speak. It's slippery compared to what you find on the moon. And so what they did is they spent about $17 million of, I think, then year dollars in the 60s of mitigation things. They had John Young in a vacuum chamber trying to dust off of the radiator. Actually the one cool thing about this picture here is the backside of this radiator. And actually, let me get to dust here. The backside of this lunar rover had the batteries. The batteries had a radiator on top. Not really, it was passive, but that got dirty and the radiator started to overheat. So they were trying to figure out how to brush them off. So they were in there, actually, they tried boar bristle brushes, the sort of type that you do to put on shaving cream. And they tried all that on the ground and said, okay, they got up onto the moon and tried it, and none of them worked. 0 of them worked. Now, I've got a great graph that I didn't have time to put in here that shows the thermal response of these radiators, and they went up and it got hotter and hotter and hotter. They dusted them off and it went down in a sawtooth pattern, but it didn't go anywhere down, anywhere near what the original virgin material was. And then it went up even farther, and then they dusted off and it came down even less. So essentially, they got more time by dusting it off, but it kept sawtoothing up, and it was essentially going to fail within a few days. So that's what I meant about there was so many things that a short 3-day mission, you could survive it, but if you get longer than that, you're not. So that's where I'm very pessimistic. But again, we have theorized, for one thing, like the seal material I talked about here, we think we've come up with a very good rotating seal material that will help mitigate lunar dust. It's proprietary what the material is, but we'll never know until we test it. And I'm very humble to say that I could do billions of dollars of testing on the ground and never know for sure if it's going to work until I get to the moon.
Wow, that's spooky. Ryan from one of the attendees mentioned that China grew a plant on the moon, Chang'e 3 or 4, he believes. Do you want to debunk that a little bit?
Well, I frankly have not dived into it. I didn't even hear about it until a month or so ago. I frankly shouldn't comment on it because I really just don't know anything. I would say that, did it germinate on the moon is the first question.
It did not.
yeah, and if it didn't germinate on the moon, you really don't know if you can grow something on the moon. Anybody, my wife has the brownest thumb in the world. Thank God she's not listening. She can kill any plant, but she can still get it home from the store and get it set up in the house. And that's essentially all you did was take something from the store and set it up on the moon. That's not growing a plant on the moon. So that was the hardest part about that thing I talked about with by the way, the Mars one was supposed to go on the Mars 2001 lander, but the budget got cut, so the project got cut, as it was the Mars 2001 lander ended up auguring in anyway, so it wouldn't have been done. But the hardest part was almost how to get the seeds to germinate, and we actually had the seeds germinate slightly above the soil, because they have to get to a certain point before they can start getting their roots in, or you're probably going to kill them before they're viable enough to go on. So yeah, I will say, I won't say a plant has grown in space on the lunar surface until it germinates and then grows.
I will say it has not grown in space.
Yeah.
All right, we are moving on. Thank you so much for your insights. I have to admit, it is somewhat humbling and somewhat discouraging, but we better know the problems in advance before we head there. So,
well, and I don't want to come on as Debbie Downer,
No.
Music
No.
no.
I get it.
Yeah,
it's just really hard. It's hard to do this stuff.
It's the stuff we have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on. Professor Thangvalu, thank you so much for being here. Can we get a sound check, mic check, please?
Okay, am I here? Can you hear me?
Perfect. Okay, sir. Dr. Madhu Thangvalu conducts the Graduate Space Exploration Architectures Concept Synthesis Studio, which is really hard to say in one breath, at the Department of Astronautical Engineering within the Viterbi School of Engineering at the University of Southern California. Very, very long title there. He also teaches the Extreme Environment Habitation Design Seminar at the School of Architecture, where he is a graduate thesis advisor. Professor Thangvalu's educational background is in architecture, a master's in building science, USC, and engineering, a bachelor's at Calcutta, India. He is a co-author of the book, The Moon, Resources, Future Development and Colonization, and the second Springer edition was published in 2007. He's also the invited author of a chapter, Living on the Moon, and he's received a couple awards. He was on the USC team that won the coveted NASA NIAC Phase 1 and 2 for developing robotic building technologies on the moon. He is a faculty at International Space University, and I love that school. So thank you very much, sir. Really glad to have you here. Please take it away.
Okay, let me get on here. I want to make sure I have my slide. You cannot start screen while other participants are sharing. Can you,
Fabio, can you make sure he's got sharing capabilities, please?
where are we? Let's see.
Got it.
I keep getting this. Let's see. Sharing.
Did you post your file to the?
I did not post it.
Okay.
What do you see now? Let me go here.
Fabio says, try again.
I'm not seeing my green button. Guys, this is
Okay. I don't have any control on my side of this. Let me see.
Okay, let me take a look. Or what are we seeing now?
Just you, sir. James, do you have any control over that? Fabio? Yeah. Fabio's saying it should work, so now I'm perplexed. You don't have at the bottom of your screen with participants, Q&A, share screen?
Yep, I'm not seeing it. Let me see what's going on here.
Because you are officially a panelist and you should have that power. So now I don't know.
I'm going to do
Yeah.
this. I'm going to come back on.
Okay.
Let me go out and come back on. 1 minute.
And try that first, and then secondarily send me your slides if you got them.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are the problems with the.
Ryan, again, from the audience, is saying that he highly recommends your book. It is a great resource. Sorry about the dead air, y'all. We'll have it fixed in just a moment. Fabio, you're watching for him to come in. All right.
Am I back on here? Let me see.
You are here. I can hear you.
I'm missing the beautiful green button. Let me see.
You're missing it. Huh. Okay. Why don't you send me your slides? I'll take over from that side, and then you just start chatting.
Oh, that's going to be a little tricky because I got a lot of slides, but give me 1 more second here. Let me see.
Okay.
Close.
There's a comment that you may need to exit being in full screen mode, that sometimes the button is covered by the taskbar at the bottom of the screen. I have encountered that one before.
Can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, it's coming through right now. What do we see now?
Just you, smiling face.
Still.
Yep.
Okay. Share screen.
Okay.
And now.
Ta-da. Perfect.
You're seeing things. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And let me do this.
Lots of paper or lots of PowerPoint
slides. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Do that.
Is that better?
Yep. Perfect. All right. Thanks everybody for your patience on that. Let's kick this off. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you all for your patience. It's beautiful to see Ben's presentation followed by Grant, and I'm happy to be watching this, Michael. I mean, so many new ideas, and it's all about, this whole endeavor is about keeping the human creativity and the imaginative faculty going for all of us. And, that is the class that I teach at USC. Some people call it blasphemy, but the idea is to engage people in creative ways. So I have a foot in the School of Architecture and in the School of Engineering. And, and that is really the reason for this class. As you know, USC has a very interesting astronautical engineering program.
Yep.
It's not a aerospace engineering program, very different. And our famous alumnus is Neil Armstrong. He was at school while he was assigned to the Apollo mission. And our class is nested within this program.
Okay.
So it's a 3-unit class. We meet once a week. And all I ask is give me something creative. It doesn't have to be correct. It doesn't have to be real, but it has to be imaginative. And we are academia. So we say things that are independent of the industry or the agency. And I asked them, hey, listen, give me a squiggle. A squiggle is better than a lot of plots and charts. We'll figure out the engineering later. So every class starts with this, and in the last few years, we've been talking about Artemis and Gateway. And I keep impressing on them, if you don't do things fast, you'll just stay and keep what we call, the standing army problem. And also Parkinson's law comes to mind, that you give people money, they'll find ways to spend it. The main idea here in this presentation is to get you all to go to our website, take a look at the things we've been doing since about the year that Grant's company started, 1992-93. And that is our book. And 2 editions are done. The 3rd edition of the works, and I'm losing my hair. And Buzz Aldrin wrote the foreword. And he is a regular visitor, sometimes incognito, because he charges a huge honorarium. He comes into class and does some wonderful things. You can go check out the videos in the class about the class. I think all of you may have talked about Gateway and the NASA narrative, which talks about how we are going to do. It's very logical. It's very easy to understand, but we have a problem. It is very, very complex. It involves a lot of systems, not only from our agencies, but from all over the world. And to give you a rough idea, they have an idea called the near rectilinear halo orbit. It was necessitated by the systems involved, the international partners involved, and just the orbital dynamics is so very constraining that even though this problem was solved 250 years ago, we don't think at USC this is probably the right way to go about like doing gateway. As you know, Earth is here, we got the moon here, L1, L2 on the other side. And so you can fly something here, and over a period of time, the moon, the earth, and the sun will slowly move you from an ecliptic orbit to a near polar orbit, and that's the plan. It's propagated by people here, including Kathleen Howell, and it's something to think about. Now, in our studio, we've been looking at orbits for some years. In fact, these are the few that I picked up that hopefully you'll go to our website, take a look. In 2015, a student came up and said, you know, we can do what we call a super synchronous Earth orbit that starts over here, goes around here, comes close to L1, and goes back in. And his idea was to use it for lunar tours. The paper got a lot of hits, and you can Google it too. I think it's all over the place. So it's a 7-day orbit. Good idea for a tourist. In the 2016 project, again, if you go into our slides, you'll see, they talked about having L1 as a place to propose a gateway that would really be studying deep space radiation on animals, because there are some ethical considerations about putting people in these places during a solar storm. 2017, Kathleen Howell from Purdue publishes the NRHO along with her team. And Diane Davis, who is at JSC now, is also responsible for many of the charts dealing with NRHO. Centipad is something that came about talking about landing pads. Everybody talked about dust and debris. There's a solution there. In 2018, we talked about using the low Earth orbit as the building and servicing platform for anything beyond there going towards the moon. 2018 had two or three other interesting papers, including one called the Artemis Station at L1. And we also discussed what good things we could do using the NRHO, which obviously is servicing the South Polar region. In 2019, a paper came out called Maxim, in which we said, we have to think about what we have done in the past and maybe use that as a stepping stone to inform the world where we've been and what we can do together as a free world with free world values. In 2020, we just had it last year, this particular orbit came back to haunt us. And a student said we could do a 14-day supersynchronous orbit that crosses the moon. And that could also serve as a potential profile for Gateway, and had a lot of interesting things going with it. Now, we all agreed that the lunar South Pole is a terrible place for a crew landing, particularly the first Artemis 3 crew landing. There are many things in the many blasphemous stuff in our report on that. So NASA's evolutionary plan was set in the last administration very clearly, moon to Mars, but still all of the elements are not clear how we are going to do this. And some of the performance metrics are interesting. Of course, the schedule takes forever. Again, remember Parkinson's law. And budget is always too difficult. And to throw the monkey wrench into the system, the vice president during the last administration said we wanted to accelerate this. It's the right thing to do because you can spend a lot of money without doing anything. So narrative, the way you tell a story, is perhaps more important than how we go about it. Because once you tell a story very clearly and carefully, it's part of the policy. Once you say that, you can do things because the large workforce you employ gets a very good idea of the narrative. Public engagement is very important. And we must dare mighty things. I think you all saw that parachute and how we got the code out of that parachute. I think that that phrase is attributed to Teddy Roosevelt. So the NASA narrative problems are a focus is missing. Global appeal is waning. There are two projects now. Gateway came first, but Artemis was pushed in to go earlier. So they're wrangling these two. And it is compounded by things like the Artemis Accords, certain laws that were passed earlier on. And it is seen in the international scene as provocative and sometimes unilateral. All you need to do is look up Russian news and you'll hear some of this. Can we rework the narrative? I think it's very difficult. So in the 2019 team project, we looked at what we call the Artemis Maximum Project. And the idea was who is going to fly the first two people and where are they going to land? The last section it dealt with what we call the Hermes mission. Hermes, as you know, is the stepbrother of Artemis. What do? You fly Earth to station, from station to Mare Tranquillitatis, visit the pit, the pit that Grant showed, do some wonderful science there, and head on to the Apollo 11 landing site to survey and to preserve the site. On orbit, the crew will continue a telerobotic mission to the Apollo 17 site. And over time, we want to establish a lunar tourism trek that would take you from the Apollo 11 site all the way to Apollo 17 site. Talk about narrative, pretty clear. So where would it all begin? We can use the existing stable of rockets now internationally to get a lot of things happening in low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is where the action is. I know all of you know this because we are pumping a lot of satellites into orbit, but that is where we can really do some good things. Station is involved. A station may not be the best trajectory and the best inclination to get to the moon, but we can do this. And of course, Axiom and others are planning other stations. So this is a possibility. From Earth orbit, we can fly after docking with fuel in orbit. We can fly off and do magical things around and on the moon. What would a traverse look like? You'd get down zero on day one or day zero. You'd start at Mars pit. You'd spend some time there. I think this a little bit, it needs to be clarified again. It needs to be cleaned out. And then you drive down 450 kilometers on a beautiful pressurized rover to the Apollo 11 site, where we'll do some more things and then fly back. And those purple lines, can you see them? That is the ground track of the command module, so that they can continue to monitor this mission as well as do the telerobotic side of it, going towards the Apollo 17 site. So that's what we could do. And guess what? We go to the Apollo 11 site, visit it, and preserve. You'll hear more from Michelle about this. Preserve the boot prints, which I'm quite confident they're not the way they look like when it was impressed on the lunar surface. So that was about, and the idea was to get let the Apollo people know that, that we honor them and we cherish the historical, the heritage that they put to us 50 some years ago. So then this last year, we did the Twins project. And it talked about the various things that are in operation with CLIPS and these terrible landers that are being proposed, of which there should be no doubt. This is the clear winner, because just from the cost point of view. But then you're asking, why are we doing this when 50 some years ago, we produced one of the finest landers the world had ever seen? And we used it, reused it, and saved our crew with it. Why are we redoing and reinventing the wheel? So we got all these problems, and they have to really hash it out and clean it out in the coming months and perhaps 1 or 2 years. So I think I mentioned this to you. We think we can do this very simply along the ecliptic, go to the moon, do all the wonderful things we want to do. And one idea was we will publish a paper soon on this, that the idea of a super synchronous orbit with something very special, with solar sails to do attitude control. And what you would do, as you see, here's the moon, here's Earth, and we would push it around here. That is the simpler super synchronous orbit. But in our case, we would just go around like so, come around this way. And a lot of papers exist in this area. We've studied it in the Mobius and for the Archer mission. We think this is the way to go about it. And it has some very interesting features, including what do you do during a solar storm as Gateway and Artemis are ramping up at the same time, or sun is. The sunspot cycle 25 is starting to emerge. And if you are even in the astronaut, in the amateur astronomy community, you'll start to see a lot of images of sunspots coming up. And so we're going to have a very active period pretty soon. So we think public involvement is important. If you have beautiful structures out there, people should see it. If you have solar sails on Gateway, you'll see it orbiting the moon. And one more thing. How much time we got, Michael?
Just a few minutes.
Okay.
I know you started a little bit late, so I was going to give you a little bit, but only about 5.
One more thing about Artemis Accords and how we can sweeten the deal. I think we should have an idea to continually use, to put into use laser communications. And we can do this. It's already being proposed. It's been already done, but now we've gotten better at it between the moon and the Earth. And we think we can, let me see here. We can transmit a lot of data very securely for the different participants. And we already know this capability, and these things are not very expensive, which means we can tie it into the Earth's existing optical terrestrial network and offer this as people who join the Artemis program to enhance their terrestrial global networks. So this idea was proposed in the class, and we call it SEON. So, and I think NASA has plans for an extensive communication network, and this could really be a glue, a binding technology for bringing people on board Artemis. And of course, every meeting you'll hear this term, sustainability. The lesson for the agency is to do what they're doing now in a much bigger way. Not just a partner, but be a customer, a real customer. Right now, anybody who talks about space commerce, they're not saying real commerce. They're just being vendors of some sort or the other. So sustainability means real profit motive and to run and sustain your business. And it really means you have revenue and you deduct the cost and you have profit. I think you know this mission that's coming that Elon Musk wants to do. It is going to change everything that we know about. And let me just finish with this. I think this was done at 4 a.m. Policy matters. All of us in the technology arena used to say, "Oh, damn, the policy guys getting in the way." No, policy is cooked from experts who know technology, and the underlying policy philosophy for the United States of America is to promote free world values. Cislunar space is a policy arena. It is not a technology or a science arena. And this must drill into us, all of us, that the moon is very close to Earth, and this domain, whoever dominates it, will be the next power to reckon with. I think we know this. We can, I think, separate Gateway and Artemis in some way. I'm thinking the Gateway could be a very international endeavor, and Artemis could be more of an American endeavor. And Artemis 3, instead of the pole, should really go visit and survey and preserve the Apollo site while doing some wonderful science, because Providence has put a nice lava tube we call the Tranquillitatis pit right in the middle between Apollo 11 and Apollo 17 descent stages. We can promote global cooperation with, like I said, the sweetener say that, hey, we can enhance your terrestrial global network using optical technologies we use for space, use it for that as well as for regular commerce. Now, space companies are changing everything we know about space technologies. All of us, including yours truly, have depended on NASA and continue to depend on NASA to do our work. But that will no longer be. So, profit motive is important to make real sustainability work, and space tourism is on the horizon. Please go to this site. Take a look at this. We've been doing this since 1992, I think, 93, but these are the only ones I've lined up. Take a look at them, and you'll find all the terms that NASA uses, all the topics have been covered, and you have some references, but it's in blue because I'm not ready to share them with you. With that, I'm done, Michael.
Thank you, sir. We do have to move on pretty quickly,
Okay.
but post the
I will send you.
Post the image, 2 images back, 2 slides back, that library of content, because that's real. I really want people to go look at that.
Yes, that is the main plan behind this talk.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you so much.
No. Like show it for a little bit longer, because we have a lot more people on the internet watching than we have in this call. So I want to give people a chance to kind of see that.
This one, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay, great. You can do the QR code on it and quickly go to the site. And
Sure.
I usually monitor that site on a weekly basis to see who's hitting it. 2 months ago, China came in.
Okay. Sure.
a few years ago, Russia has been watching.
Yep.
And for all you know, you got Kazakhstan in there. It's very interesting to see how it works.
It's a heck of a resource. It's a heck of a resource.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to keep that up for a minute longer, but we are going to, so Fabio, don't add the schedule screen. I want to leave this one up for a little bit longer. But we're going to bring in Dr. Susan Ipjewel. Can you?
Hello to Susan.
Hey, Susan.
I'll stop share here.
Sure.
Oh, I got to stop the share.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Susan, can you give us a voice and sound check? Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Can you see me? I'm going to be very,
our sound isn't great. I think you said you're not going to show video, so that's okay. Let me give you your intro here for a second. Dr. Dame Commander Susan Ipjewel is an experienced analog astronaut, space medicine physician and scientist, entrepreneur, and exponential technology expert. She received 2 knighthoods for her humanitarian work and providing opportunities in human space exploration to the underserved communities, general public, and citizen scientists. She is a strong advocate in supporting United Nations social development goals in equality, diversity, and inclusion, and believes that space is for all. She is the president of MMARS, the Mars Moon Astronautics Academy and Research Sciences, offering virtual astronaut training and in-person analog astronaut simulation missions. So great. Thank you very much, Dr. Jewel. I'm going to let you take it away, okay?
Thank you so much. I'm just going to let you know I'm at the Mars base in the Mojave Desert. We got limited Wi-Fi and it's 112 degrees. So I'm really living the Mark Watney life because we have an upcoming mission. So I want to say, excuse us if we leave, if we drop out now and then, just have to be patient and just consider it to be a Mars delay comms. So with that, I will try to share. So I'll try to share my screen.
Terrific. To get back on
my PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Do you want me to do it or are you doing it?
Let me do it first, and if I have technical issues, I can then defer to you, Michael. Thank you so much.
Sure, roger that. So, and we have about 25 minutes or so to get back.
Brilliant. Yes, I'll try to keep it in time. So what I want to do is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So I'm going to be very interactive with my presentation and show some videos. So I'm going to show the first video as a test to see if we can show the videos without any technical hitches. And so with that, thank you so much, Michael and the double Michaels, right? And this team for allowing us to present our work here under MMARS, Mars Moon Astronaut Academy and Research Sciences. That's what we are. So we are training the next gen analog astronauts will one day also be able to be commercial astronauts, also the next gen leaders and super space heroes. The idea is the convergence of both academic innovation and research, but specifically focusing on novel frontier technologies, what we do. So not only are we a training academy, we're also a R&D research institute. And we have been deploying missions and doing this since 2014. So we're not the new kid in the block. We've been doing this for multiple years. And now we're building the first MMARS base here in the Mojave Desert, literally about 40 minutes drive from the Mojave Spaceport, which will be the epicenter, I feel, of commercial space and private civilian space, building the economy out here in the California desert. So here is actually very hot. Right now is a heat wave. We're going to be going up to 117 degrees. But in this mission, I really want to show you not only training resilience, the inner space overview of the individuals and the crew, but also testing technology. When you consider bringing in technology and trying to test not only the user engagement with the technology, how do they learn acquisition of skills, knowledge, but also the technology itself. So in this mission, we actually had 3D printed robotic arms that melted in the heat because it went up to 111 degrees. So, and then we also go to Nepal, Himalayas, which was then minus 25 degrees, and then nothing worked there because it froze. So in the desert, it melted, and in Nepal, in the Himalayas, it froze. So that was also another way of how we're going to test the technology and develop the TRS. To tell you that it's not just about going into space. It's really what Dr. Madhu is talking about. How do we engage leaders or those not in the choir, because we're all in the choir, right? To bring them on board. And so we use space and astronautics as a way to inspire, innovate, and educate. But also very critical that if you're going to bring in the whole of humanity into the conversation, it needs to have to impact the idea of inclusivity. So everyone, no matter what their background is, what their is an idea, you need to bring them on board. So how do you do that? How do you bring everyone on board?
We seem to have lost Dr. Ipjewel. Hopefully she will rejoin, and I am going to add my screen so she doesn't have to share.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Where did we leave off? I lost you there.
I lost you actually. So you were talking about a piece of equipment that melted in the 111 degree.
Oh,
that's the last
right.
thing I heard, which was about 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm gonna share my screen. So give me a second to get that set up.
Yes, that would actually be better. It would reduce the bandwidth. I apologize.
Yep, no worries.
See, this is a real-time problem that we will encounter, and we do encounter, and why we deploy analog astronautic training missions is to look at the technical challenges. One is obviously, internet bandwidth. So
are you seeing
thank you
my
so much,
screen?
Mike.
Are you seeing my screen? Is
Yes.
this is this the slide you want to be on?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
with this slide, this is where we're building the MR base. It's literally about 40 minutes from the Mojave spaceport. The idea is working with the community to build the first sort of use this as a build out during COVID. We had to abort here isolated now. So what we do in our in-person mission. Next slide, Michael, please. Next slide, Michael. Okay, so it's very important that we engage, we engage everyone, right? So the whole idea of UNSDG of inclusivity, diversity, and equality is paramount for and this is astronautic as an introduction to be able to inspire others, innovate with frontier novel technologies is what we focus on, as well as the education. There's very much a continuation of what Dr. Matt, right? How do you engage the public? How do you 21st century education very attractive, and using technologies like augmented reality, spatial computing, and so on, so that you can come in remotely as tele-avatars. And the idea of I see this is going to be a technical challenge.
Yeah.
Please bear with me. But anyway, so MMARS is very focused on the social impact and inclusivity. We have several initiatives that we'll show later in the slide. Can you move next slide, please, Michael? So here is a very high level overview of our training program. You don't come in just one time, it's incremental, it's progressive. We're going to curate probably the first degree program in our virtual training as well as in-person training. And we're the only organization as a commercial entity, but we have deployed to austere environments, Nepal at 15,000 feet. Next year, we'll be going to Everest and beyond. The idea is that the person comes in, and the participant, they're able to continue training, and the training gets more complex, more riskier, and so on and so forth. And that's really a part of the vision of us being able to curate a very unique experience, and everything is very experiential. So the idea of experiential learning with exponential technology is the key to what we do. We focus only on novel frontier technologies, cutting edge technologies, either in the laboratory about to come out into commercial viability. And that is what we feel makes us one of the differentiators from other analog training program. Next slide, please. So here is, really just high level very quickly of our virtual 1, 2, and 3. And you could see here, virtual 1 is just an introductory. Then there's a specialized track to virtual 2, and then virtual 3 is a capstone, because remember, we're very academic focused as well. Lots of scientists, researchers, and come in, and then they get a chance to actually deploy their idea or their project into our missions, in-person missions. Next slide, Michael, please. So here's a high level, just a flyer of our hybrid virtual program. So the idea is you come in, like we're doing now, but it's not all passive. The key to us is that we want you to engage interactively. So using the technologies that we've developed using spatial computing, using, tele-avatars, but also because we got our MR Space Camp here and we deploy missions, you're able to come and interact with the crew in real time during the simulations. And so this is what's so unique about the program. So it's not passive, just talking heads, talking, that's always never an engaging experience. And I think that's so unique about the program we offer. Next slide. So yes, here's an example of what we're doing. We're launching this. It's literally using augmented reality, but we work with Microsoft with the HoloLens and be able to bring in and gamify the training. And that, I think, is the key of the future. And the younger generation really on board with this technology, using HoloLens, using Magic Leap, to be able to come in as multiplayers, as tele-avatars, and be able to learn and go into these learning modules. So in this case, our first module will be the Mars Medic, because we've been curating and pioneering the first Space Medics program since 2016. Next slide, please. And here is the in-person mission. This is a selection, there's images below of just some of the activities that they get to engage in when they come into our missions, right? And you can see across the board is IBAs, EBAs, where they engage with technology. That's fundamentally what they interact with. And this is just a small selection. But the idea is in our missions, it's very much modeled on the template of NASA astronauts. It's very heavily scheduled throughout the day. So everyone knows exactly what they're doing, where they will be, what they will be doing, who they will be with, and so on and so forth. So that every minute you're accountable for that. And what I really want to show you is at the upper left is where we've developed our first mobile portable expandable base camp. And that allows us to scale up as a business model. That allowed us to scale up. It would allow us also to do very different caveats in the simulation, like station to station. But the upper right is what we're building here, huge geodesic domes. Remember, this is an analog Martian lunar settlement or lunar community. So we're not going to, at this point, build it underground or in the air, or, so it's just a prototype. But the idea of the huge geodesic dome connected by tunnels and expanding over time that allow us then to bring in thousands, over 1,000 of analog astronauts coming in trained, but also living in long duration isolated confined environment, which has never been done before. Because right now, today, we only have small crews. And the maximum, I think, is what we've done at MDRS partnership was 12 to 16. But usually it's only 6 to 8. Well, that's not the model we want to try out and develop when we go to Moon and Mars, right? We want to build a community. So this is from our vision of what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. So here's an image of the very first we tried out. This is our modular, expandable. We can reconfigure it. We can build and deploy at different geographic locations. You can do station to station, which I think is what's going to happen in the future when we live on Moon and Mars. I'm not just going to have one station. So, but this is really just in I think it was 2015 when we deployed this, was actually the Mojave with the very first crew. Next slide, please. So the idea of that is, how do you scale up, right? Because we're also a business, a for-profit organization. So we're looking at the building and incorporating the business model, right? So that is, I think, is what the younger generation want to be. They want to be the captain of their spaceship. That's the saying, captain of their ship. There are the founders and startup CEOs, and that's a part of the training that we offer, is the entrepreneur or the entrepreneur track. So you have to think about, from a business standpoint, how do you scale up your idea to make it commercially viable, right, financially viable? And that is one of the ways that we were able to do. Is very unique to us. So this graphic is a depiction of a future Mars space camp, and it's just your on the surface. Yes, it could be also underground. It could be in the air, and air. Something called the stratum. Idea of cities. Who knows, right? So that the thinking is to try to get you to think out of the box, be very innovative, and that's it's a very novel knowledge. But what's the to use space and these images? Next slide.
Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Did I lose you? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So this is what we're building. This is our moonshot that we will have developed within the next 24 months. Probably we started it already in the Mojave. It's the Mars base, kind of like Elon when he says he wants to build a star base, right, where he is in Boca Chica or Chica Boca. I forget how to say. I'm Chinese, so you have to excuse me. I say things reverse. But this is what we're building, the Mars base. Okay, next slide. And then here you see the progression of our timeline projection of our training facility as we move forward. Next slide. I'm really rushing now because I'm cognizant of the time. So here are some examples of lots of IVAs, which is, or EVAs, extravehicular activities that you engage in when you come into our mission, and then IVAs, which is a lot of activities, but really it's about like the teleanesthesia, telesurgery, which now I'm going to segue into. Next slide, please. So this was what we did with MDRS. I'm sure James recognizes the first crew that we did. The very first time we pioneered station to station, we had our portable base camp about a mile away from the MDRS station. And I think this is one of the largest analog crew that was ever deployed. And then we split them up into two crews, one living in the MDRS and the other living at the Mars base camp, and then we swapped them over. But the idea is, like, how do you solve problems from, if you had, we threw in all these caveats and scenarios and challenges that they had to overcome, had to find solutions to work together and collaborate and cooperate and communicate. So yeah, this was very interesting, and this is what we're going to continue doing under Mars. Next slide, please. And here is some examples I'm going to show you of the exponential technologies with a lot of our researchers, and these are researchers in very novel frontier technologies. And you could see when you come into mission, you engage with telerobotics. In fact, that's a 3D over here, the upper left. That's an actual 3D printed robotic arm that was controlled remotely about 300 miles away in Las Vegas. And working with the crew here, who were all non-medical crew members, and learning how to do intubation, teleanesthesia, and telesurgery. And with the person that was controlling the robotic arm, in fact, this was melting. So we had to figure out, jerry-rig, how to stop it from melting. I mean, this was amazing, challenge as well, but also to be able to integrate technologies in developing protocols and procedures for eventual, astronauts that are going to go beyond low Earth orbit and onto the moon and Mars. If they don't have the ability to communicate with the surgeons, with the medical team, with the engineers, then they could come in and teleport as teleavatars, telepresence. So that's kind of what we're doing. Here is a picture of us going to 15,000 feet in Nepal. This is our first space medics. We called it Mars Medic back then in 2018, deployed at 15,000 feet. And these are all medical doctors, space, aerospace, precision scientists, emergency doctors, and trying to also test the technology, but also how do you work in very austere, dangerous environments? And then, of course, rovers and the drones. And I'll show you, if you have time for the Medinaut, to show you a video if I don't lose you with the comms. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so in our program, as I said, there are virtual 2, 3, there are specialized training. Here's some examples, just showing you that it's an ongoing incremental, more, the program is not just the one come in and that's it. We support you along the way. In fact, you'll be part of the alumni community, you get scholarships, we have internships, we have mentorships, and so on. So it's a fully curated program, training programs that we have. Next slide, please. So here's an example of a specialized training. This is our MedTech innovation track. Of course, I'm a space medicine and physician scientist. And so I'm very interested in how do we develop the technologies to be able to enable us to offer medical interventions in space, but also apply that to improve the interventions here on Earth in disaster areas, for humanitarian applications. So here are just a few examples of projects, but including also technology. So in these pictures, and there are many other projects, but these are some examples that they do in the mission, is that we have the PAP here. So this was invented by the anesthesiologist, and he's actually in the OR doing, he's an anesthesiologist, so he's doing intubation with COVID-19 patient. So he wanted to really secure the providers there, the surgeons, the nurses, and not be exposed to the virus, the contagion. So this is the first prototype of the PAP here, right? The power air purifier respirator that we're bringing into and testing in our mission. You can see them wearing, oh, they're not there, it's the next picture. So the other one is the teleanesthesia. This is the vapor jet. Is this going to change the way that we are going to do medicine and surgery here in austere remote environments, but in space? Because right now, there is no capability or technology for us to do medical surgery in space, even on the ISS. So if there's a life-threatening situation, what do we do? Stabilize the injured astronaut and then throw them in the Soyuz or the Dragon, and then they have to go through EDL? No, so here is, I think, a great example of why innovation is important, and using these analog missions to be able to force you to think innovatively. So this is the first 3D printed anesthesia inhalation device. And this was actually 3D printed on the ISS by NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson. So she, oh, that's fantastic. Then what do you do? Float it around in pictures? No. You got if you're going to invent something, make sure it has application. So for us, is we're training the crews, is all learning how to 3D print, as well as to put it into
Susan, can you hear us? Susan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. I lost you. I'm on slide number 18, and we're just about out of time.
Okay, so I'll just quickly say that. So I want to end with that it's about innovation. It's about thinking out of the box. It's also about, oh, by the way, I just want to end that this is our TRL 4, and this is a solar powered 3D printer that we've been working on. and able to 3D print all these medical devices in austere environments like in Nepal. As long as you have solar, the sun's out, then you're able to be off grid. And I think that's also innovation and changing the paradigm of how we can supply and resupply, not resupply, but supply the tools that we need, or anything that the technology provides. So in this case, 3D printing. So I really wanted to, if you can go to the next slide, that would be great, because I will end with that. I really want to say it's really about, one, education, two, using exponential technology for experiential learning. That's what we're providing. And four is to make sure that whatever you do, it has an MTP, a massive transformative purpose that has social impact, not only for us in the future to become multiplanetary, but also the social impact here to improve life on Earth. And that is what I think is critically important, and bringing everyone on board, because why? Space is for all and not just the elite few. So thank you for listening. And if you want to, you can reach out to us. We're at www.mmars.com. And I appreciate you listening. And thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I'm sorry for a little bit of technical issues on your communication side, but really interesting stuff. Thank you for joining us. And I agree. Your innovation is kind of the key to the future, right? Whatever the future is, it's the key to the future. So thank you very much. Okay. We are going to bring on Sam. Can you give us a sound check and a vid check, please? Terrific. Thank you. All right, sir. Can we get a sound? I didn't hear anything from you. Nope, can't hear.
Now can you hear me?
There we go. Gotcha. Okay, good. All right, let me read off your bio here. Pretty awesome guy. I had the great fortune to sit down and have a beer with Sam. I don't know, what was that, 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
Yeah, probably more. St. Louis somewhere, I think.
Yeah. Terrific guy. Sam Yamez is a founder and the CEO of Astroport Space Technologies. Mr. Yamez has 30 years of experience in aerospace industry supporting major NASA, DoD, and other commercial and international space programs with subject matter expertise covering space habitability systems, concept design and development, visualization, smart space infrastructure, and facilities planning and project management. Mr. Jimenez holds a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Design from Houston, Texas A&M, and a Master's in Space Architecture for the University of Houston. He is a senior member of the AIAA, associate member of the American Institute of Architects, and a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Specifically regolith operations, which I think I didn't even know that was a specialization. So that's pretty awesome. Also, he has a pretty solid background in lava tube. So if you want to like veer off course a little bit and talk about that, I would like to hear a tiny bit about your lava tube stuff.
Yeah, sure. Right. We're doing some good stuff there.
Okay, I'm gonna go off screen to give you your time. Thanks a lot.
All right. Can you see the screen here?
Yes, it's still small. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
How's
yep,
that?
All good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about what I call from dust to gas. It's the in a framework for understanding the technologies for lunar site development. Everything from understanding the dust to the gases you need to have for environmental control and even habitability that you heard about from Grant's presentation. So I'm going to talk about 3 organizations that I'm responsible for: XARC, Astroport, and WEX Foundation. And I'll be kind of mixed up a little bit here in what we're doing those 3 organizations. So first, let me give you a definition of space architecture, what we do when we talk about space architecture. There's planetary surface system architecture, and essentially that is the habitats and the infrastructure you put on the surface for settlement and habitation. Then we have orbital architecture. These are the domains of space architecture. This is space stations and other types of orbital vehicles. Then we have the terrestrial space architecture. This is the stuff that supports the spacefaring activities here on Earth, such as spaceports. So we like to consider ourselves, XARC here, as interplanetary architects. We have projects on all 3 planets, or we are endeavored to have technology development for all 3 planets. A little background on XARC. It was been around since 2007, mostly working with the, again, the spaceport environment. We were part of the team that did the first commercial spaceport in Mojave with Virgin Galactic and Spaceport America. Then we also were pretty instrumental in leading the concept design for the Houston spaceport. And those 2 spaceports have been pretty successful and are ongoing. So these are realized projects that are happening from what we do. Our latest customer is the U.S. Transportation Command. These are the guys that transport the military personnel and material all around the globe and get forward bases set up and whatnot. They want us to look at the idea of spaceports globally for rocket cargo, for point-to-point rocket cargo in under an hour of time. Our role there is to understand the logistical constraints and the infrastructure requirements for supporting that type of activity. So it's not just the rockets, it's the ground support systems that have to be put in place and understood. So after 2007, through some time of trying to understand our niche in the marketplace and the recent development of the commercial space activities that are going on right now, we spun off from out of XARC a company called Astroport, which was started last year in 2020, to start doing the civil engineering part of it. So you can think of XARC as the architects and Astroport as the civil engineers for the construction of lunar surface and Mars eventually applications, and understanding the materials needed for the construction applications and the processes, the methodology for how do you do these civil engineering projects. The other organization is WEX Foundations. This is our NASA Space STEM education group. We believe that it's important to grow this next generation of engineers and aerospace enthusiasts, and anybody can be involved in space. So with some substantial funding from NASA, we've been able to set up 2 programs. One is called LCATS, the Lunar Caves Analog Test Site Program. And that curriculum was pretty successful that we received another grant from NASA to take the New Worlds of Waste program is establishing the program in schools around the nation. We have about 28 schools already established for the curriculum. We target middle school through high school students. And our idea here is to take the framework of the technology we're developing and turn them over to the students to actually help with us some solutions in that regard. So our whole aspect here of what we look at is we have planetary features of pits and lava tubes that serve as the basis of our technology development. So this again is the framework that we circle our technology when we start or choose a technology to develop. How do you access these pits? How do you deal with them in terms of exploration and reconnaissance? How do you actually live in them? How do you use them for habitability? They're substantial in size. The image there on the right side there of your screen is the biggest cave we have here on Earth. It's in Vietnam. It's got a floor to ceiling height of 48 meters. These are larger on the moon and even larger on Mars. So with that, we focus on one particular one called the Mario Seal Skylight. So we think that this serves as a framework and again, a basis for technologies that not only apply to this particular site, but to any lunar pit or lava tube. And the idea here is to understand the site for surface mining operations and eventually, development of the site and what you need to do to put it in place. So eventually get to a point where you have it covered. The dome is just notional. We don't probably see that happening, as Grant mentioned. Probably want to be a clear dome and not as high. But the idea here is to take that site and understand the surface infrastructure requirements for it, where we have, I don't know if you see the cursor here, but the spaceport itself, the landing port part of it, and it's located behind some geographic feature to help with the plume blast and mitigation of, sandblasting your assets that have already been put in place. There's probably more of a developed site later on. Then we have over here the mining, the surface mining activity where you're harvesting the regolith and producing with the processing plant for producing the fuels and the oxygens, and burying for the storage. Nuclear option over here for the power system coming through, again behind some sort of a rim for protection. You have to have it some distance away, and then augmented also with solar arrays and communication towers. And then there's the construction activity going on around the pit as we get to a point where we can do that kind of thing for making it habitable and useful as a place for settlement. Initially, I think that you're going to have just as much surface infrastructure and surface habitats and whatnot as you will underneath the surface as well. Certainly in the first days of the use of the construction, you need to have the construction crews and the way to do the operations of all the machinery that's going to be happening over there. So we have a notional framework for what's the phases of the development of a site like this. We call it Lunar Ecosystem Architecture Prototype, or LEAP 2. And it is a consortium of companies that have come together with us to develop these different technologies. And each one has, sometimes we work collaboratively, or sometimes they work on their own R&D. But the idea is to focus it on the technology development on the lunar pits or the lava tubes. And we use this timeline, and timelines are kind of tricky. We never know how the programs are going to go and what's going to happen in terms of the policies. But we use this timeline that in any phase of this timeline, there's a technology that can be used and developed that's going to be useful. And you don't have to start from the beginning to the end. You can go insert your technology development at any point in there. So beginning with reconnaissance missions for remote sensing. We're doing that right now. I think we have orbiting satellites around the moon, and they're doing all the mapping that we see almost every day now. And then the next phase is going to be the scientific robotic reconnaissance missions. These are the autonomous missions that will go there to explore the pits, explore the site. This timeline, 2025, we probably won't make that. I think the first Eclipse lander is one of them is trying to get to one of these lunar pits. I don't know if they'll ever be able to get into it, but in that time frame, but eventually we'll be there. And then we get to next phase, which is the human reconnaissance part of it. This is the human robotics, where the humans come to ground truth what the robots found, to make sure the pit is even a viable location, and that there's the structurally sound for long-term habitation, and it's just basically human exploration of the pit itself and the caves. From there, you go into the next phase, which would be more of a long duration stay. The prior phase is probably 3-day missions, short duration missions. When we get to the long duration stay, now we're talking maybe months at a time. We probably have the ability to at this point, a more permanent infrastructure or habitation module that we put in there. Is kind of a notional idea of an inflatable that could be installed for a longer stay. From there, you get into by the mid-century, we'd say that now you get into the construction part of it, the real civil engineering development, and the clearing out the site and the debris and the access to the tunnels. You have to remember that the pit floor has been at the pit location is the collapsed part of it. So as the roof is on the top that you're walking on, and you're probably going to be walking down to a bunch of rubble debris to get down into the cave. And maybe it's even going to be blocked before at that point. So you want to clear it out, and you want to start putting in your infrastructure for long term. And then by the end of the century is when we start talking about real long term sophisticated mobile, hundreds of people living in a base. Well, we covered the pit. The idea is to get out, and I'll just show here a bubble dome here, but that's that's probably not going to be that high. You don't want to get bombarded by the big target for micrometeorites. It'll probably be a lower profile, and maybe who knows if you could even have transparent materials. But at that point in the century, what materials do we develop by the time we get there? Maybe there could be transparent materials. They're also radiation protective as well. But again, this is just notional. The idea is to show that we want to cover the pit. And the reason for that is we want to be able to get out of the suits, get out of the cans, and have more room to move around, so that you have more ability to to be able to be a real citizen that doesn't have to be confined to these confined suits and modules. I have a movie here. It's probably too long. I'll skip it right now, but you can go to our website. You can see it there. This is a kind of a lunar construction scenario. Let me go to the technology we're working on right now. So this is our first one of our first technology developments. We want to learn how to design our equipment and our hardware for so that we understand the environment in terms of the dust. This little measurement instrument is measuring dust accumulation rates. It's a small little instrument, fits in the palm of your hand. We want to get on the CLIPS mission. It uses a technology that's pretty mature called QCM, quartz crystal microbalance. And what it does is it measures on the crystal itself. You can see over here. There's a small crystal that, as grains or microparticles land on the crystal, it measures the frequency change, and that can give you over time an accumulation rate of grains that continue to fall on it. For example, man-made disturbances of the surface, such as a robot moving by, or in the case of the CLIPS mission, wouldn't be a human at that point in time, but for robots moving by, or even micrometeorite disturbances, and even natural phenomena such as the phenomena that you see at the terminators at the sunset and sunrise, where there's this observed phenomena of dust grains arising at that time period. So first, it's a science mission to understand that phenomena, and then secondly, it's an engineering mission, because we want to, if we can understand the dust accumulation rates, for example, you can extrapolate that to understand how much dust you're going to have over a period of time landing on your solar panels or on your in your gears and whatnot. Again, just nothing more than a measurement mission. You can see here that this is the dust cover you see, and inside it we've got it. We have to protect it on launch, and also protect it once the lander lands, so that that dust plume that's derived there is not going to contaminate it. And then we do the measurements. We've done vacuum chamber tests on it. Maybe I can show you this test here. This is kind of interesting. See if this will come up or not. So this is showing we put it in a vacuum, and we learned right away that we're going to have to cover it. This is a thermal vacuum chamber evacuating the air with the simulant in there. You can see how right away it starts boiling up and saturated the crystal right away. So that's when we went to the dust cover. After a while, you'll see it get to an eruption boiling point. So from that, then we go into what we're doing with the ISRU technology. We're trying to taking the dust, taking the simulants. We have a quarry here in Texas. We're located in San Antonio, Texas, and we have a quarry called the Canipa Quarry, and that's where we get our basalt simulant. It's not an exact match, but it's got the mechanical properties. It doesn't have the chemical properties, but it's very good for at least getting the first order of magnitude indication of what we can do with it in terms of melting it and turn it into stabilized material or solid material. We're also looking at it in terms of how we can turn it into an extrusion material as well. So we've been doing tests with some of these bricks that we've been making. Also laser seaming it down here at the bottom. You see some laser seams. We've taken a laser and try to seam the bricks together. And so when we started doing that, we started thinking about, well, how do we actually apply this? And we have two ways of doing this. We're doing brick forming, where we're actually melting it and turning it into through an induction heater, and then we'll be printing out the tiles for landing pad applications. You can see here, one of the applications we would do is to print these tiles, and they would be melded together on the sides, but then on the top end of it, they would be seamed together with a laser seam as well. So that's one of the things we're looking at in terms of how do we create these tiles for landing pad applications, or just road building, or even just dust mitigation, laying down a quick way to mitigate the dust as you in an activity where you're area of activity where you're doing setup of a base. One of the things we're doing, one of the things we're working with is a collaboration with Honeybee, where we're taking their planet back, and that's one of the way we acquire the fine grains out of the excavation material. Then we're doing extrusion layering. So we've been able to take the material, the basalt, and actually bind it with a PLA binder and to produce a filament. And we're actually 3D printed. These blocks over here have been 3D printed with this basalt material. The ratio is 80% basalt to 20% PLA. So it's not a true ISRU. We want to start doing the binding and the 3D printing with filament, not only filament but also pellets that we create. Over here we've been able to do the pellets and filament. Pellets will give you a bigger bead, the bigger nozzle that you could extrude out, and we want to get to about 50 millimeters in size, but in time by the time we get to printing out habitats. So with that, we have a 3D printer we're working on too. That's called a hang printer. I'll show you an image of that in a little while. Here. So one of the things we're also doing is we need to figure out the platform. So we're working on robotic platforms for hanging the induction heater itself, and also for the hang printer. Here's an example of what this hang printer technology is looking like. Let's see this image. This video comes up. So the idea for the hang printer is that we want to get away from a large gantry, heavy gantry, having to bring up a big, heavy, bulky thing. This hang printer can be able to print from meters, from a meter to meters of size. We could hang it, for example, around that pit, at the edge of the pit, and we could print from the bottom up if we needed to, and put the structure that way, or even hang it from the walls of the lava tube caves as well. For printing inside the tubes. We have a test bed where we've taken our LCAT simulant, and we're doing this is mostly with our students, where they teach them how to make the robots, and their task is to figure out how to get into the pit, how to traverse the terrain, and learn how to get down in there, and with whatever concept they have. And there's all kinds of concepts they've come up with for getting down into the lunar pit. This is a picture of a notional example of the kind of the items that we would have to deal with, and the technologies that would be required in terms of excavation technologies and accumulation technologies of the regolith and the excavation of the fines to produce the pile. So the tiles. You see here the large mound here, and over here you see this roller. This is part of what we call these civil engineering processes. What are those processes for? And this is more of a traditional approach to building the foundation and a structure. But at the same time, I think it's important to understand that civil engineering aspect that goes into all for example, the underlayment has to go into before you start printing onto the lunar surface. How do you pack it down and do compactions? We've been doing compaction studies and with a regular compressor, subvibrating compressor. We've taken our commercial LCAT soil and then done some compaction testing where we put on our test bed, we put a layer of I think it was a 2-inch depth of the loose fine soils, loose fine regolith or the simulant. Did some density testing on, and then the vibration test of the compactor. What we found on this one was first of all, the wheels were not the right traction to be using here. That was a bad design. But we found that the first run of the compactor really did do a pretty good job of compacting it, but it didn't get very far because of the traction of the wheels that got caught up in the dust accumulation. You see, I think in one of these images over here, all the dust that started just flying everywhere when it started moving. So those are more lesson learns. So here's the back to the melting technology. We just received an award from NASA, an STTR award, a phase 1 award, where they want us to take our melting technology and our nozzle. We have a proprietary nozzle that actually allows us to form the bricks in one step and also place the bricks. So we need to combine the heater with the nozzle to produce this induction furnace nozzle in a one-step process where we're actually acquiring the powdered fines, forming the brick and placing the brick at the same time. And you can see here, this is one of the first solidified materials that came out of this furnace. So up in here, in terms of for the pavers that would come out to, this is our interlocking paver system. And again, the idea is that as this nozzle places the brick, the heat of the first brick and the heat of the second brick meld together, and then it moves to the third place, and the sides of these bricks are melded. And then, if you recall, I showed you that laser seaming. They would come back around the top and laser seam the top edges of it to get a cohesive surface. So in Astro Report, we're developing the portfolio of technologies. I mentioned there's a third process we have where we sinter the brick with that binder, but then we go back and reheat it, and we pull out the basalt, and we're left with a pure basalt brick. And that way we can 3D print it with some fine honeycomb shapes here. There's the printer, there's the other printer, and there's the laser seamer as part of those technologies. So we also think that our heater is going to be useful for volatile extraction. So we don't only want to just use it for printing bricks, but we want also for extracting the volatiles, minerals out of the regolith. So we're doing tests in the volatile extraction with the Saltworth Research Institute down here in San Antonio. We're partners with them in a lot of these projects. And then we also are looking at lunar pit access here. So here's one concept we have here for how do you get down into the pit using a zip line concept. These pits are pretty deep. You saw some images earlier about the Tranquilitatis pit. That pit is about 100 meters in depth. This pit at the Marias Hills is about 60 meters in depth, or maybe even 45. I think we recalculated that. That's 45 meters in depth. So it's a little bit easier to get down into, but still hard. And you can see here the scale of this is a scale model of it that would show how the tubes would kind of go from one side to the other side with the pit floor down here. I think I have a movie to show you if we have enough time. This is our LIDO mission that we're developing, the mission concept for how to get down to the Marias Hills, and how do you approach it. We have a concept called green reconnaissance. The idea is that we don't want to get there and land there right next to the pit and with all the hydrazine or rocket blast and plume, just contaminating the pit before the scientists get in there with their instruments. So we call it green reconnaissance, where we would be able to land at some distance away from the pit and around, again, with some protective but natural features, and then traverse to the pit It'd probably be a kilometer of distance, maybe a couple of kilometers. So that's going to be a challenge in itself to get to that pit and then with the ability to get down in there with the zip line concept. If I have some time, I'll show the video of the mission concept. It's about 5 minutes. Is there enough time there?
No, Sam, I'm sorry. To
All right.
stay
No
on
problem.
track,
You can go to the website. There'll be a picture of it there, and you can find it there. xarc.com. It's pretty easy to get to. So that's this idea here is to really use the zip line to lower down the science instrument, and then it carries with it a spot, a robot dog. We call it a mule, utilized legged explorer, and it goes into the cave, and it does its reconnaissance mapping of the cave with 3D LiDAR measurements, and then comes back and puts and relays it back to the rover, and then that relays it back to Earth. And I think with that, well, there's some. So quickly, here's some habitat stuff we've been working on. This is more Mars type things, but we've been looking at habitat development again with 3D printing, and then looking at the interiors of how do you live with a crew of 4 in a real confined area. This is a 2-story situation here. We've advanced from that to our hexab concept, which is a little bit more of a 3-story structure. This is part of the 3D challenge that NASA had, the 3D printed habitat challenge. This idea came in 4th. It didn't get into where the prize money was, but we did reach 4th place. The idea was to really outfit the whole habitat with all the environmental controls and mechanical aspects of the habitat. Understand how you build it out, and also the construction process had to be understood as well. Again, if you go to the website, you'll see a movie of it as well and how that whole construction scenario works out. And then there's interior, pretty pictures here of the interior of the habitat. So the idea of the habitat, the 3 floors, was that each floor had to be self-contained in case of a breach in the hull, or some sort of a catastrophe where one floor had to be evacuated. That each floor was self-contained and didn't have to rely on the systems from another floor. And it was designed that way purposely. That's why when you see a ladder or you see an elevator in the habitat, that's the reason for it. It was to be able to seal off each floor. Here's again, I'll show you the concept of that inflatable. We're looking on these foam inflatable tubes as a way to do the expansion, where it's packaged up in the rocket fairing here, and then with the floor panels, and then eventually it gets these inflatable tubes expanded out the 2 sides, and the floor panels themselves are automatically dispersed or get laid out as well. And so regolith porosity test is the gas part. We have to understand what's the porosity of the gas the regolith. If we want to start filling up the pit with the dome, so that you understand, what the leak rate of gas. And when we talk about these putting domes on these pits, we're talking about 132 cubic meters of pit volume. So I mean, that's going to be a lot of gas. And how are you going to create that gas? How are you going to do that? Where's the process for doing all that? That's why it's all a long ways down the road before we get to carving these domes. Just real quick here, I'm going to end here. This is LCAPs, or part of what we do. All those technologies that you saw there, we give those same challenges to our students, and they go out and they use the LEAP 2 program as the framework for what they are charged to go and solve for us as well. So they go into caves here in area. So they take, for example, they take science measurements and instruments, and they take them into the caves here around the area, and so they can do field tests, and they learn about exploring these environments as well. So it's a real good, successful program, and it really we've been tracked it for the last 5 years, and we've seen students go from not knowing what they wanted to be to now they're in college right now in aerospace careers and aerospace majors. So the idea was to give them the remote sensing project. That's the first year of the project. they got to commit to the program for 3 years. The first year they're doing remote sensing. The second year they're doing the reconnaissance robotics type stuff. And the third year they're doing the space architecture applications. And then the fourth year they actually make a comic book. It's going to be, the first comic book's going to be printed this summer. That actually is a comic book of their experience as well. So for publication. And that just shows they do balloon launches, and that's just a kind of a curriculum. They lost a little busy chart. And with that, I'm done. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Sam. There's so much in there. If I were to redo my career and go back in time, I think space architect might have been the path I took. So I'm fascinated by that. I want to talk to you kind of offline about a couple of these things. This is terrific.
Yeah, it's been fun.
We do need to move on to get back on track. So thanks a lot, Sam. Really appreciate it. We're going to bring on Major Sean McLean here quickly. Sir, can you give us a sound and video check, please?
Sound check.
Roger.
Video check.
Vid check. Cool. Good. I would have given some normal preamble about you, but Sean McLean's basically awesome. So I've known him for a long time, and I like the kid a lot. Sean is on active duty with U.S. Space Force at the 608th Air Operations Center, Barksdale, Louisiana. He recently completed his second master's degree through Air University's Air Command and Staff College. His thesis, Celestial Sentinels, a framework for cislunar space domain awareness in 2035, was cleared for public release. That's what he's going to be talking about quite a bit today. A 2007 graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, he has served multiple operational tours. His last assignment was requirements manager in the Space Domain Awareness Branch at Headquarters Air Force Space Command. That predates U.S. Space Force.
Yep.
Since 2015, Sean's career has also featured extensive science and technology experimentation and innovation related work. Sean transferred as one of the first 2,000 people. Sean transferred to the U.S. Space Force in October 2020.
Yeah, the initial cadre of Air Force.
It is important to note that his expressed views are his own and do not represent the United States Air Force, United States Space Force, or any other U.S. government entity. So, Major McLean, thanks a lot for being here. Really excited to hear what you have to say. For a little bit of background, I gave a lecture to the Air Force Academy back, I think, in 2003 or 2004 on my then Earth elevator program. He got very intrigued by that. Ultimately, that plan never worked. I didn't meet him then. I started working with Sean, I think around 2011 or 12, 10 or 11 or 12, something in that range. And eventually we shifted gears to the lunar elevator, which I'll talk about later. But he's not going to talk about any of that stuff. He's going to talk about cislunar development and architecture for 2035. Thanks a lot, Major McLean. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, again, this is a presentation kind of tailored for this specific forum. And with that, I'll jump right in. So again, here's a disclaimer pulled from my thesis. And then again, for this presentation, these views are my own, don't necessarily represent views of Air Force, Space Force, DoD, etc. So I'm going to kind of set the stage and just try to provide context, because I think I heard when I was talking to people about what I was trying to do with this, they were wondering kind of how it tied into Lunar Development Conference and why would a military person speak at this sort of thing. So this is just kind of a quick, 2-minute slide that or just kind of walks you through the history of how we got here at a very, very high level, simplified, no nuance, just a quick and dirty understanding of the timeline of how we almost got U.S. Space Force back in the early 2000s with the 2001 Space Commission Report, also known as the Rumsfeld Commission Report. But that was quickly overshadowed by real world events. 9/11 happened, and then that pretty much turned off any feasible financial sense to budget for U.S. Space Command at the same time as standing up a Space Force when we had the War on Terror kicking off. So if you notice, the timeline for U.S. Space Command getting stood down and U.S. North Command getting stood up was the same date. So we stood down the old U.S. Space Command in early 2000s, stood up Northcom, that's still active, and that continues with its mission to this day. Fast forward a few years into that, we had the PRC, People's Republic of China, ASAT test in 2007. That was a kind of a wake-up call. And then at the bottom, just kind of tie it all in together too. If you notice, there's this counter space continuum, or just how can people schwack our stuff in orbit, and then why would they want to do that? And I try to just, again, oversimplify what is space power projection, and why are we as the DoD or national security experts interested now with a separate service and reinterested with the U.S. Space Command? Well, it's basically because the three big crown jewels that we have up there are missile warning, SATCOM, satellite communications, and global positioning system, or GPS. Those three provide essentially the military soft power element of the DIME model. You might have heard: diplomatic, information, military, and economic. Essentially how nation states communicate through various means with each other, how they leverage those national tools of instruments of power to achieve their own ends, their own strategic ends. And then money. Let's not beat around the bush. GPS is a very profitable venture that we still operate on the DoD side, but it is free for all. It's a service that we intend to continue to provide free for all. Because it's an element of soft power, it also makes a lot of money for a lot of people. And that's just a really big reason for us to keep it going. And that's just an indicator and a great example of how Space Force as a service is essentially providing a financial boost to the economy, and kind of how it justifies its existence in that respect. But all that to say that there is a lot of financial reason, there is a lot of soft power reason for us to continue to use the space domain from a national military security standpoint. And that's why we have a combatant command for space, and that's why we now have a separate Space Force. So all that to kind of set the stage for my thesis, and just kind of going forward, imagining what the future of the Space Force would kind of have its responsibilities for in the future. So this whole notion of cislunar space domain awareness, when I was writing my thesis, I didn't really have a good reference for understanding it myself. So I basically morphed my thesis into becoming that, benchmark reference thesis for what do you want to know and how much time do you have. So that's what this was. And the best analogy that I can come up with for explaining this to somebody in an elevator speech is, it's a lot like the Arctic and Antarctic regions today. The South China Sea, East China Sea to a lesser extent, really it's the Arctic zones. They both share these difficulties of access, communication, and just general situational awareness, just due to the environment itself. The orbital mechanics make less sense for traditional orbits to go up there. So you have to have dedicated missions for polar orbits to do polar communications, for example, anything like that. It has to have its own dedicated funding set aside just to support Arctic operations. So that alone kind of makes it compete with all the other stuff going on at the lower latitudes. But with the Arctic ice melting, it now presents new economic opportunities, and you're seeing this geopolitical tension, geopolitical issues play out. And it's just going to be really interesting, I think, over the next few years as we see how the Arctic and the Antarctic situations play out. I think those are going to be interesting litmus tests from a national security perspective for how we can expect to see the cislunar operational area evolve. So that's just jumping into the first of my slides here with the thesis. So that kind of set you the terrestrial example, or a good analogy. So now I'm going to try to walk you through this set of charts here. These are 5 charts. I'm going to build you a layer of physical, economic, and then I'm going to just throw you the actual cislunar space domain awareness architecture that I proposed at the end of my thesis, and then I'm just going to give you everything at the end. On the left, you're going to have the legend that's going to kind of help you see a lot of information at once, but it's to kind of help you understand where everything could go, the art of the possible, and to not completely overwhelm you. I spent a lot of time trying to make these slides intuitive. There's a lot in here. You can just kind of pour over them, but the idea is they present a lot of information at once so that you can go over it and just kind of think through things and get a better sense of what is actually going on out there. You've had a lot of speakers talk about the Lagrange points already, what's going on the moon. I'm really just going to focus on the real relationship between the Earth and the moon and how you can take advantage of some of the orbital orbitology, the orbital mechanics available, Lagrange points included, but how would you take advantage of some of these orbits in a way that gives you the ability to place platforms there to support an overarching cislunar economy, essentially. That's really what this was about, is if you have the plan to have a cislunar economy in the near future, where can you put stuff to maximize awareness of what is going on within that area? That was the whole point of this. So this is the physical layer, and Geo is a nice reference point with those icons of what we basically have today. And then I'm going to advance forward to kind of give you an idea of what is the art of the possible within the cislunar operational area with the arbitrary, not so arbitrary time epic date of 2035. It's not too distant in the future. It kind of gives the reader and the community enough time to really consider that some of these things are possible. And you've seen some of the previous presentations, some of the hardware, it's coming together, the concepts, the policy, the strategy, all of that's coming together. So I think the whole notion of what I believe I heard also earlier, the Starship singularity, where it's just going to change everything. If you take that base assumption of the Starship singularity and just the whole idea of space access costs lowering dramatically, this does become a real consideration, I think, for military planners and just the general Space Force community. It does kind of present this own challenge of, if you have this much expected service volume traffic, if you will, space traffic management issues just on the civilian side, you can also reasonably expect that there's going to be more of a military oversight or just military involvement, specifically, in my opinion, with regard to search and rescue. I think that's going to be one of the first missions that Space Force is going to be asked to look into and really delve deep as far as how can we support rescue in the cislunar environment, both in orbit as well as maybe on the moon. So I tend to look at it from that perspective. Why do we need to know about what's going on in the event that we need to rescue stranded people? So that's really where, again, a lot of this focus from. But there's also just all these other things going on here too. You know, you got your industries, you got stuff moving around, and you just really need to have a method or a framework to understand your opportunities for placing sensors of various phenomenologies at different locations, overlapping, complementing each other to provide an overarching architecture to know what's going on. In the same extent that we have air traffic management, one of the main goals of having a cislunar space domain awareness architecture is to support space traffic management, which would support something like cislunar search and rescue operations, as an example. And here's the cislunar search and rescue scenario that I just drafted again. I didn't delve too deep into this. It was mostly just kind of a, you know, maybe a board game analogy would be the best way to play it. Just, you know, put your tokens on the board and try to walk through what would you need if you had a stranded starship out there, the USS Olympia. And, you know, if you had previous planning efforts and you properly funded everything and you had everything where you wanted it, what would you want and where would you have it? I think we're going to need a cislunar position, navigation, and timing constellation within what I call CLOC 1. That's going to be essentially the new geobelt, if you will, of the cislunar regime. It's going to be where we place a lot of the same things that we put in GEO now to support terrestrial Earth services. CLOC 1 is essentially going to be, Celestial Line of Communication 1, CLOC 1, is going to be where we put a lot of those same services and platforms to enable the same type of service expectations that we now enjoy on the Earth. So that's essentially what I put there on that large green dotted line around the Earth and the Moon to show that that's essentially a possible orbit. Yes, it does get more complicated with the three-body problem, but if you have fuel to burn, then you can modify it continuously to maintain the intent of that orbit to achieve the same service expectations. Again, I didn't delve too deep in the technical. Again, it's just, this is what essentially you can do, assuming you have some other things like the ability to refuel, like the ability to place a lot of volume up there using something like Starship for high volume material replacement. So this assumes that there's servicing involved. There's a lot of assumptions baked into these slides just to kind of give you the idea that if we get all these technologies up and running, some of these things do become actually pretty feasible, but they're all necessary to support each other. And then this is the final cislunar SDA architecture that I came up with just to kind of give an idea of where everything would go, and just to kind of tie it all together that, you know, you're going to need sensors of various phenomenologies, opportunities for placement, the command and control nodes, and yeah, essentially what is the art of the possible. And this is the final cislunar operational area, OV1, which is kind of a military term. Just basically, this is everything, and just kind of throws it all in one chart and tries to show you how everything is related to each other. So that's it. I'm going to come back to this slide in a second, but I also just wanted to add these last two slides. This one I think is relevant too for the audience who may not be aware of some of the other stuff that's been going on in DoD, military publication, and just general awareness. We have what we used to call the range of military operations in the upper left, the ROMO. That's presented in joint publication 1, basically joint publication 1. So it's meant to be your guide as a military member to what's going on, how to think in a joint all service perspective. And we kind of use this to kind of teach ourselves how to interpret and relate ourselves to warfare or just competition or conflict. But that's been updated essentially with Joint Doctrine Note 1-19 Competition Continuum, which came out in June of 2019. And in my opinion, it's just really taking the old spectrum of conflict of range of military operations, the conflict continuum, and it just expands with the DIME model into a more diplomatic, information, and economic continuum, and it overlays all that with the traditional military instrument of national power. So now military planners and strategists and just everyone across the board really needs to better understand how they fit in, not just within a military sense, but within an overarching great power competition sense. And the reason that I think is relevant to this audience is everything that you just heard up to this point. Let's also keep in mind that we have other national players who are also interested in their own plans for going to the moon and developing things, which I think makes this slide just something you want to kind of have in your back pocket. Just remember that we're going to be competing up there in the future as much as we're competing down here in everything. So it's just helpful to understand that what we choose to do and how we choose to do it. I think I heard earlier, the narrative is important. We really want to better understand how can we compete across a wide array of issues, fronts, initiatives, programs, and stories, so that we are in a position as the United States and our allies to where we can still have essentially free and open commerce, trade, et cetera, all those things that we like with our values. And then I'll close again with another kind of recent publication of the last 2 years. There's links provided in the notes page, and I think I added this to my upload speaker portal. This should be available on the website now or later. Again, I'll just highlight a couple. I think one that people will really kind of be able to sink their teeth into is the, on the bottom, I think Michael Lane already talked about this day one, the new era for deep space exploration development. That was White House policy. That kind of really changed radically some of the previous space policies. I think in a good way, it kind of really opens the aperture for private venture capitalists to just go forth and do what they do, and just kind of have a good working relationship from the DoD perspective to encourage more economic and commercial ventures out there. The next one that I really think people will enjoy reading or just looking at, because I think it's just a great product, is the Aerospace Corporation's Future Map. So I'll give a shout out to Ms. Kara Kunzman, who is the lead agent over there for getting this futures map set up. She's a chief futurist, I think. I don't want to butcher her title, but her job is to think about the future. And so she had a really great team really map out in a really, again, visual friendly way, everything that's going on in the future and how those things will intersect with each other. So that map, there's a lot going on, but it's just a really good thing that you can just kind of open up and spend your time looking at and just kind of wondering, how is it that what I'm doing is kind of potentially going to interact with all these other things that are also potentially going to be coming down the pipe. So yeah, and that's pretty much all I want to touch on. I'm going to go back to this slide for questions. I went through a lot really quick because I'm cognizant of the time, and I do think I expect to have questions. So I'm going to stop here. How did I do? Hopefully not too fast.
Terrific, terrific. It was drinking from a fire hose, but you knew that was going to happen. I want to spend some time on this slide, but jump into the historic document slide. I think it's like 4 slides ahead. Yeah, that one. So you've got to post links to some of these things in the chat, please, because there's a lot of people that are curious about them. I don't know the September 20 document from I know who you're talking about, who built that. That's the chief futurist for Aerospace Corp, right? She's a woman.
Yep, Kara Kunzeman.
Yeah. So I've never seen that doc, so I want to see that one. So yeah, you're just gonna have to just flood the channel with some PDF links if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do that.
I thought that this whole thing would be available on the Lunar Development Conference website later. Is that true? Yeah. If they can download this slideshow, all the links for these things are buried in the notes page of this slide.
Ah, terrific. Thanks a lot. Perfect. Yep. Okay, cool. That won't totally work because there's a lot of people that are not in this chat, but we'll work it out. I should bring up your slides again. And thank you. That was fascinating. There's so much to this. Let's go to one of your green line slides, any one of them. Yeah, thanks. So we spoke yesterday to General Warden, and he talked about the Warden line. Do you want to talk about that? Garrettson's going to talk a bit about it later this afternoon.
Yeah, Garrettson, I think, is more knowledgeable on the Warden line. Okay. I don't know less or more than General Warden himself, but I'm familiar with it. And I think if you had any questions about it, I'd refer to either of those two.
Okay. So there is a whole lot going on this slide, right? These are all, some of these are military assets. Most of these are civil, commercial, academic assets. I think what you're telling us here is that the cislunar environment is going to get really, really busy. Yeah.
Yes. With again, no numbers assigned to any of these, just the idea of what is potentially out there. Yes, things could get busy really quick, and depending on what industries take off first, that's just going to be where, again, all the interested government stakeholders are just going to need to keep an eye on that, so that at least from a DoD perspective, we can continue to do our part in the space domain of making sure that those civilian and commercial agents and stakeholders can expect to do whatever it is that they would like to do, free from unfriendly action, shall we say.
I want to point out some of the comments in the chat because they're epic. First of all, Michael Mealing's like, that's a very expensive board game. And Professor Thengbalu is like, let's make a board game out of that. That looks really fun. The tokens are really cool. I know that Sean worked really hard on this. Like, he took something that's monumentally complex and turned it into something that people can understand, even to the point where the red dots around the Lagrange points, the wide thin ovals are to showcase that those are unstable Lagrange points, and the full circles around EML 4 and 5 are actually stabilized. So there's just so much going on here, and I'm not going to let you off screen without talking about the green line. So what else do I call the green line?
You call the green line the McLean line.
I do.
Call it that. I
know that you will
operational area boundary.
You will never call it. You will never call it the McLean line, but it deserves a name. It deserves a title. You came up with it, so I call it the McLean line. In the same way that we have the Carmen line as one differentiator and the Warden line as another differentiator. We've got to have a title for this piece of cosmic real estate. So, what does this line represent? What does it mean?
I think Peter Garrettson's going to get into it later. I've started reading more of his cislunar primer, but I think the definition, if I had to go back in my thesis, would be, according to Peter Gerritsen's primer, this green boundary should be the outer boundary of the sun, earth, moon regime of influence. So as soon as you go past that green line, essentially, the gravitational influence of the moon becomes negligible relative to the earth, sun, or excuse me, sun, earth gravitational system.
Right. So this is
cislunar regime.
This is the cislunar environment that encompasses all of the Lagrange points, including EML2, which is often kind of ignored, but certainly pretty darn important. Okay, we are running quick out of time. Michael Mealing would like to ask a question about in 2020, there was much discussion about blue water versus brown water debate with respect to national security. Can you tell me who you think won that battle? And I can describe it a little bit more if you like.
Again, I really don't look at it as a battle. I think there's pretty good agreement on it. I think really the way that I look at that, and I think most people after they listen to it or participate in it look at it, is it's just a question of timing and shifting the money around. So it's actually at the end of my slides here too. You can kind of take my 2 cents on it, but I think there's going to be an eventual transition, but there's also going to be a bunch of realistic real world events between now and then. Nobody has a crystal ball. So there's going to be all these things that play out that are just going to beg the question, how does the needs of the cislunar environment with everything going on at the time compare with the needs of anything going on anywhere else, essentially on the terrestrial ground? So eventually, I think other people explain it. Right now, the money is down here. We are getting money from up there, but the locus, the general gravitational pull of all of our financial geopolitical considerations are still tied to Earth. So once you start moving a lot of the industry off planet, a lot of the other things off planet, people living off planet, voters, taxpayers living off planet, that's where you start really seeing a lot of the funding shift towards the cislunar environment. And that's where I think you're going to start seeing more of a, quote, blue water influence become much more apparent. I just don't know, or don't need to, nobody knows when that's going to happen, because there's going to be so many different things. It's just going to be a gradual transition.
Exactly. We're going to transition off. Thanks a lot, Major McLean. I'm going to talk for a moment about the blue water versus brown water for clarity. There is a naval philosophy that brown water near shore ships and missions are very, very different from blue water far shore ships and missions. And that's kind of historic fact, and there's a lot of stuff to back that up. So the conversation that was happening at the Pentagon late last year was how does the U.S. Space Force operate in that environment? And I'm going to take Sean off the hot seat for this, and this is my own conversation. So there was a debate last year. I'll post the link to it in a moment, about the various perspectives. And there's this nexus where you're looking at time, right? How soon are we talking about? You're talking about distance. How far from Earth are you talking about? And there's capabilities. So somewhere in there, you're trying to figure out, like, how do we best spend our critically limited resources to do the things that need to happen. So pretty fascinating conversation. I will post the link. And James Burke, really appreciate you posting all of those files. This is fascinating reading, folks. This is the future unfolding in front of us. So if you want to know what the future is going to look like, read some of those documents. All right, switching gears, we're bringing back Ben and Michael, there has been a slight modification to our schedule. Michael Mealing is going to talk about the Starship Singularity right after this. But Michael Mealing and Ben Smith are going to talk about the past, present, and future of the Moon Society. And Ben is going to talk about membership in the virtual meeting space. And then Mealing and I swapped times for his convenience. Okay, all right, thanks a lot. Ben, Michael, you're on screen. Take it away.
So, yeah.
Mike.
So we're gonna kind of do a bit of a recap of a talk that I gave yesterday for all the new both panelists and some of the attendees, and then Ben and I are going to talk a little bit about the how the society works and how to get involved and how to join our Slack and jump in all of the rooms that we have and discussions that we have. But one of the things that's become very obvious about at this conference, especially comparing it to the content from the last conference, and what's been going on in the industry over the past, even just the past year, there is a tremendous amount that's going on, even just the presentation that we just saw and some of the movements within the DoD national security side of things. Our industry is very quickly changing around us. As pretty much anybody at this conference will attest to, it's becoming very difficult to keep track of what's going on. And it is going to be getting far worse. The worse is a bad word. Far more interesting is, I think, the best way of putting it. Especially coming up in my talk after this, we talk about Starship. Our ability to impact what's going on, provide services, and provide a society for lunar, the moon, is changing. And so one of the challenges that the society has been discussing is, what does this society look like going forward? What problems is it trying to solve? What problems does the community feel that there needs to be solutions for that the society can provide? So we're looking for feedback from everyone here at the conference as far as the society acting as a focus for not just the people, the layperson that's interested in the moon and lunar development, but also people in industry that are professionals in this area. What can we do to help you do your jobs and advance the entire industry? So like I said, we're at a bit of a crossroads right now to figure out what that looks like. And this conference was one of the results of that kind of discussion, reviving something that hadn't happened in several years in response to the refocus on the moon during the past 5 or 6 years. And so I wanted to get some thoughts from Ben on, especially giving his talk with some of the things in terms of lunar development, not from the top down, I've got a $10 billion budget and I'm going to go do something, but from the lower end of what can I do for a lot less money. Can you give us some of your thoughts for one of the challenges that the society is facing, but also some of the opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely build on what you said. We need to figure out what we could do to add value and move things forward. And I would say the corollary to that is, we need leaders to add value and move things forward. Because right now we've got a very small team and everybody is full up and nobody's got bandwidth to start new projects. And so if you want to see the Moon Society do some great stuff, then not only become a member, but actually help us do the great stuff. And I emphasize leaders, because it'd be great to get volunteers, that would help, but we need people to actually run these programs and manage the volunteers. And again, our small team does not have the bandwidth for much more. So that's kind of where we are. That's the bottleneck. in my presentation, I mentioned that anybody can do research, anybody can do science. And I think that the society could definitely expand on that and be like, anybody can move lunar development and settlement forward. Even if you don't have any training or facilities, or there's still stuff you can do to help, because a lot of the really mundane, non-sexy stuff is not getting a lot of attention. Everybody wants to build rockets, and that's getting a lot of attention. But it was mentioned at the last LDC that rockets aren't the problem, payloads are the problem. So there's a lot we can do as a society, but we need money, and we need volunteers, and we need leaders.
Yep. Yeah, we need the leaders, but one of the things that we do have is we have some of the infrastructure.
We do.
We have a 501c3. We get to do things. We can even lobby to a certain degree within that structure. We have a communications infrastructure. We have all those things that someone would need to be able to set something up and run with it, and all that support structure is there.
Yeah,
you don't have to go recreate it.
Yeah, we could definitely be like, come here with your passion, with your energy and your ideas, and we will help support you with it.
So that's some of the feedback we're looking for. Some of my general thoughts about what some of the things that we can do. I do think that as an organization, we can take a bit more of a lead when it comes to political conversations. We can do lobbying to a certain degree within what a 501c3 can do. We can't lobby for specific candidates, and we can't lobby for specific legislation, but that's the way, for example, the Alliance for Space Development, which the society is part of, does all the time. We're all the time talking to Congress people, and it's the place where NSS and Planetary Society and Mars Society and all the other ones are out there. I think we're up to about 24 different organizations that are involved. We do that quite a bit, but the same way the Planetary Society will send about 200 people to the Hill, the Moon Society can do the same thing. And I think it would have a lot of impact, because most of these Congress people don't even think we exist. They think the moon is boring. Like, no, the moon has a lot of things to it, and we actually have people that want to be involved. The other one of my general thoughts is acting as a home for various lunar industry things that need to get done, whether it's spin out groups from the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium, or small working groups that may spin out of other organizations that need a home and would like to be able to take donations, because we do have the 501c3 status. If you're doing something and you need the infrastructure, it's very easy for us to be able to do that. And so I think that's one of the things it's one of the models that came from the Space Frontier Foundation, was advocates could spin up new projects underneath the foundation. And it's something that, for those of you in the industry, if there's a particular special interest group or a topic or anything that you feel isn't being addressed elsewhere, bring it over to us. We'll sit down and talk about what you need and get it running.
Yep. Yeah, we could definitely put that together. Like I said, we would need to have people willing to actually run that stuff, though. Yep. So that's, again, where the bottleneck is. Lots of great ideas, lots of stuff we can do. We need to get through the bottleneck.
Yeah, because I think as everybody in this industry, when you're involved in any of the advocacy organizations, with the exception of a very few people, none of these things are our full-time jobs. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Does anybody have any questions on the society or how we run things or what we're capable of? If you want to go, send those to the Q&A or the panelists to send to the chat. If not, I think I might do Michael Lane a favor and get the schedule back on track.
Yeah, we can give him a minute back.
Yeah, we can give him a minute back. Which is sort of the reason why I decided to flip with him for this slot, because it was just easier to keep going.
If anybody does have any questions, like, these are important topics, so if anybody has any comments or questions, I don't want to squelch that. So does anybody?
I had a question for Michael Lane.
Oh.
You know, that domain you indicate is very interesting. Also from another topic that is a pet topic for me, and that is planetary defense. In any case, one of the things we learned from Mehan's treatise is agility. Now, anyone will tell you that it's going to take weeks to get to some of these places using conventional propulsion. I think, is there a real push towards nuclear propulsion that is being discussed now more than
There really is. I don't want to derail this conversation very much, but there was a very important meeting last year in May that I attended, and Michael and I are attending this year, actually next week. There's a lot of interest in any flavor of building higher energy systems, whether it's nuke, whether it's RTG, propulsion, on the moon, whatever. The phrase that came out of the meeting last year was power in space equals power in space. And I think you can't ignore that. That's a very important, succinct way of looking at it. And out of that meeting last year, there were 8 different federal documents that evolved from that, so national policy documents that evolved from that meeting. So you're going to see more and more nuclear conversations in space.
Yeah, I at least saw one project that's suggesting they want a full propulsive test by 2026.
Yeah, it's definitely on its way. It's developing technology for sure, but it's going to be a part of the mix. All right, I'd love to talk to you more about this later on, sir. We're going to switch gears. Michael is going to take over. I feel somewhat unprepared because I no longer have his bio up. So, Michael, present yourself.
I'll do it.
Introduce yourself.
And I'm going to take the one question from Chris Morrison in the chat. What is the society's connection to LSIC? We don't have a specific relationship. I just know that several people that have been active in the society, including myself, have participated in some LSIC interest groups. But there's no formal kind of relationship. That's probably something that we should remedy and see whether or not there's ways we can actually create some permanent infrastructure for LSIC outside of the of its primary host organization. So yeah, good point, good question. So quick introduction for me and my topic. I'm the president of the Moon Society, but I'm also one of the general partners at Starbridge Venture Capital, which is a space-focused venture fund. Some of our fund investments include Axiom Space, Umbra Lab, which is synthetic aperture radar, a stem cell-based meat company, because if you're going to be settling space, you're not actually going to bring a cow if you want a burger, and a lot of other things that are enabling of space or are using space to enable technologies and on the surface of the Earth. And one of the things that we do and at Starbridge is Stephen Jorgensen, who is the founder of Starbridge, and myself spent a large amount of time early in 2020 developing the integrated space plan, this is the 2021 version hanging on my wall. It's available on the website. It's a replacement of the 2017 version, significant update. And one of the things that we found when developing the 2021 version was a singularity of sorts, an inability for us to be able to predict what comes after. And that was anything that touched or was related to Starship. When you look at what SpaceX is developing in that capability, even if it takes twice as long to develop, and their target is to get to the cost of a flight to be basically twice what the marginal cost of fuel is. And that's the methane and LOX that's on board. And that kind of payload capacity at that kind of a price is transformational to the degree that when we as a venture fund look out across the industry, with the exception of a company called Varda, which came out of Founders Fund and is planning on buying entire starships and building them out as factories. You fly the entire factory. The entire payload bay is a factory. It may have people on board or not. Yes, that version was developed with Ron Jones's input, and it goes back to him being involved in the past like 4 or 5 versions. The exception of Varda and some of the things that, for example, companies such as Axiom have kind of discussed about happening in the future, there are, unless they are purely stealth, which is kind of hard to do in this industry because everybody talks, we see no companies out there doing any planning around what to do with the capability of a starship. No companies are raising money. Again, Varda is one exception. We see no one even discussing or beginning to raise money, even if someone had already had all the money they needed to be able to do this. They're not doing any hiring or any sales development as far as anyone in the industry can tell. And so it really is sort of, especially when we're doing the plan or anything else, it appears to be, for all intents and purposes, a singularity. It is difficult for our industry to see beyond what it would mean to have low cost launch of significant amounts of mass and habitable volume. And when I say no ideas, what we see are, and this has been our issue in the industry for a long time, we can all talk about the technology and what a moon base might look like, but when it gets down to, I need to raise the money to be able to go build these things, unless you are NASA, which is going to make a different value proposition decision when it comes to using Starship, we see no one out there actually building the customer case for any of this. What we do see are in-space transportation companies selling the same kilogram of water to each other over and over again. When it boils down to who's the actual customer for these things, the business models fall apart because no one has identified who the actual customer is, and no one is working to consolidate and identify those customers and sell them on what we're building. So I don't know if it's a failure of imagination or a failure of the continued failure of our industry to be customer focused versus technology focused. Or one of the options is the market exists, but no one understands how to help that market identify itself and get access to it and create structure within around that market demand. I do think that possibly is one of them. There's a large number of people who would like to go into space, but no one's actually figured out how to characterize that market sufficiently. But regardless, it does boil down to whether you're doing any kind of planning for the future. If we assume that, and I've got a couple of steak dinner bets on this, that there will be a fully fueled Starship ready to go anywhere you want to, sitting in low Earth orbit by sometime in the first half of next year, which is less than a year from now, what do you do with it? What do you do with it, and how do you pay for one, and who are you selling something to that's going to generate the money for you to be able to avoid that, to purchase that Starship flight? That is a problem. We do fear that, and Elon came out and said this the other day, that Starlink is burning through cash, wads of cash. They're very much deploying the entire rest of Starlink, and investors have a lot of faith in the ability of that network to be able to produce revenue for SpaceX. But if Elon has built this factory to build Starships, and it's producing Starships, and they're sitting there in Boca Chica empty because nobody's buying them, that represents a very, very significant market problem for our sector. So I'm more than happy. I'm in 10 minutes into my slot, and I would much rather take the combined expertise and knowledge of the people, both from the panelists and the attendees, as a challenge. Start thinking about the things we're talking about in terms of lunar development. The rocket you need and the transportation costs that you need are going to exist by this time next year. And that means that the time for talking about what we're going to do on the moon has passed. Now becomes the time that to stop talking about it, find the customers, and actually start doing it as a business or as a government contractor or something, because the problem of launch has been solved. If you can't move forward at this point, then there's something else blocking it. And at least in my opinion, understanding what the capital markets are looking to fund, and the continued questions that I get on when can I start investing in all this moon stuff, the answer becomes, once Starship is flying, some of these business models can start closing, but it needs people who understand how to build multi-billion-dollar businesses. It needs people who understand how to sell to customers. It needs people who, like Paragon, that know how to solve some of these problems at scale. And so sort of my challenge to the room is, if, assuming that we're now in July of 2022, Starships are coming off the assembly line, and you're starting to see already the tanker version of Starship and the cargo version of Starships sitting in orbit, ready to go. What are you doing to take advantage of that? And what are you doing right now to get ready for that? So now I'm looking for responses from everyone that's on the Zoom or the attendees. That's my challenge to everyone here. And I hope I don't end up hearing crickets. So I'm throwing down the gauntlet.
All right, Michael, I'll take a first stab at it, and I'm going to be completely self-serving about it, okay?
That's the whole point.
Yep. So with my lunar homestead concept, the idea, I don't have a video. There we go. All right. I don't have a, I lost my train of thought. All right. So with my lunar homestead concept, people are going to go. We get the right technology. We open the doors and let them go. And let's consider that Starship is opening the doors. So I would think the primary payload, and one of the things that the end goal for what I'm working on are homestead kits that any group can buy and then put on a Starship and have landed at their location of choice and build out their settlement. So for me, that would be the end goal product that could be sold to people to put on Starships. And then if these settlements are then cranking out oxygen more than they need, you can land a tanker, refill it, take that back to near Earth space, and now you've got the start of a fuel economy, especially if we scrap the idea of going to the moon to extract water for fuel and instead invest a little bit of effort and research into developing oxygen metal engines that will then run off very common lunar materials that can be found anywhere on the surface and not necessarily at limited locations, the poles. So if we have an oxygen aluminum engine, and these homesteads can then sell what they are creating in the process of actually creating their homesteads, then now you've got a bit of an economy going. That's kind of how I would foresee going at it with my concept.
Okay. Do you have a business plan that I can present to an investor?
Hardly. I am the worst person at monetizing my ideas. If somebody who is good at that would like to help me, that would be amazing. But otherwise, no. I'm focused on the tech.
And there are people coming into this industry that would like to be able to help someone figure out how to get the technology. Is just that it's marrying the technology to the story that you can then sell to someone.
Sure.
And I think one of the challenges is how do you get access to that someone and find them? I mean,
so I'd like to.
Sure.
Sorry, I'd like to address that. So that's what basically what my whole vision of building this sort of very integrative approach to bringing in academia, bringing in the general public, bringing in innovators, visionaries, and everybody to come together. And even though I'm saying, you're coming into the mission, the idea is that that's a very new paradigm of a laboratory to be able to come into mission. It's a laboratory out in the real world, right? With real-time simulation, with real people working on your technology, iterating it, validating it, proof of concept, and doing it on a longitudinal basis. In other words, the projects you bring in, and it doesn't have to be technology, because we just don't just focus on technology. We're looking at human factors, we're looking at procedures, SOPs, everything else, right? So you come into this new paradigm of a laboratory in the real world, real people, real time, and really testing out and be able to do it over a period of time to collect the data, because data is important, right? So that you can prove your proof of concept, you can then validate and iterate. And in the business model, if you want to, you have to build what we call, the rapid prototyping, then you do the MVP, then you've got something, then you've got to try to sell it. And then once you've got that as initial building block, you can go out and get your investors first, seed, angel, and then so on and so forth. I think we're already a business. We've been doing that. We're a for-profit, we're a C Corp. The point is that that's what is going to change this whole sort of structure that we have been like pounding our heads is, how do we want to bring in people from, that are not in the choir? How do we then make it into a business that makes money? Because if it doesn't make money, which is the sad point, at this point in juncture of our human civilization, if it doesn't make money, it goes nowhere. Then the third question is, how do we acquire the money, right? So you got to go back, step back, and you say, all right, then you've got to find the communities and the individuals that work collectively to be able to address all these problems from a very foundational place. And that is what we're doing. So yes, MMARS is an organization, but we are very collaborative and cooperative from all sectors of the community, from academia to citizen scientists to, mom, pa, startup companies and to, the commercial sectors, right? Those established coming in together and having this ability, engaging together to solve these issues. And if we don't, we'll always be siloed, as the word, and we'll always be asking these same questions year after year. And I'm not a spring chicken, by the way. I saw Neil Armstrong step on the moon when I was 7. I wanted to be an astronaut over 45 years ago. And I'm still going to try, but I also want to be able to say, let's move this forward. But if we don't have this conversation as one, if we're always going to be in our own little niche area, we'll never be able to move forward. And I'm very focused, and I'll end on this, very much on the new conversation, the new right stuff, the new communities that we're creating. And that's what we're doing here is only a very tiny, tiny, small part of that vision, right? But it is, and I always could say it's space for all, but it's great to say it, but how do we put it into action? And we then say, really sort of convey that message to everybody. We're working with undeveloped countries. It's the talent there from Cambodia, from Philippines. They're not in the conversation now. How many individuals in these conferences, and I've been in many, that you could say are from that population sector? They don't, because first they don't even have Wi-Fi, right? I mean, so how can we answer these questions when we ourselves as a community are not working together as one? If you're a developer, if you're a technology, if you are a juggler, by the way, we're working with a juggler who's also an astrophysicist coming into the mission, but also using that experience as a platform to engage others, to say, you don't need to be X, Y, and Z. You don't have to have this label. If you're interested, you're passionate, come in and let's work together. But I'll go back to Michael Mealing, where he said, yeah, you have to have a vision and a model that makes money. But money can also be indirect because it's energy. So human resource energy is also money in an indirect form.
It is in an indirect form, but at the end of the day, the bills come due and they have to be paid with some form of currency. And I think that's one of the challenges is that I'm trying to formulate is, I guess what I'm suggesting is the time for analogs and analysis and modeling is over. Now is the time for the actual doing of it, where people are actually putting up themselves onto the surface of the moon by the end of 2023, 2024, and habitats are being built and things are being built and people are probably dying in the process.
Absolutely.
And that, I think the challenge that I have for everyone is it's time to create the organizations that can have the lawyers and the managers and the executives and the project managers and the compliance officers, the HR representatives to handle the staff, everything else, to actually start bending metal that will be on the surface of the moon by this time next year. The time to talk about it has finished, and the time to actually start doing it is right now.
And I think if we drill down on that, Michael, I think one of the key problems that we need to resolve is, and I can take my personal example, I'm interested in the tech. I'm pretty good at working on that. I have no business acumen. I have none of that other stuff you just mentioned. How do you put someone who is very good at one thing together with other people who are very good at the other critical components and make something unified that can actually then go out and do? Because I think the expectation is, oh, if you've got an idea or if you're working on this, you also have to figure out how to be an excellent businessman and all this other stuff. And for a lot of us, we just don't want to learn all that. We're happy doing what we enjoy. So I think finding a way to get people with the correct interests and specialties to work together is very critical.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to answer Ben. Yeah, so when I first started, I was all right brain, dominant, because I went to creative, and then I went into medicine. Then I had to learn how to navigate the creative, the left and right, make them balance out, and then also bringing in the business acumen. That's the hardest part, was how do I become an entrepreneur? So what, because something drives you, if something drives you, it will take you there because you want to, because it will help to enable you to achieve your end goals or your end objective. So I put myself to learn about business. I went into entrepreneurships. I went into the business sector. I went and actually educated myself. So if you really want to do something and there's an obstacle there, that's really basically the message. Whatever it is, you just got to go and you got to kick that bloody obstacle down and acquire the knowledge and acquire the information that you need that will then help you continue and traverse on your pathway to get to that end point. So life is not easy. We all know this, right? And there are aspects of this where you go, oh, I didn't want to be a business person. But I said, okay, if I want to achieve what I want to achieve, I have to learn. I don't need to be a specialist, but I need to go and find these areas. I need to go and, fill in these deficits that I'm lacking. So one, I can have a better comprehension of the problems that will come up at a later stage downstream. So to address what you just said, Ben, and for everyone here, and especially the younger generations that are listening in, my message is, if you really are passion driven, you have vision where you want to go, that will be your moonshot, what we call the Mars shot. And yeah, there will be challenges along the way. There'll be pitfalls, but those are the experiences that you got to go through and learn, but never give up. And so, yes, go and learn, go and attain that knowledge. You don't need to pay for it either. There's so many free information, but be careful where you get information from as well, right? So that is really what I went through that myself, and I want to share that with everyone here. It's not easy, but if it's easy, everybody would be doing it. So never let anything stop you. That's really what I'm trying to convey. And that's really, what's the incentive and the motivation. And I think lastly, I want to say this is, if you want to change behavior, you have to look at that behavior and you have to say, okay, how do I incentivize that individual so that they would want to, because they're incentivized. That's why X Prize is a wonderful platform. What they've achieved, amazing stuff, because X Prize with Peter B. Diamandis, that started that was incentivization. And that is part of our humanness, that if we're not incentivized, if there's no ROI or return on investment in our energy, contribution or participation, we don't want to engage. There has to be some form of ROI. And like I said, whether it's your own personal growth or you're going to make, next $1 trillion because you're going to develop the new space mining industry, doesn't matter. That is the ultimate, I think the baseline is, how do you incentivize individuals to change behavior?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Susan, and I agree that works for some people. But I know from personal experience, and I'm sure there's others out there who don't want to learn about business or large complex project management, or to figure out how to build a multi-billion-dollar business. And sure, there will be people who will kick down doors and learn whatever they need to learn and do all that other stuff. But I think that if we want to expand our base of what we can put on a starship, maybe we need to come up with another paradigm where we match people with the important interests and skills, and instead of relying on one person to be the Uber CEO who does everything, we have a way to team people up to get things done. I could go learn business if I want. I just don't want to.
So Ben, I wasn't saying that you had to force yourself. Nobody ever learns or acquire information if they don't have joy in what they're doing. So yes, if you want to be part of this big vision, and it takes a village to build whatever, the settlement in the future, whatever, right? It takes lots of people. So if you're not interested in learning about that particular sector of the field, then what you need to do is find the connections and network, and then you align yourself. Because the one thing that we all know is to get into that room with those people and be around that table and be invited to participate in the conversation is one of the hardest challenge, to get to open that door. But then once the door is open, how do you stay in the room and then have a seat at the table? So yes, I agree. I never force anyone. Please don't ever do anything that you hate and you're not passionate about. That will kill your soul, it will kill your spirit, and it'll kill your idea right from the start. So that's really what I'm trying to convey, Ben.
Right, and maybe that's what the Moon Society could do, is be that facilitator.
Yeah. And I just want to come back to Ben. The reason I bring it up in terms of the project management and that kind of thing is because of the people on this at this conference are sort of, some of the leaders within the industry, and especially people watching this on YouTube later. It's kind of a call to action to the rest of the entire lunar industry. And it's coming up on 4:30 my time, so I think it's time to kind of wrap up. Please feel free to reach out to me directly or anybody at the society on this particular topic. Whether I'm wearing my Moon Society hat or my Starbridge Venture Capital hat. Always happy to talk about this particular topic. And so I think at this point, we kind of hand it back over to Michael for him to take his time. So thanks for flipping with me, man.
Thanks, Joe. Fascinating conversation. I started talking about the Starship Singularity. Michael Mealing and I were on another call in another event, and he was kind of pounding that drum, and I said, well, everything changes, and so that kind of the mashup of Starship Singularity kind of got born a couple months ago. But I feel like it's a really, really important topic that is pretty well not understood. It's not an understood problem. He illuminated it to me. I think I add a little bit of nuance to it. And if we don't figure out what to do with this massive capability, maybe that massive capability is not going to be available to us, right? Like, how can you continue to have a workforce of, I think I heard the last number was 7,500 people at SpaceX. Mm-hmm. How can you have a workforce of 7,500 people and you're currently losing money on Starlink? I don't think that you will for long term, but if you're also currently losing money in Starship assembly, even the second richest guy in the world can't sustain that forever. So I just feel like it is time for our industry, and I mean global industry, to figure out what to do with this massive capacity, because one Starship is equal to about 30 rockets that launched in quarter one. Sorry, it's half. It's about half the capacity of the 30 rockets that launched in first quarter 2021. Right. So it's a remarkable capacity, and if we don't figure out how to use it, it may not be available. I think they're going to go immediately to point-to-point suborbital, and it's not going to be destinations to the moon. It's going to be limited destinations to LEO and GEO, and lots of destinations to go from, in my case, Seattle to Tokyo in 45 minutes. I think that's the only market that justifies a fleet of 100 or 1,000 Starships all of a sudden.
And Michael, I think one of the things that some people are aware of, when you look at Starship, it's not just the capability of one Starship. It's the capability of that factory down in Boca Chica to produce hundreds of Starships.
Yes.
A Starship a week.
Yes.
When I talk to people about the plan for going to Mars, they think in terms of, one rocket going to Mars with people on it. I'm like, no, that rocket's going to have people on it, and they're going to have, 12 to 24 other ones behind it, or ones that have already gone that don't come back. And right. it's the manufacturing capability that's game changing as well.
There's going to be a time really, really soon where somebody doesn't buy one rocket at a time, they buy a fleet of 5 or 10 or 20, and that changes the world. That's why I talk about it in the terms of singularity, because you literally can't predict what the future looks like with this massive capability that's added to the equation. We are used to, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to start my presentation right now. Actually,
sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm going to use the Starship because I think it's super relevant. I've got my PowerPoint. I'm going to bring it up here in a second, but Liftport started because we wanted to figure out how to lower launch costs. We started as a space elevator company. This is the original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts Research product. I'm the second guy on the team. And from 2001, 2, and 3, pre-Liftport, still under the NASA umbrella, it was an interesting research study, and we did some really cool stuff that I'm pretty proud of. But then fast forward 2003, the beginning of 2003, the Space Shuttle Columbia crashed, and all of a sudden there was like, well, what are we going to do next? And we got a lot of attention because of that. So Liftport was created, and in 2003, 4, 5, 6, and 7, you can see behind me, I have a lot of string, and down over here is a bunch of nanotech, and behind me over here is a bunch of robots and experiments. And so we did some pretty, I think, important fundamental work on the idea of the Earth's elevator. And, my wealth came from real estate. The real estate markets collapsed. We got crushed. Liftport went out. The first version of Liftport went out of business in 2007. But even though we disbanded as a company, we still hung out. Like, we still like each other. We still 20 years later, still talk to each other, a lot of us. And around 2010, 11, 12, we started coming up with the breakthrough, not a scientific breakthrough, but a philosophical breakthrough, that we could build an elevator on the moon now with current technology. And our first decisions around that were, okay, we can launch, and I'm going to talk about how this thing works in a second. Just bear with me. I'm really tying this into Michael's comments about Starship. Our first decisions were we were going to use a Falcon 9 or an Atlas or Delta rocket. Like, I mean, this is 2010-ish time period, right? So those are pretty small rockets, and no one in the world was seriously talking about going to the moon. So we started looking at that very carefully and like, okay, we can build an elevator on the moon. Our use case is soft landing. No one else can do it. That's pretty cool for us. And that was our original plan. And then by the time 2017 rolls around, when we restart as the new improved version of Liftport, we're like, wow, there are some big rockets in development. Space Launch System or Senate Launch System, depending on who you ask. That was on the drawing boards. There was announcements about the Falcon Heavy. The Falcon Heavy was a game changer as far as we were concerned. And there was beginnings to be talk about this super mammoth capacity that eventually became a Starship, right? And so along the way, we modified our plans where instead of a Falcon 9, we're like, woohoo, we're going to do a Falcon Heavy. And that was a big step for us because that made us rebuild our entire engineering model based off of that. But we still didn't think there was people going to the moon. That didn't look very likely, certainly not in 2015 and 16. So we modified our plans based on one rocket. And then when the new rocket came online, and then you heard Dr. Goswami yesterday talk about 30 or 40 missions, 20, 30 or 40 missions to the moon in the next 10 years. I mean, that made us change our plans some more. And so instead of really focusing on soft landing, we actually switched gears to focus primarily on a giant space station, L1. And I'll describe that in a minute. But Liftport has had to continually evolve our business to meet like the world, because if we're going to work in the world, we got to kind of fit the requirements of the world. So, we have been intentionally very nimble about what rocketry is available, because that changes our business plan quite a bit. So, and the idea of a starship allows us to do things that we have had never imagined possible before. So you're going to see some stuff in the coming year or so, not in the next months, but in the coming year or so, that there's some new changes coming in our direction again because of Starship. All right, I'm going to jump in and do my PowerPoint. All right. I'm going to skip a bunch of this stuff because I just went on an unexpected 10-minute detour. Here's us. There's all of our links. Our YouTube site is particularly useful, /Liftport. My background, skipping that. I did some of this yesterday where these two gentlemen I consider to be very solid allies of mine. If you can see my screen, this is the challenge coin from the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. We were awarded that for some breakthrough stuff that we presented to Space Force in about 4 years ago. It's hard to surprise the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. That's all I can really tell you right now about that. But for a guy who's been in the field for 30 years looking at the future of space and the future of advanced technology, to surprise a guy like that is pretty hard to do. So we're pretty happy about that. And that's all I can tell you about like our technical validation right now. The New Era document basically is a blueprint for how the future is going to unfold in the United States in the near future. They have kind of 5 big areas, but the one we're focusing on is the return to the moon. I'll post a link to this afterwards. There's going to be, this is text straight out of the document. The next like 5 slides are text straight out of that document, that there's going to be human meaningful, and this is, I think, an important word, meaningful, not flags and footprints, but like lots of activities on the surface of the moon. There's going to be orbital platforms potentially around the moon. We're going to have longer lasting habitation sites on the moon, right? So, each of these, and the document's only some 27 pages long. It's worth reading every word and like dissecting it. I do a lot of that on our YouTube channel. If you really want to get into the minutia of national policy, we spent a lot of time on this document. And they're going to be commercially owned and operated, these orbital stations, right? And so that's kind of the world that we're going towards. Chris a moment ago in the chat was like, okay, who's the customer if it's not the government? Well, that's true, and I agree that that's something that should be considered. But right now, the major customer I believe it's going to be DoD, Space Force, and it is currently NASA and a couple of other governmental programs. But it's not just the United States. That's super important to note. It's not just the United States. And there's going to be manufacturing capabilities on orbit. That's also super important. So this is where we're going. We talked about this for quite a bit yesterday, so I'm going to do it super fast. We're very good at launch. We're very good at communications and observation. That's leading us to in-space transportation. That's coming online very quickly. Our role of the lunar elevator fits around here, like kind of the third step. There's going to be a lot of space stations. I know of at least 7 that are either, at some level of development. We will eventually, and this also includes habitats on the moon, although I'm not aware of any full program of habitats on the moon that are funded. So I'm still waiting for that one. Once we get those habitat sites on the moon and in orbit, then we're going to do mining and manufacturing, and that will eventually lead us to the capacity for space-based solar power, which is one of my drivers. I told you a little bit about our history, so that's what this slide was about. Look, we're Liftport. That's, we started out as the space elevator company. We've never wavered from that. We have modified our location of the elevator, but we've never wavered from that. By the way, this string here is actually behind me. That's one of the strings that we climbed. That one is a 1,000-foot test. The robot behind me is my pride and joy. That one went a mile into the sky on a set of balloons. So we are a technology incubator. We have a smart team. The first version of Liftport was 14 people. The current version is 4, so it's a lot smaller, but that's okay. We're growing. We are an idea factory. We are going to invent the future. We have about 40 or so patentable technologies in 5 of these fields. We are actually pretty terrible at biotech and biosciences, and we don't have anything in orbit yet. So energy, comms, robotics, computing, and materials we're really quite good at. We have some strong capabilities. I think you heard earlier today, Grant was talking about sealants and lubricants. That's an area that we are particularly interested in, and we think that that is vitally, and I mean vitally by its life or death, it's vitally important to get that stuff right. So those are the areas that we're good at. I said a moment ago that we started out as a result of a NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts. It's actually 3 studies. There was the phase 1 and phase 2 for the Earth elevator. And then our longtime friend who recently died, Jerome Pearson, did the lunar elevator concept study. Now and he will admit this, I'm not talking behind his back, not talking behind the back of a dead man. He admitted long after that his design was terrible and that he much preferred our updates to his original work. We took his ideas with his help. Like, we didn't take his ideas. We used his ideas with his help, modified them, and made them practical and viable. It is not an exaggeration. There are about 300 folks with masters and PhDs in a variety of specialties that are in the background working on tiny elements of our large project. It is not an exaggeration to say they have 3 millennia of experience if you combine it. My friends and my allies of our team have hardware everywhere in the solar system. It's pretty darn remarkable, the folks that have been involved and are involved with our team. So what is this thing? What is this thing that we're building? I'm going to spend a fair amount of time on the hardware because that's always seems to be interesting. But this part of this session is the business session for the Moon Society's event. So what is this thing? I mean, I think that's what it's ultimately going to look like. We have a ton of art around our office that is incremental, how it evolves over time. As we learn new things, we modify our art, but that's our current version, what we think it looks like. So what is this thing, right? So the Earth elevator is, I think it's pretty well known. We refer to it as a centripetal elevator. So it's a ball and a string, spinning it over your head. The string in the middle stays straight. If you've done that, you can expand that to an Earth-sized system. You can have a robot climb up and down the string because the string stays straight because of the spin of the Earth. The lunar elevator is mechanically and the physics of it are different. I apologize if you can hear, there must be a fire right out my window or something. So a gravitational elevator is one where we use the gravity of one body, the Earth in this case, to keep the string straight. You'll notice the Lagrange point here, that's the gravitational middle, the midpoint between the Earth and the Moon. Not the physical middle, but the gravitational middle. And that's kind of what we're looking for. Is we're looking for the gravity of the Earth to assist us and keep the string straight. Now, between those two elevators, the centripetal elevator of the Earth and the gravitational elevator of the Moon, you could blanket the entire solar system with these two technologies and build a solar system-wide transport system, which I think would be super cool, but I probably will not be alive for that one. So I task that for the youngest people in our audience. This is how it works. Super, super simplified. We're going to launch from the Earth. It doesn't matter where. I think we're going to use a SpaceX Heavy or a Starlink. We're going to dock at a presumed Lagrange point station, take a robot down to the surface of the Moon. We do that because it's soft landing on the Moon is super, super hard. And then we go back to the Earth. So that's a super simplified version. As we, oops, didn't mean to cut out of there. Skipping that. This image is kind of to scale. Now, the objects of our space station is not larger than the Moon, but that Moon dot and that Earth dot are to scale, just so you get a reference point for just how long, how big, how the distances of this system. People are always amazed. I can tell you a funny story I don't have time for right now of the length of this string, but this string represents only 1/10 of the manufacturing company of one of our key potential suppliers. So it becomes a large purchase order, but it is technology that we currently have available with a string that is currently strong enough and available. We in fact have 11 materials, 11 strings that are all strong enough. Now, none of those strings are Goldilocks. There are problems with all of them. They either have a creep or elongation problem. They have a radiations or UV problem. So we're almost certain that we're going to wind up taking a string with a core and then coating it with something. But this string, despite how crazy long it is available today. This is the first step. We drop an anchor system down to the surface of the Moon. These red panels that you see will actually fold down to the surface of the Moon as ramps and as solar panels. Now, we don't have any confidence that those solar panels will last very long because, frankly, they're going to get dusty and that's not going to work. But they work long enough and they are still a ramp, so that's useful. We could go into a lot of conversations about the mechanism for climbing. We refer to that as a lifter. It's super easy. The Earth elevator needed a very complicated laser power beaming system from the ground. We do not need that for the lunar system. It's traction wheels to climb up and down the string. We have built some of these already. We know some of them work and some of them don't, and we know why the ones that don't work, why they don't work. There's a terrible design of a rover that's been deeply outdated, so we're going to skip that, but assume that there are going to be a lot of rovers on the ground. And that's the system. That is the anchor station that just sinks into the surface of the Moon and keeps us there. If that fails, then probably the rest of this system has failed. It is, yes, the string is a single point of failure, but we think we've got some solutions to that. But the anchor point is the most fragile single point of failure in the system. I said during my preliminary part of the talk that we're going to build an enormous space station. You can probably recognize that these are Bigelow modules. When we did this graphic, Bigelow was alive and thriving. After COVID, we don't know what's going to happen. But even Axiom has taken up this this kind of inflatable style model. Somewhere in the, whether it's inflatable or NanoRack style module that they're designing, there's going to be an enormous space station at the Lagrange point. Skipping this. Oh, not going to skip this. I know this is kind of an eye chart. As an infographic, there's a lot of information on this graphic. The thing I want you to pay attention to is the Lagrange point station, the Pico Gravity Lab. If you start here, near Earth objects or Mars is only 0.14 delta V to get anywhere else in the solar system, because you start at such a energetically low point, gravitationally low point, that it doesn't take very much energy to get anywhere else in the solar system. So we believe that when we build, the Starship Enterprise, that the construction site is going to be our Pico Gravity Lab, because it just makes it's physics. It makes sense. In Silicon Valley speak, they talk about what's your unfair advantage. Well, our unfair advantage is physics, so we like that a lot. Skipping that. All right, so that's what the elevator is. I'm happy to go into more details about that offline because we're going to run out of time. Why does this thing matter? Well, we thought originally soft landing was the key to the moon. With 30 missions planned to the moon that's going to stir up a bunch of dust, we still think soft landing is the key to the moon. But we now realize we have to be a part of a larger ecosystem, cislunar iconosphere. We strongly believe that lunar ice is going to turn to rocket fuel, and that the thing that we think might be the ultimate driver for this is not necessarily soft landing, although we're still committed to it, but orbital assembly and manufacturing on our station. So we think we have two really good reasons to build an elevator on the moon. We didn't realize that in the beginning. We thought it was just soft landing, but now the combination of soft landing and orbital manufacturing and operations, we think that's a pretty strong argument. So the business of our business, and I need to check our time here. Sorry. Yeah, we're going over time for a second. All right, so first of all, this is not a pitch, right? I want to be super duper clear about that. We are not raising money just yet. I think it's going to be soon. The first million basically proves our math, checks our math. The next 4 million, total of 5, builds some of our critical satellites and runs some very important precursor tests. We de-risk everything. The next 20 million, total of 25, flies some of those essential missions. And if that works, then we start raising real money to start building the actual elevator. The elevator as we foresee it. This is another important change from Starship. We had originally calculated $800 million because we thought we were going to have to build the entire in-space transportation system. Thanks to Lockheed, thanks to Momentus and a couple other companies, we don't have to build an in-space transportation system. That knocks about $100 million off the price tag. And we thought we were going to have to commission some special rockets, and that's not going to happen. So this 800 million, we have intentionally kept our original number, although it is probably substantially less. And I mean substantial, like cut a $250 million off of that price tag, possibly, because that is how much has changed in launch capacity. All right, there is definitely more to this. We have our next speaker coming in from Australia, so I've got to be very cognizant of time. He's getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to have to cut this short so that he can join us on time. So that's what we're doing. Skipping. There is a business here. It is, it's not just about building a big idea. It's that there's a return on investment and there are immediate revenues in the process of our risk mitigation. Like, we're very risk averse in our company. And by doing it the way that we're doing it, we actually generate revenues right from the very start. And that's super important. These are all technologies you're very familiar with that came out of the Apollo program. We are doing something very similar with our Idea Factory and our spin-offs and our intellectual property. So we start out with some communications and observations equipment. More than likely, there's a communications play for NASA and an observation play for the Department of Defense. And as we go, we invent things that have value right now. So this is kind of how we approach it. The Idea Factory allows us to do licensing and spin-offs and operating subsidiaries. We get some public-private partnerships, and we develop infrastructure. And then subset of that is like the more specific stuff that we're working on. So that is Liftport in a super fast nutshell. Happy to take any questions offline. I'll post a bunch of links. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Stop sharing. Okay, it is exactly 5 o'clock. I'm going to bring on Joshua Lecter. Thank you for coming in the middle of the night for you. I really am grateful to you for doing this. Let me pull up your bio. Do I have your bio? I might not have your bio prepped. Drat. I apologize, Joshua. I do not have your bio on my cheat sheet. I'm going to introduce you the best I can, but you're going to have to kind of fill in the blanks. As anybody who's been watching this, a lot of these people I know for a long time. You know, some of them go back decades. Joshua is not one of those people. I've only just recently met him in the last couple months. I've been hearing about him, credit where it's due. I've been hearing about him for more than a year. He's doing some really interesting stuff in space. I'm not going to put any pressure on him, but his business plan is one of the few that actually makes some sense to me. You just heard Michael Mealing say that not very many business plans make a lot of sense for the moon right now. So that's me giving him Joshua an endorsement on that. So good job on that. I don't do that very often. But there's some really interesting stuff here. I think he's kind of the highlight of our business section of our event. So Joshua, give us a little bit of your background with a little bit of your bio before you start your presentation, please. I apologize. I've got a list of like 20 people and I don't have your bio up in front of me. So my mistake on that. Thanks. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll share the screen because I've actually sort of worked it into the presentation. So my background is mining and resources, and I've been doing that for about 16 years. Just sharing now. So over that 16 years, I spent the first half basically on the tools, had a 4-year gap where I joined the Royal Australian Navy as a submariner. And then the last sort of 6 to 7 years, I have been doing more ASX director and board positions and forming companies and focusing on the strategy of that side of things. So with that, I've raised north of $50 million for IPOs for public listed companies on the ASX, Australian Stock Exchange, and built those to over 300 million market capital, which is not too bad, but I think it'll increase a bit more in the near future. My focus has been on the business strategy, innovation, and mineral resources. And then with space industries, of recent, we're looking at the space and defense side of things as well. So today I'm just going to sort of go over the commercialization strategy that we have. So the way that we've set up the company, Space Industries, and the focus is on 5 core steps, and that's spanning from the start in 2018 through to launch, which we expect in 2024. So the first step is building the foundation. Like building a house, you build a really strong foundation, and then you can build on that. To get it to the next level, you have to have customers, de-risk everything. Once you've done that, you can get traction and get investors. And then from there, you then start working on the actual product itself. So I'll just cover the building and foundations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically talk to each of these with the context of space industries. So what we did is start with the problem. You can't survive without utilities on Earth, let alone in space. So basically, to choose what we were going to do in space, we decided it needs to be critical. It needs to be something that's always going to be in demand, and that's utilities. So energy, hydration for astronauts, which also couples with agriculture, and then propellant. So the solution there is to mine water. From water, you can get all of those. The next step was to see if the solution was feasible. So we got a geologist and adopted sort of Earth standards in mining and resources. So you start with a what we call as a JORC resource. So it's a report compiled based off a number of different exploration activities, drilling, soil sampling, all that sort of things. And so we did that for the moon with 2,000 or so regolith samples that were taken through the Apollo missions. And then the other aspect on the feasibility side was to look at the legal implications. Can we actually mine the moon? Can you own a piece of the moon? And so with that, there's the Moon Treaty and the Artemis Accords. So that basically ticked all the boxes that we had, either a go or a no-go, and then progressed to the next side of being actual economical. So over the last couple of years, there was WGM that released a report on the lunar water outlook, and that sort of covered most of the details, things that we'd looked at during market research for suppliers, customers, demand, price, and also time frame. So time frame with the Artemis missions, we're looking at 2030. You know, it's pretty economical in terms of setting up a business and actually the right time in the industry to actually focus on producing water from the moon. If we were coming in a bit earlier, you know, the stretch line would have been too long. It might not have been economical. So on the commercial side, we had to then look at the competition, and what we did was assess globally, because it's dealing in space. It's not just here in Australia, it's global competition. We realized that most companies looking at water mining on the moon actually started out by looking at asteroid mining, and now are changing the focus to the moon, which was also a good key indicator of being at the right time. Limited competition sort of put us into a pretty good position where we could then progress and do a bit more in-depth market research. So with that, what we had to do was actually go out and speak to customers, see if there was an actual demand, see what the demand looked like, what was their timeframes, and in doing that, we realised there's about 90% of the market which is attainable. That's both looking at water and other potential resources. So in the near term, we identified that the near-term resources from the moon won't be minerals. It'll actually be gases, isotopes, mostly water, and with nuclear fusion ramping up and other medical and national security was the helium-3 side. So the priorities been changing to water, and the initial customer discussions that we've had have looked at both water and helium-3 to give a full market demand. So that was deemed to be quite feasible. And then we progressed through to the business, so to the investor ready side. So with that, we demonstrate the concept, and then we had to choose sort of how we want to proceed. So traditional raisings do pre-seed, seed round, Series A, all the way through to Z. The benefits that has for commercialization is that it gives you strength by completing a seed round, getting non-related funds in the bank, and demonstrating that you can use them correctly and that you can actually deliver on milestones. It was quite a big task to achieve, to show investors that you're capable of then taking further money and delivering the actual mission. So track record is very important for us. The next thing that's important for investors is the IP. Without that IP, it's going to be pretty hard to be a commercial entity, especially if you're not focused on the government funds or agency funds. So if you're trying to raise money with VCs, it's definitely important to have an intellectual property. The stage that we're sort of heading at now is moving towards the prototype and demonstration stage. So one of the things is, I'm just going to go back to the other slide for a sec. So one of the things with our mission is it's quite a large mission. So it's not just a single product that we're trying to build, develop, get it into space. The rover itself, with its payloads, has quite a lot of technology. A lot of that is new technology, and what we've noticed within the space industry is when you're developing new technology for space, you're actually able to tech transfer that to Earth, and there's a lot of different applications, and a lot of industries are very interested in that technology. So just as an example, one of the first technologies that we're actually looking at commercializing won't be in space, but it will dramatically increase the time to complete or to increase our TRL for the space application. So our parabolic dish, for example, we have interest from 3 different industries, and looking at building that over the next and delivering it over the next 12 months. The benefits to focus on the terrestrial side, like in my view, it doesn't really take you away from the space aspect because you're still developing the technology and the product for space. And it increases the time frame to get to high TRL. The only issues that we've seen in this model and the way we're doing things is that some VCs or some investors can portray what you're doing as spreading yourself too thin or doing too much. Most of that's in relation to the way that we present has to be very precise. They have to understand that the actual rover itself has all of these technologies that we're commercializing on Earth. So when you couple all of them together, you get the space mission. What we've found is a lot can't they just don't really see it in that way. And that's normally when the story's not all there, or they haven't got the full story. So the benefits of that is, of developing The product for Earth is that we also get, revenue, early stage revenue, which funds the space mission. I think space is becoming easier to raise funds, but it's still high risk. It's still long-term reward. It's a longer investment, and that's definitely very restrictive. The other way that we're doing the TRL increase side by commercializing the products on Earth is we're collaborating with development customers, and those customers are fairly high profile in their industry. So one of the big benefits there eventually will be the traction that we can demonstrate having delivered projects and products for some quite significant companies here on Earth. So if we can do it here, we should be able to repeat it in space. So that's basically just a different look at space industries and what we're doing. And that's pretty much all I have today. Thanks.
That was shorter than I was expecting. That's good. That's good. No. Seriously, thanks for being up in the middle of the night for doing this. I know that's pretty uncomfortable. So appreciate that. So can you talk about some of your customer validation, right? So you didn't just jump into this for the fun of it. You weren't really a space nerd to begin with. Like, you've become one, but that's not where you started. So talk about how your process and your individual process and evolution to how you got here, and then how you justified the work to customers.
Yeah, so probably the easiest way to the path that led me to space would be the mining side. I like to do, and also my business side, I like to do projects that are meaningful, long-term, large projects. And when just trying to think the actual point where I did spot to space, and it was a long transition. It was a long thing. It was mining. I wanted to produce a resource that no one else could produce. And that's when initially we were just looking at helium-3. And then that obviously was the connection to space, being there's no economical resources to mine that here on Earth. So we had to look off Earth. Can we get it off Earth? And that was the lead there. And then obviously with the economic side, and the focus now is on the water, because that's the next 10 years will be a full focus on producing water in space. So on the work that we've done in validating that with companies that we're speaking to now, we don't really put too much out in the media at the moment, because we want to keep that sort of that bit of an edge. But we actually do a number of or we collaborate with a number of universities to validate our hypothesis on the water production side. So our look is the protons coming from the sun combined with electrons form hydrogen, the oxygen in the regolith, that's water, and then bonded with the silica. So we focus on the sunlit areas and being able to produce water in the sunlit areas. That was the SOFIA mission, helped us validate that in 2020. Around the same time in 2020, we also did ion implantation at the Australian National University. We've shot protons into regolith simulant and produced water there. So basically that whole side helped to validate the water that we're going for, or able to produce. We can also, our mining method can also produce from ice water in permanently shaded craters, but we wanted to make sure that we had the capability for being able to produce water anywhere on the lunar surface. So that's probably those tests and the way that we put that strategy together to tick all the boxes is probably one main point that we provide to customers we're looking to deal with. and then the collaboration with the universities helps give peace of mind. So I think we deal with about 4 universities currently through Australia, when we're currently looking to expand that over to the US as well. And then, yeah, I think that's probably the biggest point at the moment, given the stage that we're at. We're still got a few years left to go.
So all right, that's a good point, right? You're still pretty new, pretty young. The Australian government has only recently created a space agency. You're partnered with that. Talk a little bit about that. You're kind of in the vanguard of Australian space development. So what does that look like?
Yeah, it's Australian Space Agency is fresh.
Fresh, really fresh. Like,
yeah,
18 months officially. They've had the program for a long time. I mean, going back to the Apollo days, but as its own organization, I believe it's only like 15 or 18 months old. Is that right?
I think they're a bit further, because I believe that the review process is starting soon. Once that completes, then they'll be their own agency, where they'll have more freedom to do missions and sort of larger side. So they've got a lot of programs out at the moment. We're collaborating with a number of companies that have received funding and grants from them, and then we're currently setting up to participate with the Trailblazer program that they're doing there. It's not when our business model isn't that we require to receive funding from them, but the Trailblazer program's $50 million for a national mission. Given that we are pretty much a mining and resources country, I think our mission's quite aligned to there. We're getting really good support on that side, and looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Let me dive into that a moment. Earlier this evening, early morning, while you were asleep, there was a lot of conversations about how everybody wants government dollars. That's the only thing we keep hearing. And if this is going to be an industry, if the moon is going to develop industry, it can't just be a single client of some government agency. So you just said a second ago, you're not dependent upon this. So who are your clients? What do they look like? Just kind of characterize them for us.
Yeah, so each of the technologies that we're developing, we're setting up with development partners and looking to license out the IP for terrestrial use. The revenue generated from that should cover the costs. So that's relying on that side. And then the actual customers. So I can mention potentially a couple. So with the 3D printer that we have, we've got interests from Schlumberger Oil and Gas. And then there's electric aeroplane companies interested to print aeroplane parts. And there's a few other companies. So that one there's more being set up initially as a service business, where we'll actually employ potentially 1 to 2 people. They'll run the printer and we'll run it as a service. So it's more, it's not as big a revenue, but it's consistent, decent production revenue. It also allows us to demonstrate manufacturing capability and manufacture parts for our lunar side of things. Then on the mining side, so for Earth we call it the volcano process, because basically we turn the regolith ore here on Earth, we turn mining ore into molten magma, basically. So that one we targeted resource companies. One of the companies that we collaborated with on phase 1 in the lab, they're one of the top couple mining companies in the world. So we're pretty happy that we got them on board. In WA, there's a couple other companies that we're dealing with. So there's about 3 resource companies in total. I can't, because the NDAs, I can't mention who they are. but they're quite exciting to work with. I think because of my background in the resources industry, and because I've done so much in the resources industry, it's allowed me to really pinpoint the pain points for these companies and identify those. And then because of the current transition to going green and sustainable for mining companies in particular, they have a lot of interest in the technologies that we're doing, because it's sustainable, it's green, and it's space, which is kind of cool.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
So then we've got the solar concentrator. That one there will probably end up being the first to commercialize. And that one we've got interests from agriculture industry for powering sort of pumps. Even had a request for using it for desalination.
Oh, really? That's
yeah, that was a good one. So a lot of the bore water in Western Australia is brackish, so there's a lot of salt.
Right.
So currently they run all these remote pumps. You got cattle stations that are super remote. Takes six to 10 hours to drive there. That's sort of remote. And yeah, they're pumping out brackish water and then running RO units and then filling up their tanks and stuff. So using our method, we can sort of speed up the process and just take it out of the sand as well in some locations in the desert.
Wow.
So we've had agriculture. We've got interests from relating to defense. We're actually in Washington on the 1st to the 4th for Sea, Air and Space event in Washington, DC. So we'll have a booth there at the Australian Defence Forces representing Australian innovation technology. Yeah. So that's where we're at.
I know that event. That's a pretty prestigious event. That's good. That's cool. So yeah, you showed your rover a minute ago. That rover is not a small rover. That is a beast of a machine. Can you talk about that? Are you willing to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so that concept image is our evolving concept image, which goes to the public. Our actual rover, not many people have seen it, but we're almost in a position to
Let's be clear. There is an actual rover. You just showed a drawing of it. I know that's true. There is actually a rover that's driving around.
It's not driving around yet.
Can we see that image again, Joshua?
Yeah, one moment. I'll just see if I've still got it up. So we've got the mobility system from Maxon. Sorry, the drive system. We're just finalizing a few bits and pieces now on the design before we build the actual platform. So what we just try and go back. So what we are doing is skipping building an Earth or terrestrial rover. We're going straight to we're designing everything for the lunar surface straight away. It's still being designed to be able to operate here as well under Earth gravity. So we've got all the parts, all the computer cables, the motors, everything. The only thing that's different with the space race system that we've got, so it's the same as the Mars rover, just with different gear ratios. That's the only difference. And then for the initial prototype, we're using planetary gears instead of harmonic drives, purely because of the cost side. But the actual motors are the same pancake motors used in most rovers. It's a large rover, so it's designed to be a tank or a bulldozer, not a scientific experiment. It's 2 meters wide, 3 meters long. It has a ground clearance which is currently looking at about 0.75 of a meter, 750 millimeters. The body height itself is quite thin, sitting around about 0.5 meter. We're reducing that at the moment, which is good. Aiming to have 0.5 ton minimum of water capacity for storage. And then, yeah, the dish is just under 6 meters diameter for that. And that'll produce 40 kilowatts of energy on the surface. And then the mining method is 1 meter by 1 meter payload size. Yeah, so with the Maxon stuff's already here, so we're just finalizing the mobility platform. So the way our rover is being designed is similar to the electric vehicle mobility platforms, and then just plump the car on top. So basically that's what we're doing, and we'll start the construction in August, late August, which is when we also launch or do the opening for our facility as well. So we've got that new facility with the clean room, which we can build the LREV, and then we've got another section in there which is for can be used for other additional payloads. Advanced engineering office with a number of workstations. So we use CATIA, ANSYS, and a number of other softwares fairly standard in the industry. And then we also have a remote operations office as well, with the RU, which is very Australian. And that will be used to demonstrate the remote operations of the rover. Yeah, so a lot happening next month.
A lot. We do have to transition. For the record, I think I've had 3 scheduled meetings with Joshua that were like 30 minutes each, and each time our 30-minute meeting turned into 90 minutes. So like every time I talk to this guy, I just want to keep asking him some questions. But we do have to move on. Joshua, go back to sleep. Really appreciate you being here this early in the morning. I know you're going to stay at the office. I know we already talked about that, but thanks for joining us. We're going to shift gears over to Michelle. Michelle, terrific that you are here. I am frustrated. I've got something wrong with my cheat sheet for my bios, and both you and Joshua did not get on my bios cheat sheet.
Oh, so. No worries. I love talking about myself. So
okay, good.
I'll get it covered.
All right. I'm usually pretty good about that, but I'm kind of stuck on these last conversations. All right. Please, Michelle, take it away. She is the current president. Do I have my right title for the National Space Society and co-founder of For All Moonkind. She is a professor at Ole Miss, and I just pointed one of my old interns who just started class with you, so he's super excited about that. So yeah, please, Michelle, take it away, and give my kid an A. All right, he's a smart kid. So. All right.
all my kids are smart. So. Yeah. I do have a PowerPoint, but I wanted to say first, I think Joshua just dropped off, but it was really fortuitous that I'm going after him. You asked me to talk about outreach and about the For All Moonkind Moon Registry. I see a lot of familiar faces and names, so I'm not going to bore everybody with my usual For All Moonkind spiel, but I did want to say Joshua's company is also working very hard on outreach, and he's working with some NSS people with respect to remote operations centers in Africa. And so, on top of everything else that company is doing that's so cool, they really are sort of thinking about broadening their reach and the reach of space as much as possible. So bravo, and I'm sorry I didn't get to say that to him, and hopefully I'll meet him soon. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
He's got some of his other business interests pull him into Africa. So he's got some really great business connections over there that make that. Yeah, it's really cool that he does that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's really, obviously he's really busy, and I know that we're planning to try and meet, but it's yeah. So anyway, so it's just a perfect segue into talking about outreach, social. So I wanted to do something a little bit different. I think especially this weekend, we've seen a lot of negativity about space. And one of the things that I see over and over and over is this sort of frustration that we're not reaching governments, we're not reaching the public, we're not we're not getting through to people. And I want to use this time to sort of talk about our responsibility. And I mean, everybody on this call, you know, everybody who's in this webinar, who's listening on YouTube, we actually have a really important responsibility to make that bridge and build that bridge, because we are truly building the future. And we need to get the people who don't realize that to realize that. So today, I just want to sort of get everybody thinking about how amazing all of you are in terms of your commitment and passion, and how we get that to actually sort of transcend out of our little bubble and into the rest of the world. Okay, yes. So as Michael said, I am the co-director of the Air and Space Law program at the University of Mississippi School of Law. Not only are we the only ABA accredited university to have an Air and Space LLM program, we offer more space law courses than any other university in the entire world. And the really exciting news is that in the 4 years, I'm starting my 4th year, we had 3 LLM students in 2018 when I started. Today we have 38. So we have an incredible growth of interest. Yeah, I will take credit for some marketing. No, I'm kidding. But this is just an incredible growth of interest in space law and in space. And I think it's just an incredible demonstration of this slowly people realizing and waking up to the fact that space really is the future, and space really is going to be part of everything that we do. At Mississippi, we're really focused on providing the regulations, putting us on the path for regulations that will support development and not hinder it. And so, you know, sort of think about, and not just about sort of getting commercial industry into space, but also about what humans will look like in space. So among other things, I'm engaged in research that's sort of exploring the history of human migrations to better understand the evolution of the laws and moralities that create successful and sustainable civilizations. We don't have a lot of great examples from Earth, right? You know, right now I have interns working on sort of looking at the Polynesian expanse, because that's one of the few times humanity expanded without colonizing or taking over some other culture. So that's a really important part of what we do. And I know a lot of people think that's way out there and we're so far away from human communities, but we need to take steps today to do the things to make sure those human communities are the way we want to look like them, are the way we want them to look. I'm also, as Michael mentioned, the president of the National Space Society. This is a citizen advocacy organization. We are the voice of normal people who love space. And so we also at NSS are realizing, okay, we really need to reach who do we need to reach? We need to reach young people. We need to reach the students who are going to actually be, you know, I'm teaching students who will actually be the legislators who will decide how things happen in space. And so the National Space Society, in nominating me as president, made a distinct decision to think about that policy, sort of realized, well, we are really at this point where we need to think about the law and the policy and the social aspects of space, not just about the technology, because the technology is well on its way. And so now we need to play catch up with the social and cultural parts of it. So one of the things that NSS does many, many things, and I've only been president for a few months, and I'm every time I open an email, it's like, oh, we're also doing this. So it's a remarkable organization. We have really increased our efforts to reach younger people. We have always had this space settlement contest for 6th to 12th grade students, an international space design competition, which is happening at the end of this month, space policy and universalization debates, all for students, all for allowing high school and college students an outlet for their passion for space. And as president, I also created the NSS President's Legal Council, which brings together current space lawyers or professional space lawyers with students and so the students will be mentored by people like Jeremy Grunert, who is a space lawyer with the Air Force and is currently teaching at the Air Force Academy. And they're going to work on policy papers about things like What does it mean? What does Space Force mean? What should it be doing? What do we need to do in order to understand the concerns about the militarization of space? So I'm really proud of that program. And again, it's just a way to get more and more young people involved and make them understand not only do we hear them, but we really want to hear them and we really want to give them a voice because this is their future that we're worried about. And of course, for those of you who know me, I am also the co-founder of For All Moonkind, international nonprofit, entirely volunteer. Not one of us makes a dime. We don't pay any consultants. We are also the only organization in the world focused on protecting human heritage in outer space. And that's not just Apollo, it's everything out there. Now, again, that doesn't mean every single thing out there that's been sent into space by humans needs to be protected, but certainly some things do. And so we really, what we want to do, and what I've learned in the 4 years since For All Moonkind was formed is we're really talking about responsible space exploration. We're not really just talking about cultural heritage. We're talking about going out there and doing what we want to do and what we should do, but also understanding there are things that we shouldn't do, and sort of embracing that concept in space. So the wild west frontier feel, it just is such a fallacy because we have the Outer Space Treaty. There are some rules. We need to sharpen them, and we need to sharpen them now, and responsibly and rationally and flexibly and adaptively before some organizations come in and try and sort of impose things that make no sense. So the For All Moonkind is a permanent observer to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. It's a really great time to be there. The working group, the legal subcommittee just created a working group to look at space resource utilization. We don't know yet what the remit is. We'll find out in August at the committee meeting. But the great thing about the Artemis Accords, which I love, period, but they really sort of hastened this conversation. We need to have this conversation about how we are going to utilize resources on the moon and in space in general without causing conflict. So the other thing that we're really proud of at For All Moonkind, I always take credit for getting Section 9 of the Artemis Accords, which talks about cultural heritage in there. Obviously, I was not privy to any of those negotiations, so I really shouldn't take any credit at all. But I do take credit for the One Small Step Act, which passed Congress last year and was signed by President Trump on December 31st of 2020. So the One Small Step Act is the first law in the entire world that recognizes that there is stuff in outer space that can be considered human heritage and that ought to be protected. Now, the act that I wrote didn't really come out the other end the way I wanted it to. So it's basically toothless. It really only affects companies that are partnering with NASA to go to the moon and requiring them to follow the NASA guidelines and regulations to protect NASA US sites. But what's really, first of all, again, the first companies going back to the moon will probably be going with NASA anyway. So we will have those protections in there. But the important thing about this act is that it recognizes, it's the first law in the entire world that recognizes human heritage in outer space. It shows US leadership in space once again, US willing to be a responsible space actor and make these decisions that will restrict activities, although as lightly as possible. The other really interesting thing about the One Small Step Act is, although it removed some of the language that I wanted, the House side put in language about due regard, which I really applaud, because what is going to guide us in terms of how we develop the moon and utilize lunar and space resources is this concept of due regard. And once we figure that out, and once we figure out what due regard means, then we're going to be in a really good position. So I also always say, it's really important that For All Moonkind is not just about the boot prints. I'm not going to read the quote. The fact of the matter is that 193 nations on Earth have signed the World Heritage Convention and have agreed that it's really important to protect heritage. So we have agreement from every nation in the world that we need to protect heritage. that is a great way to start thinking about how to come to agreement about things on the moon. So this is when we talk about protecting heritage, what we're really talking about is finding something that can unify the international community, something universal that everybody can get behind. The other thing to think about is by gaining an international agreement on areas in outer space that cannot be touched, we are implicitly supporting and advancing the concomitant argument that there are areas in outer space that can be subject to some level of private control and even ownership. So when you look at heritage and you start saying, okay, you can't go here, that is a model for the things like safety zones that are being discussed in the Artemis Accords. And again, that concept of due regard, what does it mean? If we can identify, if we can get international agreement about what it means, due regard means for heritage sites, then that will provide the legal foundation for the safety zones or no trespassing zones, whatever we call them, when we have different operators pursuing activities on the moon. So enough about me. What I want to talk about today is changing the tone of the conversation about space in the media and why it's so important. Like I said when I started, that everyone here, everyone listening, works to get out of this space bubble that we live in and expand it to be more embracive. So use the recent articles about the Bezos Branson space race and how a lot of people have taken, a lot of journalists have taken the opportunity to sort of talk about, oh, it's just egos, it's wasteful. The ones I love are, they should be spending their money on other things, feeding hungry people. There's a lot of very rich people in the world who don't spend all their money feeding hungry people. Yeah, Michael, it's clickbait, but people are reading them, and some people are saying, yeah, that's right. But this is what we don't want. We need to change the narrative, and the media is missing the point. And I think Michael, you might have been the one who said it on LinkedIn, but the fact of the matter is this is really exciting. I'm thrilled that there's a competition. Humans thrive on competition. And so if they're gonna race, then go for it. I'm not going to be able to go, afford this for, hopefully in my lifetime I will, but bravo. And so I say, thank God they're willing to spend their money on this, because not only is it not just about billionaires going to get the overview effect, it's about creating the technology we need or developing the technology we need for point-to-point travel, suborbitals. So what will that do? That's not just about getting to Australia in 20 minutes. It's about being able to deliver, for example, medicines or supplies in terms of when there's a natural disaster or war or something. So this is what, that's what is missing. This race is phenomenal, and it should be all very positive. And it's just seeing these kinds of clickbait, yes, but unfortunately those people don't actually click. They just read these headlines that are awful. So that's one of the, we really just need to change that narrative. And so when I think about how we're going to do that, I think, facts are usually secondary. And yeah, Manny, I agree. I'm trying to take these articles. There's that fine line, right? Do you take the article and put it up and say something about it, but then you feel like you're just giving them too much space or something? So I think we really want to take this sort of positive opportunity to start getting out there more and thinking about how we can get our much more positive message out there. So over the past several years, I've worked really closely with a diverse collection of environmentalists, anthropologists, scientists, and engineers who have voiced an equally diverse array of social and environmental concerns about space exploration and lunar development. So I quickly became aware that social and environmental are really very closely related, because when we're talking about protecting the environment, we're really talking about preparing for our future, and that's a social decision. So I want to, when I know that a lot of people sort of cringe when they think about environment and no, we don't need more protections, but we're really talking about really talking about how we want our future to look. So put plainly and succinctly, the social impact of lunar development and the utilization of lunar and other space resources is going to be revolutionary. All right. So the things that we're doing, the things that have been talked about over the past 2 days are truly revolutionary. Achieving the capability to utilize resources from other celestial bodies, other worlds, will change humankind utterly and irreversibly. We are on the cusp of an incredible change, and it's really going to be tough to manage that transformation. When anthropologists talk about social challenges and the impact in respect of technological revolutions, they look first to social consequences. Thus, the original technological revolution, that of tool making, made us human. The agricultural revolution led to the development of villages, cities, and civilizations. The industrial revolution and digital revolution have fostered the current global economy and society. Now, this same anthropological perspective tells us that the space revolution is inevitably leading humanity into an entirely new and uncharted social realm. The ability to harness space resources and ultimately someday perhaps to build villages on the moon and elsewhere in space will have attendant social repercussions that we literally cannot even imagine or identify. Think about, at the time, who would have known that colonizing a new world on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean would result in the creation of a constitutional republic? When Columbus arrived in America, he was a catalyst that ultimately resulted in the development of jazz and many other cultural breakthroughs. It also led to some really horrible cultural developments like separate but equal laws. Some may argue that the social impact of this space revolution that we're living, that we're driving, will be deflected by the fact that our initial lunar miners will most likely be robotic rather than human. But we need to bear in mind that even if for some odd reason human evolution stops here, and I don't think it will, but if for some reason humans don't follow the robots to space, our society is going to change nonetheless. It will be allowed to expand with the knowledge that we are not bound to our Earth for resources. It's a really, really powerful and liberating idea. From a social and anthropological standpoint, then we have to worry about two separate threads to consider. First, the impact on society today. So as I noted, the ability to harness space to our advantage is really powerful, but that power can be easily misled or misapplied. Take the digital revolution, for example. The digital revolution held the promise of more equality, more opportunity, more transparency. We're seeing some of that, right? But we're also seeing a more opaque culture, surveillance, capitalism, inequality, fake, and a culture crisis of narcissism and inanity. We were promised a better life with digital, and we got the Kardashians instead. We need to work to minimize the ill effects that may be produced by, I don't mean to call the Kardashians ill effects, but that's not quite what we wanted, right? But we need to minimize ill effects that may be produced by or the unintended consequences of space resource utilization. And while we can only guess what those might be, we can certainly address potential hyper-nationalism, corporate narcissism, and potential tyrannies. The second thing we have to realize is that developing the moon and utilizing space resources is not just going to alter our culture here on Earth. It will most likely lead to an entirely new culture in space. Even though our first miners might be robots, the fact is that humans are an exploratory and migratory species. It's in our DNA to want to reach out for that next frontier, that brighter horizon. Humans will accompany or follow robots to the stars. And we, the people who are leading the charge to lunar development, have to embrace the fact that every step we take today, every conversation we have, everything we do now will impact that new spacefaring culture. We are nurturing the seeds of that development, and it's up to us to make sure it has a healthy start. So how do we do that? Well, by being inclusive and far-reaching in our goals. The fascinating thing about space is that it has the power to unite, to breed cooperation. It is this collaborative aspect of space that we want to strengthen. This is not to suggest that spacefaring nations and companies should owe a tariff or a tithe to non-spacefaring nations. That's not what we mean when we talk about the benefits of space. It means that everyone who has an interest in space, basically all of humanity, needs to understand the opportunity that space offers. It could be as simple as encouraging all states to join the COPWIS or encouraging countries to join the Artemis Accords. But we also need to really change the narrative of space. Ultimately, I believe this is the biggest societal and environmental challenge that we face is apathy. We as a species are on the cusp of a new era. We are here in this room because we understand the tremendous implications, this virtual room. And I hope everybody feels the burden that we have, the responsibility we have to make this right. Because too many people just don't know or don't care. JPL's YouTube video of the first flight of Ingenuity has 2.5 million views after 2 months. To put that in perspective, Taylor Swift's video for the song Look What You Made Me Do garnered 42 million views in 24 hours. And all of that pales in comparison to the most watched YouTube video of all, which is Baby Shark at more than 7 billion views. This is a knowledge, awareness, and enthusiasm gap that we need to close sooner rather than later. Only if we capture the hearts and minds of the public can we build the political will to implement the changes we need to support and grow a sustainable lunar economy. So 600 million people watched the Apollo 11 landing live on the moon in 1969. It was a record held until 1981, when an estimated 700 million people tuned in live to witness Lady Diana Spencer marry the Prince of Wales. It's hard to imagine how to even begin to capture the attention of that many people today, barring a spectacle like the Beijing Olympics or something. But we have to remember, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were not entertainers or spectacles. They were conduits of hope, the agents who represented thousands of scientists and engineers whose unprecedented accomplishment reminded humanity of just how great we could be. People all over the world shared and reveled in the achievement, including, for example, a young man in Mauritius, I love this story, who made daily trips to the United States Embassy demanding information and actually built a small transistor radio, which he listened to during the humankind's first off-world footsteps. So again, today we're a far cry from 600 million viewers. In the view of the public, launches have become mundane. And again, too few people realize how much we depend on space for everything from communications to disaster relief. Humanity's impending return to the moon offers us a tremendous opportunity to harness the emotion, hope, and exhilaration of our first moonshots. So I put this slide in because I have a real concern. We do have the popular culture, right? And there are movies like First Man, but these are docudramas. And so I have real concerns whenever I see a docudrama that people are going to say, oh, that's what happened. Like Apollo 13. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, that's mostly what happened, but not entirely. And so this is something, again, great to have this kind of publicity, reminding people about First Man, about what it was like. But we can't just rely on popular culture to convey what we need. So how do we reignite? Well, if you can't take people to the moon or human history on the moon, then bring the moon to the people. That's why in 2018, we embarked on an ambitious project to create a registry of all of the human-made items on the moon. From Luna to Apollo to Chang'e and everything in between, the Moon Registry provides overviews of every mission that has impacted the moon, including details on the objects related to those missions that remain on the lunar surface, from commemorative medallions and flags to rovers and scientific experiments. Initially, the Moon Registry was intended to serve as a resource solely for archaeologists, scientists, engineers, and other professionals. Then we realized that this history belongs to all humanity. So we made this Moon Registry available to everyone for free. We also realized that human history in space is being created every day. So we made this Moon Registry dynamic. Finally, we realized that countless individuals made contributions to this history that may not have yet been recorded. So we added crowdsourcing capability and encourage everyone to add their own story. Our history is precious and our history is universal. That is why the Moon Registry will ultimately be preserved using blockchain technology to protect the integrity of the data gathering process. So the site needed to raise awareness, and as such, it was designed by critically acclaimed creative director Bernie Hoje, who was responsible for the multi-award-winning images from a lot of campaigns, but the most important one, most famous one being the Got Milk campaign, which is actually in the Smithsonian. The registry was also welcomed by 2 moonwalkers and historian and author James Hansen, Neil Armstrong's official biographer, among many others. Harrison Schmidt said, an interactive registry for all of the material on the moon is by human activity is a worthy cause without a doubt, introduced by human activity. Charlie Duke said, visiting the moon was an incredible privilege and experience. I can't wait for someone to go back and find the picture of my family that I left behind. In the meantime, the For All Moonkind Moon Registry is a spectacular resource. It's one small way to share this accomplishment of humanity with humanity. And Jim said, when you consider how important history is as a compass for our future, it's shocking to realize how inaccessible it is. The For All Moonkind Moon Registry is like an all-access pass to the history of human activity on the moon. Even better, the crowdsourcing function will allow the people who worked on missions like Luna and Apollo to connect directly with the very students who will be inspired by their work. So as mentioned, the For All Moonkind Moon Registry is a dynamic work in progress. It displays facts about past lunar missions and seeks crowdsourcing assistance to correct any mistakes. We know there's a lot of errors in there. We know there's a lot of information missing, and we want people to come in and yell at us and so that we get it right. We include a lot of information, mission details, mission type. I'll have this site up. I think I'm supposed to be done at 6, so I will speed through and just want to note that we also want to include the future missions. We look forward to collecting information about future missions. So essentially, the Moonkind Moon Registry fulfills 3 functions. It's in its outreach and awareness raising capacity. Again, it's free for everybody. I don't know if you know Phil Stukes' encyclopedia of human material on the moon costs about $150 now, and it's a couple years old. This is free and it's dynamic. It works really well on a phone, and we want to give the moon. We want to give this to students everywhere, and we want students to realize, okay, hey, we're going to use a shovel on the moon just like we use a shovel here, and to just ignite that imagination. So I'm just going to close and say, outreach is not about making space popular. It's about taking responsibility for our future and listening and supporting the students who will be living that future. So I hope that you go and visit our For All Moonkind Moon Registry. There's the link, and really think about, everyone who has participated in this conference has done incredible things and is really forward-looking. And we have an incredible responsibility and an opportunity to really shape the future the way it should be. Thank you very much for your time and for having me again this year. I should have said that in the very beginning. I love this conference.
Thanks, Michelle. I am very inspired by this Moon Registry. You and I have shared private conversations about how this topic is really important to me. I do want to point out Manny is our next speaker. He posted to the chat that his project Virtual Moon would like to work with you. So the invitation's out there. I think y'all already know each other, but let's kind of work hard to connect y'all directly. All right.
Manny has been amazing. I think there are a few people on the call who have been reaching out to me, and it has been a hellish summer, if I may say so. So thank you all for your patience with me. I'll be back in the game soon.
Right on, right on. Okay, thanks a lot, Michelle. Manny Pimenta. Manny has been a space settlement advocate for over 20 years. He is founder and CEO of Virtual Moon. Virtual Moon's mission is to create the most advanced, accurate, and realistic VR simulation of the moon so that everyone can experience being on the moon. I think that's pretty awesome myself. His first attempt at this was 16 years ago, and it has resulted in the world's first fully immersive interactive VR moon simulation called Lunar Explorer. There are many features and plans for Virtual Moon. Today, he will discuss the building of the first large-scale permanent lunar city called Selene, which will be one of the main features of the Virtual Moon. Manny, thanks. We're almost done with our day. We're almost done with our event. So, thanks for coming on board, and help us kind of see the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Good. Sound check, you're good.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really looking forward to addressing the conference again. It was a pleasure doing it last year, so this is my second year in a row. And this is sort of a continuation of that presentation. So without further ado, by the way, great to see you again after all these years as well.
Thank you.
I will get to my slides. Let's see if this works. Where are we? Here. Share. Okay, are we on?
You're good. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you everyone again. The presentation is about building Selene with 100,000 ton mass budget. Some of you were here last year, may remember my presentation. It was at Malapert City, a bold vision of what is possible. And the first slide shows a view of Malapert Mountain, which is the site where Selene will be built. By the way, Selene is a new name for Malapert City. Malapert City just sounded too utilitarian and completely unromantic, so we renamed it Selene. So we're southeast of Malapert, looking northward, and that's the view of the Earth from that location. This screenshot is from Virtual Moon, an early development of the South Pole region by Virtual Moon. Okay, and again, if you were here last year, you might remember this diagram. This is an early concept of Selene. It's basically a large horizontal tunnel that intersects a wide cylinder in the middle that we call the central atrium. The entire structure is built underground, but there is a surface observation dome, which is critical. One of the reasons that's important is because we see Selene as primary function as a tourist destination, as a resort city. And so, you know, giving people the ability to experience viewing the Earth is important. So the surface observation dome is a key feature. So these are the primary features and requirements, that it should be built on the ground, that it should have a normal atmospheric pressure and composition. So we want the environment to be as comfortable for human beings and as close to what they're familiar with as possible. It has to be built with current and near-term technology only. It's a permanent installation, so obviously you can't design something that lasts forever. So we thought 200 years is a practical, fits a practical definition of permanence. And it has to be operational by 2045. Selene basically answers the question of what could we build if financial restrictions were taken away, political factors and all of that. If the only limiting factor was technology, what could we build? And so the final design for Selene, the primary requirement is that it has to be buildable. Sorry, I keep jumping into that. So we said it's built completely underground, but we don't want it to look, for the people that visit Selene, we don't want them to feel like they're living in a cave. So inside we want to create exceptionally beautiful environment, again, that's familiar to humans, that connects them back to their origin on planet Earth, and basically brings the most beautiful elements of Earth and showcases them on the moon. So these are not shots of the interior of Selene. These are pictures that I collected from the internet that sort of give you an impression of the kind of ambience, the kind of atmosphere we want to create. It's light and airy and lots of light. It doesn't even have to have overhead panels or glass ceiling or anything like that. Because we can cover the ceiling with display display film, and now we have completely flexible displays that so we can tile the entire ceiling with a display that can actually mimic the sky. So even though you're inside the tunnel, it can feel like you're completely outdoors. So again, this is just intended to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere we're trying to create. So I started conceptualizing Selene 20 years ago, but even back then I had no idea how it could possibly be built, and I couldn't even imagine something like Starship would come along. As many people have mentioned, this is the game changer. Starship makes Selene possible, and that's what we're going to get into some of the details about how we see that happening. So, you know, this is a launch of a Starship. It reaches orbit, gets refueled in orbit. After it gets refueled, it goes on its translunar flight, gets captured by the lunar gravity, and lands on the moon and delivers its payload, 100 tons per flight delivered to the surface of the moon. So remember that the concept here is that Selene must be designed in such a way that's buildable. So for it to be buildable, it has to meet some measure of reasonability. So the way that we arrived at 100,000 tons is that we will limit the supplies that will be sent to the moon to 1,000 flights of Starship. So 1,000 landings of Starship payloads on the moon. Okay, so how do we do that? We put in an order for SpaceX for 100 Starships. We assume that we can reuse the Starships 10 times each, and we load them up and send them to the moon. In this slide, you have 1,000 Starships headed for the moon. Obviously, they're not going to go in groups like this. They'll go maybe 3 or 4 per week and return, reload, and go back. And with these flights, we want to do a quick pass to see just what would it take to build Selene. So this is a simple diagram of what Selene would look like, showing the rough dimensions. It's basically a 1 kilometer tunnel that's 10 meters high by 50 meters wide. The central atrium is 50 meters high by 250 meters in diameter, the observation dome that you see there. And so these, this shape, general shape, results in a total volume of 3 million cubic meters and an internal surface area of 200,000 square meters. So those are just some starting numbers there. And by the way, these are all rounded up to make the figures easy to remember. So, I sat down and started thinking about what would be required to build Selene and started adding up the masses, right? So the first thing that'll happen is we'll land a bunch of robots, many robots, and they'll start excavating the site. After the site excavation is completed, we want to install some kind of a pressure envelope. In this case, I would like to use graphene. We can produce graphene already. The expectation is that in 25 years, by 2045, we should be able to produce graphene in industrial quantities and have that material available to build our pressure envelope. So it will take 187 tons of graphene to coat or to encapsulate the entire internal volume with 1 millimeter graphene membrane. And because graphene is 200 times stronger than steel, it's equivalent to a 200 millimeter steel casing around the entire volume. We talked about the robots. So for the robots, we have allocated 5,000 tons. This allows us to put 25,000 robots on the moon. So everything will be a robot. If you need a crane, the crane is a robot. If you need an excavator, it's a robot. If you need a massive truck to carry materials around. The truck is a robot. So with this budget, we're just predicting or projecting 50-ton class robots. Again, these could be cranes or high capacity trucks or whatever is needed. So we haven't gotten down to the level of detail where we're identifying all the robots. Again, this is just a mass budget study. 100 robots of 10-ton class, plus a whole range of categories in different weight ranges, down to 3,000 robots at 20 kilograms each and 10,000 robots at 2 kilograms each. And so that's a total mass of 5,000 tons. I'm very partial to nuclear power. I think we already have small modular nuclear reactors. It's a matter of perfecting the technology and improving it so that we can make it usable on the moon. It's very reliable power, it's modular, it's compact, and it can be quickly installed, and we don't want to be power limited. So that's the thing. We want to make sure that we have all the power that we need to do anything that we want. If you have sufficient power, you can do anything. So that's 90 tons. So that's basically one landing of the payload, which is 100 tons. We can land three nuclear generators and have all the power that we need. Then we'd want some ISRU material processing plants. So here we're projecting 10 each for oxygen generation, for manufacturing steel, glass, sintered bricks, and other miscellaneous materials that we want to use on the moon. That will greatly cut down on the amount of material that we'd have to send from the Earth. We also want to send some raw materials. This is a miscellaneous category. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to need, but fertilizer, chlorine, and chemicals and things that we don't want to, that we want to manufacture on Earth and send ready to use on the moon. Vegetation, you saw the pictures that I showed you. So creating a verdant and really beautiful natural environment is very important. We've allocated quite a lot of mass budget for this. I'm just making a note here. A 50-foot pine tree weighs 1 ton. So we can imagine with 10,000 tons, we could basically have 10,000 trees. Obviously, that's a lot of trees. We're not going to have that many, but in addition to trees, there will be a lot of other vegetation. The thing is, all the vegetation that's not a tree can be sent while it's still a seedling or very small and allowed to grow on the moon. So the mass impact of all vegetation except for fully grown trees is negligible. In order to grow vegetation and trees, we need soil. Again, we're being very generous here. You see this is actually the greatest mass allocation. And with this amount of soil, we could cover the entire floor of Selene with an average of almost 0.5 meter of earth soil. And this is on the assumption that, of course, we won't be able to use regolith or any regolith derived material as the growth medium. So we'll just take soil from the earth. Now, water. There's been many comments about the importance of water on the moon. I never thought that water was really that critical. I figured that if we were seriously operating on the lunar surface on a large scale, then the reliable transportation problem and the affordable reliable transportation problem from Earth to the moon would have been solved. So the value of water on the moon is not that critical anymore. But we can leverage that. So to make 90,000 cubic meters of water, basically we would ship 11,000 tons of hydrogen. And we would derive the oxygen from these ISRU O2 plants, manufacturing plants from the surface, and extract it directly from the regolith using like a molten salt electrolysis process or something like that. So 90,000 cubic meters of water is a lot of water. It's 35 Olympic-sized pools. So it's a kilometer-long tunnel. It's 50 meters wide. So basically, you could have 2 meters of water on the entire floor of Saline could be 2 meters of water deep. That's a lot of water. We probably don't need that much, but just to show you, sorry about that, just to show you that it's easily done within the mass budget that we're looking at. We also need building materials for inside of Saline to create structures inside of Saline. So because of the different percentages of alloys that we need to combine in order to create steel that are listed here, carbon, chromium, tungsten, and so on, it's basically a 4-to-1 ratio. So if we ship 12,000 tons of these materials to the moon, we can make 50,000 tons of steel. Now the Eiffel Tower has 7.3 tons of iron, so we can make 7 Eiffel Towers with that much steel. I think that would be enough to satisfy any space architect that we have enough steel for structures inside Saline. And then we have life support modules and equipment. Again, we're thinking in terms of the design of Saline. The technical design will be all modular. So we're thinking 50 units each for air recycling, water recycling, waste recycling, each unit weighing 20 tons, plus a whole bunch of maintenance robots. So we're expecting that robotics will be advanced to the point where robots are even more dexterous than human beings, and they can do everything that human beings can do, but faster, better, stronger. And that's, I don't think that's a far-fetched expectation. Then we also allocating 1,000 tons to send multiple types of vehicles to the surface of the moon for surface transport and so on. Internal furnishings, textiles, paints, pigments, whatever you need to refurbish the full interior of Saline. Sorry, this keeps happening. Some mass allocation for 3D printers to create parts, tools, structures. You know, there's even new technology using food printers to create synthesized sort of meat and protein products, which are much more efficient to produce on the moon than to grow full-grown animals as a food source. So, so basically, we take 1,000 starships, we fill them up, and at the end, the total mass budget is 96,000 tons, which is under the 100,000 ton requirement. We still have some headroom. And like we saw in these figures above, we're being very generous with some things that we think are important, and we could cut back on those. So it looks like at first pass, this is very doable. So what do? Do we load 1,000 starships, send them to the moon, bring them back, reload them, and send them back to the moon again, and do that 10 times each? We don't have to do that. And actually, that's not the smart way to do it. It turns out that Starship is a very configurable technology, and it's also very modular. These are just some concepts of the types of different Starship configurations that they can be manufactured. So let's take, for example, what we want to do is we want to create starships optimized for each phase of the transportation. So, for example, the starship that's designed to return to Earth uses sea level Raptor engines, and if we decide that we're going to create a starship to lift material from Earth to low Earth orbit but then create another Starship just to operate in space, then these sea level Raptor engines can go away. So that's 2 tons each engine. So that's, in this example, we would save 4 tons or add an additional 4 tons of capacity to payload capacity. We also could do away with the flaps and so on. So we can optimize the design for space operations. And so we could transport the material to low Earth orbit and then place the payloads on a space optimized vehicle. One approach might be to design a vehicle where the entire payload section just detaches, and then we can attach all the payload containers and attach them to a strut or a structure of some type, and attach propulsion units to that strut and create something that looks like this. This is just a quick conceptual drawing of what this would look like. So these are 6 full 100-ton Starship payloads, and these are 3 propulsion modules that would use to transport these from low Earth orbit onwards, and these would be optimized. So we would gain a lot of efficiencies and reduce the cost of not the cost of fuel, but the amount of fuel needed to transport the payloads for the next leg. So this is just a quick diagram of the delta V distances between the different locations. So here you have 6 payloads delivered to Earth orbit, and we would load them on a specially designed transport, a space tug or a space barge, you could think of it that way, and that would transport it to the next stage. I'm thinking L1 would make a good staging location, and then we would design a special design system, again, using propulsion modules and engines and so on from this Starship design, and those would take it the rest of the way to the surface of the moon. So with that approach, building something like this, it really sounds possible. And we could do it with 1,000 flights, 1,000 Starship payloads or less. Now, some of the key technologies, power generation, we talked about modular nuclear reactors. Those, I think those can be considered that will be fully matured in the next 20 years. Thermal management technologies, those don't seem to be a problem either. Life support systems. Of course, there are life support systems for space already. The challenge here is we want to create life support systems that are 100% fully closed cycle, or as close to it as we can. So that would be the challenge. But again, we have 25 years to perfect these systems. I think that's plenty. Robotics, we talked about that already. Other technologies that are going to come into play and are going to be very important: artificial intelligence, quantum computers, graphene and other manufactured materials, engineered materials, ISRU, and dust mitigation. Now, just a quick comment on dust mitigation. Dust is going to be very difficult to deal with. One of the things that we can do to mitigate against the dangers of dust or the degradation to equipment performance and duration is we could just do away with wheels. If we just have articulated robots with articulated legs as like insects, then those can be covered with some sort of fabric and material. And as long as you don't have rotating parts, the covers, the coveralls, you think of them as coveralls, will protect the entire mechanism. So Selene is being built as part of Virtual Moon. We actually have a sort of a breakout section of Virtual Moon called Virtual Moon Under Construction. Here we are creating some rapid prototyping for a few demonstration projects. We already have an Apollo 11 site and a South Pole site. The Selene construction site is already in development, and next year, if I can present again at this conference, I will have, I will be able to report on the progress on that. But before we get to Selene in 2045, we want to get there in virtual reality. So there'll be a virtual reality simulation of Selene with all the features that we talked about. And we're going one step beyond. It's not just going to be a visual simulation. It'll actually be a digital twin of the engineering and design of Selene. So with that, I'll wrap up and take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm really, really interested in the VR topic. And James Burks posts Selene in VR, exclamation point, awesome, exclamation point. So are you know, not to just to jump away from Selene, but can you talk about a little bit more about the VR stuff?
Sure. So Virtual Moon is the follow-on to Lunar Explorer. The Lunar Explorer was the world's first complete simulation of the moon. We simulated the entire surface of the moon using Clementine data, and we created simulations of all the Apollo landing sites, all the Soviet sites, and the surveyor site. So you can go and visit those sites, walk around among the equipment, and you know, click on pieces of equipment and learn about the science experiments done and the information that we found out about the moon. But and this was a fully immersive, interactive virtual reality simulation 16 years ago. But 16 years ago, there was no virtual reality hardware that consumers had access to, and now we have it. Yeah. So so I'm not sharing the screen anymore, am I?
You are. Yes. You've got a kid with an Oculus in front of it.
Okay, so let me stop sharing. Okay. And so Virtual Moon is sort of the new reincarnation of Lunar Explorer for the new virtual reality hardware.
Cool.
But it's also based on LRO topology, which is much higher resolution than the Clementine, and also takes advantage of the new virtual reality technology. So it'll be a massively improved version of that.
That is really cool. We have to move on to our next guest, who just posted a question. Is the virtual simulation available in the Oculus? If so, is there a link?
Yes. You can email me or visit our Virtual Moon website, virtualmoon.space, and register. We have a place where you can enter your email, and I'll send you a link. You can actually experience Apollo 11 right now in virtual reality using Oculus.
Neat. All right, and there's another question. Is it? I'm going to guess this is. Is there enough of a physics engine that objects react in 1/6 gravity?
That will definitely be part of it. We're going to not simulate the moon. We're going to create a digital twin of the moon with all of the environmental properties of the moon and physical properties.
Amazing. All right, we got to move on to our last speaker. Thank you very much, Manny. It is great to see you again. It's been a long time. Colonel Gerritsen, can you, retired Colonel Gerritsen, can you come on? Hey, Pete.
I'm here.
All right. Can I get a sound check, sir?
How am I coming in?
5 by 5. Thank you. All right. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Gerritsen is an independent strategy consultant focusing on space and defense. He is a senior fellow in defense studies at AFPC, which, by the way, is the initials, but I can't actually think of what is the think tank? What's its name?
It's the American Foreign Policy Council.
Thank you. By the way, update your LinkedIn profile to say that, please. He served as a transformational strategist at the Air Force's Air University, the premier Air Force institution for strategy and policy education and concept development, and was director of the Space Horizons Task Force and deputy director of the Schriever Scholar Fellowship at the Air Command and Staff College. Lieutenant Colonel was previously the division chief of irregular strategy, plans, and policy. He was previously served as an air power strategist and strategic policy advisor to the chief of staff of the Air Force on his strategic studies group, and 4 years on the chief of futures technology for Headquarters Air Force Space. I'm used to saying that. Headquarters Air Force strategic planning. Recently, he was the publisher for Scramble for the Skies with yesterday's presenter, Dr. Namrata Goswami. And personally, I know that while he will never take public credit for it, he was very involved with the very beginnings of the modern version of what should be called Space Corps and is in fact called Space Force. So thank you very much, Peter. I'm going to turn the screen over to you. Thanks a lot, sir.
All right, let me bring it up. All right, is it showing?
Yep.
Okay, so Michael had been kind enough to invite me to talk a little bit about what I think is a pretty exciting development, which is the release by Air Force Research Lab of a primer on cislunar space. And I just want to be clear, that everything that I'm saying is purely my opinion. I'm not representing AFRL or the Air Force or the United States Space Force. Okay, so you already heard about me. I think it is fair to say that I was an advocate of the Space Force and hopefully one of its intellectual fathers. And as he said, there's a book that covers many of the things that I think would interest this audience, including some scenarios about what could happen on the moon. Okay, so talking about the primer, which came out very recently. So you can download it on the AFRL Space Vehicles website. And AFRL Space Vehicles, you may not know, but it really is and should be called Space Force Lab. It is essentially the major science and technology component that feeds the Space Force. And so there is this wonderful video, by the way, that I'm not going to show, one AFRL 2 services on this website here. And in fact, it ends showing a flyby of the moon. AFRL is also the one that is doing really the only program in the United States on space solar power. And I should mention that they're doing all this on a shoestring budget. So first of all, many people don't realize that, and particularly you in the space advocacy community should be aware that the Space Force is just 2% of the total DoD budget. And it's 1/10 the amount of the others, of the Air Force, which is, the smallest department in terms of its budget. But of the S&T, which is this second to last, there's almost nothing going in it. It's 1/20th the level of the money going into aviation for the entire, space domain on the military side. And in fact, it's like half the amount that we're spending, certainly in aviation. So I think that if you like what they're doing, they could certainly use your support to grow that. And I think you should like it if I tell you how much they're paying attention. So I want to provide some context to this document. So first of all, I know I've heard many people sort of express, concern. Michelle has just talked about, what do we want the Space Force to do? And I think it's absolutely appropriate that NSS should take a guiding role. But, many people don't realize the Space Force was in fact birthed principally by these two men in Congress who had written the basic authorization long before it became unpopular with the Department of the Air Force and the Department of Defense, and then was initially rejected by the administration and then picked up by it. And so now we do have a Space Force, and it is codified in law. And this is what it says it's supposed to do. Provide freedom of operation for the United States, which includes all of you building moon colonies in, from, and to space, and to protect the interests of the United States, which includes your interests to the extent you're a US citizen or allied partner. Now, another key figure in sort of this development of thinking was in fact our former NASA administrator, who before that was a congressman. And he made this very interesting speech before he was NASA administrator, where he pointed out that constitutionally the US government is required to provide for the common defense, and that includes commercial assets, and that we need to be prepared to defend private and corporate rights and obligations, all in keeping with the Outer Space Treaty, and to enable freedom of action, the United States must have cislunar situational awareness and cislunar presence. So, late in the last administration, this document that Michael brought up, the new era for deep space exploration and development, came out, which provided this grand vision of utilizing the surface of the moon and its resources and developing a commercial economy for a sustainable presence on the moon, Mars, and beyond. And it has this tasking to the Space Force. So the White House level document, it says, look, the Space Force doesn't have a direct role in civil exploration, but its job is to ensure unfettered access and the use of space by the United States, its allies and partners, and its activities such as space transportation, logistics, power, communication, navigation, and space domain awareness are of dual use value to all space sectors, civil, national security, and commercial. And then about the same time, prior to actually this was slightly predates that, the Space Force had this get together, and in fact, Michael Lane had a starring role in sort of ensuring that the voice of the space advocacy community was there, and the new space community was there. And you can see its influence, right? So this was an official Air Force Space Command document thinking about the future of space. And it's very point blank. The US should establish space settlement and human presence as the primary driver for the nation's civil space program, and determine a path to large-scale human space settlement, like we just saw in the last presentation. And that we should assess civil space programs in terms of their utility to space settlement. Then it says that the US must commit to having a military force structure that can defend this international space order and American interests in space, including American space settlements and commerce. And it makes this cautionary note that in the world of 2060, space is going to be a significant engine of national, political, economic, and military power for those nations that organize for it. And that the Department of Defense is going to be a critical partner in this strategy and action plan. And therefore it needs to embrace its role as an executing agent of this national strategy. And the DoD programs need to be assessed not only in terms of their military utility, but their strategic utility to the national space strategy, and that the US military needs to define and execute its role in promoting, exploiting, and defending the expanded commercial and civil activities. So that was quite forward-leaning in terms of providing support. And then, we had another State of the Space Industrial Base that some of you may have participated in. And in there, they also took an advocacy position stating that with an increasing US presence in an expanded cislunar economy will require security and stabilizing military presence, clarifying the US Space Force role in protecting and enabling US commerce across cislunar is critical. And then at the bottom, they say a Space Force that presents capabilities, doctrine for national space power with clearly defined mission to enable and protect US commerce will project confidence and lower the perception of risk by providing stabilizing presence, surveillance, aid to navigation, and help when required. I should also note, right, that this is after Colonel McLean had published his paper, which was influential across the board, and you'll see that he's cited in other places as well. So the space power doctrine came out, and in the space power doctrine, they admitted that the entirety of economic and military space activities is confined to the geocentric regime. However, commercial investors in new technologies, meaning you, have the potential to expand the reach of vital national space interests to cislunar regime and beyond the near future. By the way, it's important to recognize that we don't typically use the term vital national interests lightly. That typically means don't mess with us here. And a call to harmonize the instruments of national power. And then they defined a role or a mission called space security. That's a presence mission to assure partners, meaning you, that the military is positioned to monitor and protect your interests, such as protecting the lines of communication. And that's sort of a borrowing from the naval term. And you also saw this in Sean McLean's when he talks about he calls it CLOTs, or celestial lines of commerce, or celestial lines of communication. Okay, so then things started to actually happen on the bureaucratic side. So what we saw here was a memorandum of understanding between NASA and the United States Space Force, where they also, said that, hey, look, when they were established, the U.S. Space Force was tasked with defending and protecting U.S. interests. Till now, that's been inside of GEO, but with U.S. public and private sector operations extending into cislunar space, the reach of the U.S. Space Force's sphere of interest will extend the full volume of cislunar, 1,000-fold expansion. So I want you to just realize how seriously the Space Force is taking your project. And they list a bunch of cooperative areas on here, of which the most important is this deep space, space domain awareness, or at least the most important to this document. Okay, so then very late last year, a new space policy came out, and very importantly, it said the Secretary of Defense shall. Now, in the Department of Defense, shall is very strong language. It means you will absolutely do this. There's no wiggle room to get out. So it says the Secretary of Defense, and of course that would be executed through the Space Force and U.S. Space Command, will defend the use of space for United States national security purposes, the United States economy, meaning you, allies and partners, that it will protect freedom of navigation and preserve lines of communication that are open, safe, secure in the space domain. Those are your lines of commerce to cislunar, and that they are tasked to detect, characterize, warn, attribute, and respond in coordination with the Department of State and others, space-related behaviors and activities that threaten the space interests of the United States, its allies, partners, international peace and security, or the long-term sustainability of the space environment. Okay, so leaning into this, the Air Force Research Laboratory leadership, and a number of them, authored this article in the New Space Force Journal, which I encourage all of you to read. It's got these awesome, just beautiful artwork by Vaughn, who's just fantastic. And of course, in this article, we were basically making the case that the United States military must undertake the necessary preparations to secure interests beyond GEO, and that as U.S. space activities, meaning you, expand into deep space, threats to economic and security interests are likely to emerge, and it makes that case. And that the technical challenges of operating beyond GEO, because there are such technical challenges, it's going to take some lead time to get this going, and so you have to begin to invest now. Now, when this article was written, the primer was initially supposed to be part of an appendix to the article, basically supplying additional technical detail, but it became clear to the AFRL Space Vehicles leadership that this really deserved to be its own standalone document, with a slightly different audience. So, the real kudos to this document go to the two visionary leaders, Colonel Eric Felt and Captain David Bueller. David Bueller had been one of the ones who had conceptualized this idea of the Cislunar Highway Patrol, sort of pictured here at right, this idea that we, would establish a presence out there to do exactly what we were tasked to do, to monitor cislunar space. And the actual document, the technical aspects were written by M.J. Holzinger and C.C. Chow, who are experts in the field of orbital dynamics and sensing. So this is what Air Force Research, Air Force Research Lab Space Leadership said about it. Colonel Felt said that the document aims to educate and inspire. He said that as commerce extends to the moon and beyond, it's vital that we understand and solve the unique challenges so that we can provide space domain awareness and security. And Dr. Hammett said, if you look at the National Space Strategy that was signed in December, it actually commits the Space Force and the Department of Defense to monitoring what is going on out there. And if somebody's a bad actor in the international realm, to monitor, detect, and respond. So what is actually in this? Well, the primer itself says that it aims to familiarize the reader with cislunar space. It's targeted not principally at you, but you might find it quite interesting. It's targeted at military space professionals who have to develop plans, capabilities, and expertise, and to provide them with sort of the first level entry of a technical discussion about what's actually going on. You can see it makes reference to all the documents that I just laid out for you in front. And it's basically trying to build just a basic understanding of what is a complicated environment and to provide foundational terminology. So, I think you've heard multiple times sort of this discussion of the blue versus brown water. And of course, navigation, is very different in a riverine or coastal environment than navigation when you're out in the middle of the ocean. And in the same way, the navigation that you need for cislunar space is different once you sort of leave the shores of Earth. So here's the contents of it. There's an overview of the dynamics. There it talks about that, and you can see that this is principally focused on the space domain awareness mission as well as keeping track of things. So there's an overview of the dynamics. They talk about the challenges to observation, and they talk about spacecraft operations. So here are some of I realize that this is a mixed audience, so I want to keep it at a level that's going to interest everyone. So the key takeaways are, look, the volume is huge and extends to at least, 2 million kilometers, unless you're very close to Earth and basically inside the Warden line. I will put in a slide since that was asked of me. Trajectories are not circular, elliptical, or even planar. And this is important because, to educate the planners and operators, today they are used to using two-line elements in order to describe the trajectories of spacecraft. So two-line elements are not sufficient in the cislunar area. And so you have to come up with an entirely different coordinate system than is currently used for space situational awareness and keeping custody of things. So of course, they recognize and explain what the special points in the Earth-Moon system that allow for nearly stationary frames. And they talk about, that there are also zones where you can define what are the dominant forces that are acting. And then they provide that there are infinite closed orbits exist. They're organized in particular families, that there are neighboring exotic quasi-periodic orbits, where multiple revolutions exist. So, it talks a little bit about cyclers. It talks a lot about these different families of orbits. Got some really cool graphics in it. Some original, some borrowed from other important documents. But very importantly, all trajectories in this domain are unstable. And some are much more unstable than others, but essentially the butterfly chaos effect is always in effect. So when we talk about operations, you're always having to maneuver, but although the maneuver is extremely small. So, they talk about, just how far it is, that essentially if you're measuring in terms of distances, in terms of geo, L1 is already, out 7 times geo. The moon is at 9 times geo. And then you've got these zones. You've sort of got this Earth dominant zone, then you've got this moon gravity dominant zone, and then you've got this sort of shared space where all kinds of things can happen that are chaotic and crazy. So then they go into the key takeaways in terms of keeping track of things. And so detection is much more difficult. Objects are fainter because of the longer distances. It really stresses remote sensing capabilities because objects are moving so much slower. You have to take many more observations in order to see if they're moving. And that means that if you did have a malactor, they could surprise you in ways because there's such a large volume, and very, very tiny changes can have a huge impact on where they're ending up. It's also extremely difficult for Earth-based sensors or even near Earth-based sensors to see the moon due to its brightness. And then because of the different rates of rotation, you have periodic difficulty in observing. So, objects are not stationary like they are when we look at the other far out objects in GEO, which is what most of the Space Force personnel would be familiar with. And of course, no single ground-based sensor can maintain continuous coverage. So it's going to require asymmetric data strategies. They go over, what special natural orbits might offer better vantage points. They talk about the utility of the Lagrange points from perspective, and they basically talk about passive electro-optical system, meaning telescopes. And then due to the perturbation of the moon, there are few repeating natural orbits that provide the real estate for placing sensors. And so bottom line of these authors is that passive electro-optical systems, telescopes, have substantial utility. Active ranging, like LiDAR, probably not going to be as useful, or at least not as useful in the same size and packaging of a small satellite. Passive RF systems, also useful. Active RF systems, meaning radar, also face sort of the power and the fall off of going out and then coming back and reflection. So this was not in the report now. So just transitioning to the question that I heard Michael asking Sean about the Warden line. So this is a phrase coined by Matt Daniels after an insight provided by Dr. Warden, who we heard. And I should just mention that almost all of this work in some way tracks back to the mentorship of Pete Warden. I don't think there's probably anything truly revolutionary or cool in the United States space portfolio that Pete hasn't had his hand in some manner in mentoring in some way. But I think this is going to be covered more in their forthcoming book, American Spaceflight. But essentially what it is that somewhere here, just before 3 times geostationary orbit, about 100,000 kilometers altitude above Earth, this is where sort of the chaotic inputs change. You're no longer in the protected shoals of Earth, and maneuver is much easier. You can get into resonance orbits that could, completely throw you out completely. And so, you can deliberately use those, for changes. And so this is a graphic from a forthcoming piece that I yet to be published. But if these things interest you, I've written, quite a bit about, what the Space Force's role, should be, and why the moon's important, and, what this, might look like in the future. And if you're interested in seeing, what we've talked about in terms of how the Space Force should take on planetary defense and how they're underfunded for, protecting commerce, there are 2 places. And then, of course, we cover a lot of this, Namrata and myself, in the book about how great powers are starting to compete for these resources because they think it will alter the balance of power. And we talk about, how you could move from today to a crisis around 2047 that could completely determine, what the future of humanity might look like. all in this sort of competitive vision to use lunar mining to grow the global economy using solar power satellites. And we talk about a lot of situational scenarios, claim disputes, trafficking, unsafe practices, piracy, how all these might play out. And then the last thing I'll just say, I run a space strategy podcast where we talk about these things with some really terrific folks. So please think about listening in to hear, how we're talking about space and the economy. So that concludes my talk.
Thank you so much. Once again, it's drinking from the fire hose. There's just so much there. The very first thing in my private chat is that James Burks is like, we need Pete's deck. So you guys send over your slides, please. Send it to me. I'll make sure we get it posted right away. There's so much there, right? I tried posting to the chat all of the reference documents. I don't know if I caught all of them, but I caught a lot of them. I'm going to summarize and say it's a fast-moving target. Like the world of space that moved super slow over like decades, all of a sudden in the last 3 years, I'd say, has changed really fast. That the DoD sees it in a very different light. They are beginning to see the moon in a different light, and they are expanding their, let's say, sphere of influence to beyond the moon. Is that all true? Does that seem true to you?
Certainly there are indications of that, I think important indications. I still think, and probably rightfully so, the balance of investment remains close to Earth where, the major economic and strategic interests are. But we're nowhere near in the same world we were a year or two ago.
No.
And I think you're seeing more and more of the younger generation that just, take this for granted. They've come up in a different way. They think in a different way. And so I expect you'll see this continually expressed, more and more. It is, I talked about it being a battle for the soul of the Space Force, but there's a lot of evidence that it's on the road to salvation. So
very nice. Madhu asked a question. So now, how does policy translate into action? Assume glacially as always? ? I'm going to say I don't think that's true, but please answer however you like.
Well, what I would say is that it sort of depends on who you think is the key actor. I tend to think that really it is the private sector that's going to be the driver. Of course, government has to play its role of creating the market. It's necessary, that at least the initial anchor, and that's going to be a struggle, but we're going to get a lot of help. I mean, I'll be honest, China is being extremely helpful right now in both US and, global spacefaring. So, it is their initiative that we are responding to. I don't think we would even have an Artemis program at all had there not been the Chang'e landing on the far side. And so, I think that I don't see that slowing down, and I don't see the United States congressional leadership wanting the United States to surrender its lead. And so if that means that we're essentially committing ourselves to another, it's not exactly the right word to say space race, because there's no one destination. Namrata and I in our book use the word scramble, that there are many things to go after, but what is insufficient, business left undone from the last administration, and hopefully will be taken up by this one, is we really still don't have the kind of clarity of a North Star vision about what we're going to do. And I'll be very specific about what I think is missing. So we need clarity on industrial targets for our lunar industrial facility. We should call it a lunar industrial facility. We shouldn't call it an outpost. We should be very clear about, what it is. And we need to know, in my view, China's thrown down the gauntlet in the most appropriate and terrific way, which is that they have, their vision of the lunar industrial development, is to create a, $10 billion annual moon Earth economic zone where they've industrialized the moon to build solar power satellites.
Right.
And, and so that should be, a focus of the sort of research that we are paying our corporate partners on the moon to do. They should be, like, how do we get to 90% of the mass of a solar power satellite using lunar materials? And let's make sure we're doing it on a comparable timeline. And by the way, one of the slides I did not show is that the US-China, let me see if I can steal back the screen share for just a second to show a few more things related to this.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to tell a quick story. I was, very coincidentally, I was in Building 1 at Air Force Space Command. It wasn't Space Force yet. At Air Force Space Command 3 days after China landed on the far side of the moon. And you can bet that was a conversation that was going on. And I do think that, that was a wake-up call. That was an important wake-up call moment. So, all right. So, share and to answer Madhu's question, are things moving glacially? No, I absolutely do not think they're moving glacially. There is a lot of stuff happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, AFRL is doing other really cool things. They're looking at how you could get, precision GPS out in cislunar, and then I know other parts of AFRL, the sort of AFWorks, SpaceWorks, is thinking about all kinds of other cool things that are, sort of in the SBIR, small business innovative research realm. But, as much as they like to have their own NIAC, right? And NIAC's cheap. I think it's like 2 or 5 million. It's not much, right? Yeah. Keep in mind, the entire Space Force S&P budget, whatever I showed there, like 130K. 130 million. Yep. That's just tiny. So anyway, you saw Namrata's presentation, mostly focused on the moon, but her earlier presentation on China was very influential on this particular report by the US-China Economic and Security Commission. And one of their recommendations at the end was to ensure that US Space Command and any future space-oriented service, meaning what would become the Space Force, are responsible for protecting freedom of navigation and keeping the lines of communication open, safe, and secure in the space domain, as the Navy does in the interest of the maritime domain. And that got translated into this, which is now law. So the last year's, or I guess this year's National Defense Authorization Act says the National Space Council shall submit to the appropriate congressional committees an interagency assessment of the ability of the United States to compete with the space programs of China, including a comprehensive assessment of the United States and China on human exploration and spaceflight. Here's the kicker: the viability and potential environmental impacts of extraction of space-based precious metals, on-site exploitation of space-based natural resources, and the use of space solar power. And I will point out that this is yet to be done. So to the extent that your community wants to weigh in, keep in mind that what they end up saying will be influential to others. So if you have data showing, hey, it's viable in these particular ways, you want to make sure that you're broadcasting that because there will certainly be plenty of naysayers. They also ask for an assessment of the strategic interest in and capabilities in cislunar space, and an assessment of the ability of the Department of Defense to the ability, role, cost, and authorities of the Department of Defense to mitigate threats to commercial, which I thought was quite interesting.
Pete, I've not actually seen the language of that one, so you and I are going to have to talk about that one when this is over.
You're not seeing my slide?
No. I'm saying I've not seen this language before, so I have not read that document. No, we're seeing you fine. We're seeing you fine.
By the way, I do want to say that again, this is from a yet to be published thing, but this outer ring that goes through the L points, EML 3, 4, 5, and the moon, it is what all of us have started to refer to as the McLean line, because he, pulled that out. And it's really more of the McLean torus because the donut actually goes, encompasses the EML 1 and 2 points. And, this gets into, how is this space economy, like, and again, I want to make sure that this is from a forthcoming paper. This is not from the primer. You won't find this in the primer. But when you think about what are the lines of commerce that could, develop over the long term, you've got these green rings that showcase, the profit centers in Geo and Leo, and, smaller profit centers in EML 1 and lunar orbit. And then you've got these red lines, which are your, your lines of communication. So you've got, one thing where you're, putting out capital, assets like factories and mining gear outbound and people, and then you're also returning people via this Apollo clock. I prefer clock rather than C-lock.
Me too.
And then, you've got these lines of commerce that move, between the lunar surface to EML 1, whether that be by, rockets, or whether that be by a lunar space elevator. And then you've got, the movement, the mass movement of materials off the moon, either via, a space elevator or via, a mass driver. Typically, the old L5 concept was to shoot them out to EML2, and then from EML2, you move them either to what I call the Glaser clock for solar power satellites after Peter Glaser.
Nice.
Or via the O'Neill clock onto EML5.
Okay.
So that's kind of what might things look like.
I hadn't seen those named O'Neill and Glaser. That's a nice touch. Good. I hate to say what I'm about to say, but we have to wrap up. It's been an amazing past 2 days. Tremendous speakers, tons of amazing content. Our attendees were terrific by participating and sending messages. I want to bring on the Moon Society leadership that I've been working with over the last couple of weeks. James Burke, No E, Michael Mealing, and Ben Smith. Let's just for all our speakers that are still here, thanks so much for everybody for being a part of this, because this wouldn't have happened without y'all. This has been a tremendous last couple days. So I'm going to turn this over to our Moon Society leadership. I'm going to say thank you from me. Shout out to my team, Fabio, who's been the master of the ones and zeros in the background. And I'm going to turn it over to y'all, but stick around because we are going to have a little bit of a feedback, friendly BS social time. So if you'd like to stick around, I'd like you to stick around if you can. We'll start off with Michael Mealing, work our way to James Burke, and then go on to Ben Smith.
Yeah, I'm
quiet for a while, so I'm turning off.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I would like to thank everybody for participating, especially today and yesterday, and especially the attendees. I am looking forward to still going back and reviewing some of the things from yesterday and that I missed. A lot of great discussions, a lot of things. I will be following up with some of the presenters on digging into the economics of everything we've been talking about. And again, just reiterating something that Ben and James and I have been discussing is the future of the society, the value that the Lunar Development Conference brought last year and brings this year with these conversations and bringing all these people together. So everybody that's been attending, really think about what we can help you with. And instead of us, the other way around, how can we help you? What can the Moon Society do to reinforce what the Space Force is doing when we're talking to people on the Hill? I'm 12 blocks behind the Supreme Court building. And as soon as the House and Senate office buildings open back up again, I should be become rather annoying to a lot of staffers over there. So if there's lobbying that the society can do that's lunar specific, if there's a project that needs a home and needs resources, please think about us. And if you have any other suggestions for what the society can do, please let us know. And we look forward to seeing everybody at the next Lunar Development Conference next year. Pass it over to Ben, and then I'm going to let James kind of wrap everything up for me.
Okay. I'll flip the script on what Michael said, and I'll say what you can do for the society. Be a member. We need the funding to do stuff. Be a volunteer. We need the volunteers to do stuff. And, be a leader, because we need leaders to take up projects. So that's about all I got.
I want to start by thanking Michael Lane for organizing the last 2 days and being a great MC. I know, and a lot of the speakers that we've listened to are because Michael was able to recruit them to talk at our event. So thank you very much, Michael. And also thank you, Fabio, for being the man behind the curtain, keeping this all on track. You guys did a fantastic job. Really, thank you. No, I'm just blown away. I mean, last year I was really surprised how well the event went. Last year we had 330 attendees and some great speakers, and this year I think we topped the speakers for sure. It was even better, and I feel like I have a ton of homework to do right now. I have to go, especially after that last talk, after Peter Garrett said. I got some reading to do. I bought your book, by the way, Peter. So there's a lot to learn in this industry because it is evolving so quickly, and we need your help. All of those who spoke at our event, you're now members of the Moon Society. We're giving you a free membership, and we expect to hear from you. We want to hear from you on how we can improve and how we can help you and how we can continue to build a community that can really take this industry forward and become a community for having discussions like this amongst all the companies and the military folks and academia and business. And NASA, of course, we really want to have everyone represented at our events, and we're really looking forward to working with you in the future. And so, again, thanks a lot, everyone, for attending. I'm going to say we're going to do this again next year because this went really well, that we're going to keep this fire burning, the Lunar Development Conference. I think we're bringing a lot of value to this, to the lunar industry. And I think that's about it. Ad Luna, to the moon.
Oh, and we are going to stay on after, right? Answer questions, just have a chat, whatever.
Yes, we are.
Unless anybody has anything else, I'm going to ask Fabio to turn off recording.
Recording stopped.
All right. Okay.